Till det där tid och spela Dota. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite Dota. I hear you man. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite Dota. I fear you man. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite Dota och pushar på smäcker när motståndet med leker. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi svikar. Let's get it on. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite Dota och pushar på smäcker när motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite Dota och pushar på smäcker när motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar. DJ. Vi ser här i väntan, spelar lite Dota. I hear you man. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite Dota. I hear you man. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite Dota och pushar på smäcker med motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar. Let's get it on. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite Dota och pushar på smäcker med motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite Dota och pushar på smäcker med motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny but cold California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Ebbies are having a fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day, today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. That's right, it's Saturday. More like Saturday, more like Saturday. You already know what it is, folks. Good. And we got this from OK Buddy last night. And by the way, of course, be happy. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It is 1/17/2026, 11:06 a.m. I'm Hasan Piker, and we have a lot of stuff to cover today. Turn on Mercado News to see Jake Lang getting fucking wrecked. All right, we're going to be talking about all that. Don't worry. Of course, I'm going to be talking about the whole situation. Of course, I'm going to be talking about the freaking neo-Nazis that are storming the streets. In what the hell is this, bro? What the heliante? What is wrong with you guys? God damn it. What a way to start the day. Anyway, there's Nazis roaming the streets. But before we get to all of that, obviously this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And let me tell you, okay, I have an announcement to make, okay? I ended the broadcast yesterday, another half-day Hossie situation, did some OK Buddy, did some fun stuff, did some drama. You already know what it is. But then afterwards, I ended the broadcast, and what did I do? Well, first thing I did was hang out with the fam a little bit, you know, have some family time. And after that, I read a little bit of Mao Zedong, but then I watched Jujutsu Kaisen. And in the process of watching Jujutsu Kaisen, I came to a realization. I was watching Gojo fight that one guy from the other clan, the powerless one. Okay. Yeah, I'm on season 2. And the craziest thing is, no spoilers for the new season, Mr. Dude, it's literally, guys, this is season 2. Okay, calm down. I'm talking about season 2. I'm rewatching season 2. And basically what I was going to say is, like, I have watched season 2 before, right? And I did not have the same level of investment on any of the characters when I first watched it. But right now, doing a rewatch of season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen, I have an announcement. In the past, I had said Jujutsu Kaisen is like, whatever, it's kind of boring. It's actually peak status. Wait, what the fuck? Is it effing? Hello? Hello? What is going on? Hello? Jujutsu Kaisen anywhere near as much as I should have. And how on this rewatch, I'm realizing that, it is the best. It is so good. I mean, Toji is incredible. Waist snatch. This is such a dumb fucking...
You have the...
Even though...
He's so cool too. Toji can get it. I'm a straight man. Yeah, no, I love him. He is body goals. He's body goals. Maybe I should watch it. Dude, the first time I watched it, I did not appreciate it. And maybe because like it's super popular, I was just hating on it. This is my apology form for Jujutsu Kaisen. Apology form for Jujutsu Kaisen. I didn't know your bitches were bad as hell. I did not appreciate the fucking complex character backstories. I did not actually appreciate how well drawn it is. My mistake. I think it's peak status. It's just a perfectly written shonen, and I apologize. Okay? I apologize. That's it. Apology not accepted. You should have brought that heat to Demon Slayer. First One Piece, now Jujutsu Kaisen. Maybe Chad is right sometimes. I mean, I watched it. It's not like I didn't watch Jujutsu Kaisen. I watched it, but I wasn't like super invested in it. And I will say, the other thing for me was Jujutsu Kaisen was like, I don't know. Maybe the Shibuya incident will like be way more like, maybe I'll have a lot more investment in the Shibuya incident now than before, because of in my second rewatch. Because like the first time, all of these arcs that I watched, I was just like kind of watching just to watch, just to say that I watched it. And now I'm like super dialed in. So I assume that like it won't come across as convoluted. If you watched Jujutsu Kaisen, you didn't understand the combat system, and it felt a little complicated for you initially, give it a rewatch and you will understand everything, and it's perfect. Like, that's what it is. It definitely, that's how I feel for sure. The rewatch has made me appreciate everything. Because honestly, maybe it's different if you read the manga as opposed to watching it, but on the first watch, you don't have any appreciation for the characters at all. Because there's not so much time in like the first season where you find out about the main villain, for example. What's his name? What's the villain's name in Jujutsu Kaisen? Chat. Gojo's homie initially. Sukuna, right? Yeah. So when you first or Geto, no, not Sukuna. No, not Sukuna, not the demon, dude. No, Geto is the homie, not Sukuna. So I'm really bad with names, so don't give me this shit. But my point is like, here, sub 5 struggling to swallow curses. So true throat goat. So for me, dang, now I know why Gojo missed him so much. So Geto. Toto's got to be the best character. I love Toto as well. Basically, what I'm trying to say is like, you don't get an appreciation for any of these. You don't get an appreciation for any of these characters until you like see what they're up to in like season 2, only to like go back and you're like, okay, now I actually do care about them. Okay, now I do actually care about them. I don't know how else to describe it. But yeah. Do you know about fake Gato's backstory? Jujutsu Kaisen doesn't have a ton of fluff episodes to pad out the backstory and relationships. Yeah. Or maybe it's because I watched JJK 0. Honestly, that's what it is. Because your Mahad Hurst says, I'm going to be honest, Jujutsu Kaisen 0 clarified so much shit. Y'all need to watch the movie before the show if you're going to rewatch it. And I think that's what it is. Because I watched Jujutsu Kaisen. I watched Jujutsu Kaisen season 1, season 2, right? I thought it was all right. Then I watched Jujutsu Kaisen 0. And then I thought, okay, this was a banger. What the fuck? let me rewatch this. And then I rewatched it and I was like, oh my God, it's incredible. This show is so good. So that's where I'm at now. So maybe that's the reason why I didn't really like it. But Jujutsu Kaisen 0 isn't necessary, but it definitely helps. Open presents, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Season 2, all right? No, season 2 is fucking awesome if you love hype and aura and fights, okay? But if you want like, if you want a deeper appreciation for the characters, simply watching for the aura and the hype and the fight sequences is fine. But that's like, you know, that's whatever, right? Do you like Hell's Paradise? I love Hell's Paradise. So that's my point. That's why giving it a rewatch made me appreciate it more than I ever had before. Anyway, so that's my Jujutsu Kaisen journey. Also, I took the One Piece belt to the gym, to a public gym. It's so 2016 right now. It's not even funny. I saw that someone was saying that, but like, I'm back at a public gym. I'm lifting. I'm filming myself from a shitty angle at a public gym. I'm wearing clownish things. Unfortunately, the belt is, I will admit, the belt is a little bit too loose, so I had to pad it up. They probably got like the biggest belt they possibly could have, so I had to pad it with some. I had to stuff like a towel. Did you PR with the belt? No, but I mean it was good because I personally thought that I would not get any weight up there at all. What does the belt do for you? It keeps your core tight. It's a lever belt. It's adjustable. The lever never comes off. No, it's you need to poke more holes then into the belt. But in any case, that was good too. 2016 is back. Woke is back. You already know what it is. You already know what's happening. And obviously we got a lot to talk about, so I'm going to get into it. I'm going to get into it now, okay? This is the reason for the new tariffs. Dear America,
Hello?
Greenland is not on Zillow. Okay. If it's too small, I guess it's time to get more swole. I mean, I can't get more swole in my midriff, chat. Like, that's not how that works. That's not how anything works. I'm trying to get less swole on my midriff and more swole everywhere else, okay? Judge rules against ICE detaining peaceful protesters. Nazi rally in Minneapolis today. Regime change in Iran. Question mark. Tariffs still Greenland is ours. DOJ goes after Waltz plus Frey. Saturday REACTLORD and maybe even gaming. Get in now. And remember, I'm going to have Arky on the broadcast tomorrow where we're going to do a spill your guts or fill your guts. And we're also going to do like a shock collar trivia. Shocking trivia as well. So get excited for all of those things. Are y'all filming Fear and or what? Dude, the level of parasocialism we're on right now is so crazy that there are people who are checking in on my podcast filming schedule. Like, we've moved beyond backseating the stream. We're now backseating off-stream behavior. This is a new meta. We've reached a totally new peak of parasocialism here at the HasanAbi broadcast. Not sure if I like it. Okay, where'd you cop the hat? I don't fucking know. I don't even know what this is. Angels, I guess, or the A's or something. I don't know. This is a team. I think it's baseball. I have no idea what it is. It's just a nice color, and I like it. There's also a live stream of what's going on with the Jake Lang Nazi protests that are taking place. in Minneapolis right now. We're obviously going to be diving into that first and foremost. Do you ever wear the hat backwards? I mean, I could. I don't know what has happened, what has taken place here on this on the Jake Lang Nazi protest.
Hey, you see this weak ass shit? Hey, let me see this.
He just escaped in a car. They got chased out. Hell yeah. Nice. Okay. Well, his stream just BG on the scene just effed. But yeah, this is what it looks like when I wear it backwards. I don't know if you guys wear it sideways tilted. No, I've never done that. I've worn a hat. Like, I've definitely worn the hat backwards, but I've never worn it sideways or tilted. But damn, backwards hat making me buzz. Really? I think that's crazy. Another stream. I think I look ridiculous. I'm gonna be honest. Mercado Medio's down on the ground
They
too.
didn't take the bait.
My goat.
They tried to bait him. Yeah, we're still alive. Appreciate everybody.
This guy's awesome.
This is he does this everywhere. This is the first time I've seen such a response. Minneapolis truly is on a league of their own in their country.
Some people think
terms
wearing
of,
a
like,
hat backwards for
community support.
children. Some people. I feel that way too.
Togetherness. I mean, all that. I mean,
Quick recap
it's
on who this
incredible.
Jake guy is. He's a fucking Nazi. What do you mean? That's who he is. Jake Lang is some Nazi weirdo. He's one of those guys that was, trying to start shit. You're giving Nick Merckx vibes, Law. On God, bro. For real. Anyway, I'm going to take the fucking hat off. I'm not doing that. Joey Swole. I think when you're over the age of 30, you probably shouldn't wear your hat backwards. But maybe, I mean, unless you're like working out and it requires you to flip it or something. But I personally don't understand why people do that after. Like, I mean, do whatever you want. If you feel comfy with it, if you feel cozy with it, then, more power to you, right? But I personally think like post 30, you look kind of silly. I mean, I wore my hat backwards for many, many years growing up. But now that I'm 30, I feel like I just, I don't see the need to do that. Is beanie weather anyway? When you get up to pee, make sure the model does merch for us. Absolutely love this one. Okay. Is this ageism? No hat policing, homie. Yeah, true. I mean, it doesn't matter. You don't have to do whatever you want to do. Do whatever you want to do. Okay. In any case, DOJ is investigating Minnesota's Walton Frey over alleged obstruction. Sources say we're going to Barry Weiss, Israel News. We're doing Israel pro-Trump news here. CBS Saturday mornings. Barry Weiss's favorite broadcast. Israel's favorite news and commentary. All the news that's fit to print. CBS Saturday morning. Let's get started there. So I guess it was only like 10 fucking people that dork-ass Jake Lang tried to have an anti-Muslim march in Minneapolis. It got like 10 people. So one of the funniest, so someone asked me who Jake Lang is, and I think he's one of the most interesting Nazis I've ever met. Well, I've never personally met him, but the reason why I think he's one of the most interesting Nazis is because he's Jewish. Like straight up. Like he went to the Wailing Wall, like wore a like tefillin rocking straight up, like following the Torah Judaism, right? And for some weird reason, like he just no. This is more than Stephen Miller. Like as far as I know, Stephen Miller doesn't hide that he's Jewish, right? Stephen Miller is a Nazi. He's also Jewish, but he doesn't hide that he's Jewish. But Jake Lang did. Okay? for the longest time, it was very strange because, like, I think he was like a straight up, like, you know, religious Jewish guy. And then I don't know if he did like the Jews for Jesus conversion or something. I don't know how sincere that conversion was, right? But the reason why I find him to be very strange is because once they outed him, right? Once they were like, wait a minute, we're all Nazis, but you're Jewish. What the fuck is going on? He started doing like super anti-Semitic stuff as well. Like he was doing Islamophobia to the max. Like, oh, you know, we're a Christian nation. We love Christ, all this stuff. So then other people would like bring banners of him like kissing the Wailing Wall and you know, wearing the tefillin to protest, to be like, hey, like this guy is literally not a real Nazi. And it was like both the Nazis that were shitting on him for being Jewish, but then it was also the counter protesters as well that were shitting on him to like get the other Nazis to realize he's Jewish. It was just a very fascinating story. So once that happened, he started doing extra insane stuff that's anti-Semitic as well, where he would like chuck pennies at like Jewish people, things like that. So I don't even know where he's at. I don't know what happened to him, but he's definitely a very mentally unwell guy. But apparently they beat his ass up today. That's what people are saying. Yeah, he was trying to do a protest. He was trying to do like a pro-Nazi protest. And a lot of you guys might be thinking, oh, well, why is there only 10 people? And the reason for why there's only 10 people is because every other Nazi that normally would attend these sorts of protests is already being paid by the federal government directly because they're in ICE now. So that's the reason why these protests get no motion any longer, because they're already too busy doing the exact same thing, except being paid for by the federal government. We would all love to join him, but we know that risking our jobs/lives is not worth it. Your brain rot libs are not worth our time. We just show up to the polls. God bless America and God bless Donald Trump. Dork-ass alert. That dork-ass Jake Lang tried to have an anti-Muslim march in Minneapolis. It got like 10 people Lamau. Yeah, because like, I think at this stage, what? The New York Times describes him as a conservative influencer. I really think it's a disservice that the New York Times has not updated the way to describe people. Like, their style guide is so busted. Like, even if you're like a Maoist third worldist, they will just say, this guy is a liberal. He is very liberal. It's just like, and if you're like a straightforward neo-Nazi, they say conservative influencer, right-wing activist. Like, you need to add more terms to your lexicon, okay? You cannot just say people are either very liberal or a conservative activist. It doesn't make any sense. ICE is now in Southwest Michigan and they're getting closer to Northwest Ohio. Please let chatters know. Literally the propaganda Times, not the New York Times. Everything is so awful now. I know. This is what happened 1 minute before you clicked on the stream. Jake Lang flees, able to get into a car away from the crowd, bleeding from being attacked and assaulted by a large crowd in Minneapolis today. I'm shaking my head. I can't believe that this happened. This is devastating. I can't believe they beat his Nazi ass. That's so fucked up. By the way, before people say, you guys call everybody Nazis, like, these are the types of dudes who call themselves Nazis. I just don't understand why, if you're gonna be a Nazi agitator, why you wouldn't just become an ICE agent like all the rest of the Nazi agitators that straight up were like, yeah, let's just become ICE agents, you know? Let's get paid by the government, $50,000 signing bonus, as long as you stay committed for like the first 3 years. As long as you stay committed to the job and brutalize people for the first 3 years, like, you're fine. You're going to get that signing bonus and you don't have to pay it back. Or 5 years, right? Not 3 years. Not to say that you should do that. Obviously, you shouldn't. I think it's pathetic. You know, I'd rather sell crack than join ICE if I was really desperate, you know? But Yeah, I think that's how dishonorable being an ICE agent is, that crack dealers have more honor. That's how I feel. It's a $40K a year job. They're doing it for nothing. Yeah, no, straight up. Maybe people should join ICE and just be incompetent. They already are incompetent. No, they shouldn't join ICE because they already are fucking incompetent. And guess what? Their incompetence is causing death. There was literally one counter protest at the march I attended today. It's pathetic how weak these fascists are. 50K signing bonus to become a Nazi, but it's the illegals making shit expensive. Remember that? Yeah, they're making like 40 grand a year. They're not making a lot of money. They're making around 40 grand a year. Oh my God, look at that fucking LRAD decked out the wazoo, Minneapolis Police Department. God damn it, dude. It's so awesome that our law enforcement have this level of funding, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. He's got a, I mean, what purpose does this serve? What's an LRAD? Long range acoustic device. First used on protesters in Iraq for crowd control in Iraq. Now utilized by every police precinct in the United States of America. Is this a real SWAT car? Oh, it is. It's Minneapolis SWAT. Yeah. Why is the SWAT team here, you know? Oh, they're issuing a dispersal order.
Andrew? Hey, buddy. What's up, man? Good. How you doing? Just got done. It's insane. I know, man. What up, Chris? I know, right? He didn't get what he wanted, and well, he didn't get the support, but you got a response.
How many people do you think you have? Like 15 total? Or?
Not even, maybe 5. Maybe 5. 5 is like a high number. He had his like one little guy.
I used to use the LRADs as a perfect example of the Imperial Boomerang. Like first they used the weapons over there on victims of colonialism, victims of imperialism. Then they use it here on the home front. You know, it's just how it works. This is how it works, and this is how it's always worked. It's such a perfect example of this. You know, ICE detained a U.S. citizen because of his accent. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not sure if you mentioned it yet, but the temperatures here in Minneapolis are going to be sub-zero here for over like a week. Yeah, I know. I know that because I'm supposed to be going to Minneapolis potentially. Okay. And I have to get prepared for it. It's going to be fucking devastating. The cold is going to be devastating. -20 is so crazy. Jesus Christ, my ass is going to freeze. I have to get like, I don't own any like thermal gear, so I have to get like thermal underwear and also, you know, all this other shit. Yes, I'll be going to Somaliopolis, Winneapolis. You already know. The cold builds character. You will be okay. I know. Anyway, this is Jake Lang.
Will be burning Qurans, standing up against the Somali invasion of Minneapolis, the immediate deportation.
Once again, Twitter is not real life. This dipshit gets 7,000 likes on Twitter, but in the real world, he got 7 people to attend this Quran burning protest. Okay? And as a counter to this dipshit's pro-Nazi protest, guess what happened? Thousands of people fucking came out and told him, shut the fuck up. So I need you to understand that. I need you to understand that these guys do not have motion. They do not have motion. And that's precisely the reason why the government has to step in, okay? The government has motion. It's the goddamn government, right? The government has motion. It's the goddamn government. But these guys don't. The government has to fund ICE by $75 billion. Shouts out to the Democrats that are also paying for it. Very cool. Or already paid for it. But the people don't like it. They don't like it at all. Twitter likes are nothing, okay? They're botted into oblivion. They're boosted into oblivion. All of this stuff that you see on the internet, from the sweatiest losers that make you go, who could possibly agree with this worldview? When you see something online and it makes you go, huh, do these guys actually believe this? Like, they're saying some heinous shit. Just remember, most likely, the average person is repulsed by that sort of behavior, okay? You have to remember that. You have to remember that. It's that simple. But the real problem is the government. The real battle here is the actual government. That's what's so frustrating about this process. It's not like they don't have the popular mandate. They try to make it seem like they have a popular mandate by flooding the media with pro-regime propaganda. And they're flooding the media with pro-regime propaganda. They're also flooding they're flooding independent media with pro-regime propaganda. Asmongold is a great example of this. Okay? Yes, Jake Lang, this is what happened when Jake Lang actually went and tried to do a pro-Nazi rally. As a Nazi, as an out and about Nazi, he tried to do a pro-Nazi rally. Well, this is how Minneapolis welcomed him. Just in, anti-Islam protest organizer Jake Lang just got dragged into a crowd and assaulted multiple times. Police are doing absolutely nothing. It's total anarchy. Minneapolis police are standing down because corrupt Democrats refuse to protect conservatives. The feds are needed. Also, they're saying like he got his ass beat, he got assaulted, but like, think about it this much. This entire crowd, Jake Lang is out there to be like, Jake Lang is out there to agitate. He's out there to protest. And the fact that he was in such a ginormous crowd and he survived, yeah, he got shoved a little bit. Maybe he fell. Maybe he tripped and fell. But the fact that he survived this situation implies that, you know, maybe they are actually a fairly peaceful crowd, okay? I'm just saying. You go into someone else's backyard and you tell people in that, and you try to specifically, aggressively posture, try to make them feel not welcome in their own home, people are going to want to clean that up. You're going to be a piece of shit. You're going to get picked up. He came out to Somaliapolis, baby. Murderapolis. Hey, fam. You did not check in. You did not check in with Abdul at Murderapolis. This is what happens, bro. This is what happens. This is what happens when you refuse to twerk in Murderapolis. This land was promised to them 3,000 years ago, buddy. Buddy. This land was promised to the Somalis 3,000 years ago. Get the fuck out of here. It's their ancestral home. It is pretty crazy, though, that like only 7 people showed up and this dickhead has the audacity, nay, the caucasity to assume that he can still go through with this. You know what I mean? What is this? Same right wing tweeted this. Breaking: Jake Lang's head is bleeding after violent leftists ambushed him during the anti-Islam Minneapolis protest. Blood is literally dripping down his head. F.U. Nazi. Police are doing nothing. They're nowhere to be seen. Democrat leadership purposely let this happen. They're now marching down the sidewalk. I just don't. POTUS, send in the military. Dude, it's so funny. They're like, you have to send in the troops. You have to send in the troops for if a neo-Nazi agitator goes out there to fuck shit up, you literally have to militarize the troops and you have to go and kill them. Okay? You have to go and kill all of the local people. Like, what are we doing here? You can't just be like, hey, I don't want you in my fucking neighborhood. You're a goddamn Nazi. Like, we can't do that anymore. I thought this was America, damn it. Anyway, I think they've like surrounded his hotel, it seems, but now the cops are defending the hotel. Great use of taxpaying funds, in my opinion. He is not a peaceful protester, by the way. He's a professional neo-Nazi agitator. I gotta pee real quick. Hold on.
Bearcat has turned around up the street.
You do have a Bearcat up there.
It's been a while since I've got caught in the direction of the sound cannon. Whew, that's painful.
This is a lawful order to clear the area. Fail to do so, crowd control conditions may be used against you. This is a lawful order to clear the area. If you fail to do so, chemical munitions may be used against you. Good thing we bought a mask today. Everyone in the area, 7th Street South and 2nd Street South.
Talk about that
Needs
something.
to clear the area. If you fail to do so, crowd control munitions may be used against you. Everyone in the area, 7th Street South and 2nd
Amazing how they don't have the police resources to stop ICE, but plenty to protect Nazis. Yeah, dude. Well, because they agree with them, right? Remember, the FOP said, we stand in solidarity with our ICE brothers, you know? Damn, Nazis sure do love the Cambria. That's where Richard Spencer stayed when he got his shit rocked in Philly a few years ago, lol. Is that the hodl? That... Minneapolis is the vanguard of the revolution. I mean, yeah, Minneapolis has always had a pretty, no nonsense attitude about this sort of stuff. So is Jake Lang MAGA or just a groiper? I think he's both MAGA and a groiper, but nowadays, what's the difference, right? I mean, what's really the difference between MAGA and a groiper, right? Israel? Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's that big of a... I don't think that's that large of a problem, if we're being real, for a lot of the groipers, okay? Just got here. What's going on? Yeah, Nick is defending Jeffrey Epstein's pedophilia and stuff. So he's so actively trying to be the regime guy that he's already dropped the... He's going to drop it eventually. Like I said, he's going to try to become like a normal household fixture in the MAGA movement because he's a grifter. This is why the cockroach is afraid to leave his zip code. I mean, he just doesn't care about any of this stuff. Let's be real. Jake Lang left bloodied and beaten as he's escorted through the mob. I'm not a fan of this guy's act, but I see no reason to not forcibly remove all these people from society. They're hardly human savages. Wait, what? Oh, he's saying like all of these other people that that were escorting him need to be forcibly removed from society. Got it. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, no, definitely. He's like, yeah, I don't really like this Nazi, but I totally agree with him that we should violently kill every single person that doesn't like Nazis in their neighborhood, you know? Okay, so what's the difference between you and him then? Even though he's a Nazi, this is not a good look. Are we doing 2016 again? Is that what's happening? Are we doing discourse on this? Are we doing 2016 discourse? Brother, the government is already doing Nazi shit, okay? You don't need to also do extra agitation on top of the Nazi shit that the government is doing. I'm not entertaining this stuff, okay? Let's be real. Let's be fucking real. His entire purpose is to go there, the very fact that he did not get dismembered in that crowd implies that, like, look at how many people are there. Look how many people are there. He could have just as easily fallen. You know what I mean? We don't know what the exact details are. We don't know what the actual, we don't know how he got hit or anything like that. Okay? But the reality of the matter is, if you're going specifically to agitate and there's a crowd that's going to come here, you sound stupid comparing the U.S. government to Nazi Germany. Yes, you're right. It is kind of stupid because we are Nazi Germany with nukes and 800 military bases around the planet. So it's actually far worse than Nazi Germany. It hasn't gotten to that point yet, but it has the capacity to get to that point and be far worse than Nazi Germany ever could be. And on top of that, Nazi Germany at the very least had allied forces that was contesting its power, pre-nukes, remember, the United States of America, and also the USSR and England and many other countries as well. So Nazi Germany also had like a coalition of the willing that was able to push it back, right? To fight back militarily, as opposed to the United States of America that has nothing, has no contest around the world. Can't you see it as downplaying Nazi Germany? I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying the United States of America is potentially worse than Nazi Germany because Nazi Germany did not start with the Holocaust, right? It didn't start with the Holocaust. It was a process that led to the Holocaust, right? The final solution was at the end stage. The United States of America is not at the end stage yet, but I don't like this kind of silly argumentation, okay? This like Holocaust exceptionalism that is more often than not either used to defend Israel, which is doing its own version of the Holocaust, or in many instances being utilized to stop any sort of comparisons being made when you have a modern fascist movement unfolding in front of our eyes. The entire reason why we learn about the Holocaust is so that we don't actually repeat the mistakes, right? If you constantly go, no, we only learn about the Holocaust to know how bad it was and how it's never going to happen again, obviously, and that I'm going to use it as an example of how things that we're experiencing are not bad at all in comparison to how bad that was, I find that to be a very silly argument. You know, you are, in my opinion, no different than a Holocaust revisionist in that regard. Like you are antithetical to the entire field of study. There is an entire field dedicated to the Holocaust specifically, dedicated to the rise of fascism specifically, dedicated to genocide. And the whole purpose of that field of study is to ensure that it doesn't happen again, understand how it happened, and then make sure it doesn't happen again. So in the process of it happening again, you have to literally make those comparisons. And if you think that that's not appropriate, then you're silly. But you support China that has nukes and oppress its people way more and harder. That's really funny that you say that. The Chinese government support amongst the Chinese population is higher than America's support has ever been for its own government. That's just objective reality. You can talk about famines. You can talk about like historic collectivization efforts and how much pain and struggle that came about that process. And there's truth to that, obviously. But, you know, once again, this is a faulty comparison because then you have to match that up with the human casualty, the totality of colonial violence, and what Western civilizations did to not only their own populations, but also populations at the global stage in an effort to become the domineering force around the planet. And once again, it's just very difficult for you to make that comparison because you're probably utterly oblivious to it. And yeah, that's it. But China is an idiotic comparison to make in this situation because we're having a conversation about the United States of America. I am not Chinese. I'm an American citizen. I find what this government is doing with my tax dollars to be morally repugnant, to be horrible, to be unacceptable. And I'm going to keep protesting it. You can keep going, but China all over the fucking place as China dominates the entire fucking planet through trade maxing. And before you know it, you've already become Chinese, you know? And you'll be like, how did we get here? How did I become Chinese? How did I just start saying, ni hao, shi shi, Lao ban? How did I get here? But you can't just blindly defend China. There's never been a moment where I've blindly defended China or any country, as a matter of fact. Countries have good policies and bad policies. Countries have atrocities historically. And it's important to reflect on them, understand that it's, these are issues that must not be repeated. And you only have to, once again, why are we talking about China? Okay. Why the fuck are we talking about China? The reason why we're talking about China is because you don't want to talk about what's going on in your backyard in the United States of America. So you go, China, China. Sometimes you're such a liberal. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. We're having a serious conversation about America's fascism that's unfolding right in front of our eyes. And first you went, well, don't you think Hitler was worse? Don't you think the Holocaust was worse? Yeah, the Holocaust was worse than what we have seen thus far, but it's getting to that point. And the entire reason why we learn about the Holocaust is so that it doesn't get to the point of the Holocaust once again. Little bro trying to run some Epoch Times analysis of America. Yeah. Why can't I just say China over and over again? Wait, he's European? I'm European? Oh my God. Oh God. Okay. Take a second off. Cool off. Take 30 seconds off. Cool off. God damn it. The Euroid brain. Oh, the servile beast that is known as the Euroid that comes into the chat of an American talking about American shit to say, actually, sir, what you don't realize is that America is wonderful, is wunderbar, yeah, is wunderbar. Please come and take the Greenland und then take the Deutschland. Mein Führer, mein Orangensaftführer, ich liebe dich, Führer. Please, komme. Deutschland heraus, komme. Is now yours, mein Führer. The amerikanische Führer, you are the best. Ach, I love you. Ich liebe dich. Oh. I'm European. Oh. Entschuldigung. Oh, I love the amerikanisch MAGA. Oh, it's so good. Please tariff me more, Zaddy. Vater, put the tariff on me, Vater. Mutig. Oh, it's so good. Ich möchte Tarif. Ja. Entschuldigung, Vater. It's funny, dude. It's awesome. When I see Europeans LARP in the chat as though they're like Ameroid MAGA supporters, it's like, dog, you used to be a country. You used to be a continent that dominated the entire planet. How can you be so servile to perhaps the dumbest version of fascism we've ever seen? Like, no care or consideration for the aesthetics, you know? It's awesome. You fantasize about it being an Amerifat, like an Amerifat fascist. That's you have nothing. You used to have sovereignty. You reigned. You were the domineering force around the globe. Oh my God. Also, if you're European and you're worried about China, well, you've already become more Chinese every single day. You're becoming more and more Chinese. So, you know. Look what he said, please. What else has he said? Damn, bro. Will you call everyone you disagree with a Nazi? Damn, bro, calling me a Nazi is such an insult to my ancestors who went to war. Considering that you're European and currently defending the American fascist movement, I suspect that you're actually upset that I'm comparing it to the glories of the Third Reich, right? Like, that's what it is. Because I don't think your ancestors went to war on the right side. Or at least they would be ashamed of you because you're currently defending the wrong side of the same exact ideological battle that's taking place. given that you shit on China initially, which, you know, had a tremendous amount of human casualties leading up to World War II and certainly during World War II as they struggled against the Axis, specifically Japan, and they themselves were aligned with the USSR. And considering how much you're defending the modern iteration of the Nazi movement, I assume that your ancestors might have been on the wrong side of that war, baby. Being a European in the HasanAbi chat feels like a public humiliation kink? No, not at all. I have tremendous respect for the European HasanAbi heads that have to deal with fucking dumbasses like that one. Because European liberalism is so crazy. Because, like, you have straight up old school fascist movements growing in your own country, and then you have like a bunch of fucking liberal friends that you have that just like are oblivious to it or hate it but don't realize like the appropriate measure to fight back against that sort of thing is through an avowed anti-fascist movement, a real socialist, trade unionist, communist movement that fights back. Historically, that's how it's worked. But because America has dominated the entire continent, whether it be with first the Marshall Plan or then with NATO, they've dominated the planet. They've dominated the continent so fucking hard that like a lot of the Europeans have lost that identity. They've lost their own personal history and how they actually did take up arms and struggled against the Nazis and fascist movements. It's such a sad state of affairs. Our liberals are anti-nationalists, but extremely pro-Western, pro-America, pro-Israel. Exactly. It's kind of sad. And tons of socialist programs they benefit from that they ignore and say privatization, neoliberalism will be better. A German friend of mine had to cut off their brother because he's going full AFD, and their mother is like, why can't you accept they have a different opinion than you, not an opinion? That's what I mean. That's like the liberal mind cannot comprehend that there are certain opinions that are violent, deadly, dangerous. Very strange. I agree, but you really can't be shouting Nazi. You still sound stupid. Brother, I don't think there is anything. I don't think you could sound dumber than you currently do when you, once again, come into my chat as a European and LARP as though you're a fucking Trump defender in the United States of America at a time, especially right now, when Donald Trump has added fresh new tariffs to every single country that wanted to maintain sovereignty, wanted to defend Denmark. Every single country that sent 1 troop, 2 troops, 10 troops to Greenland is now getting tariffed out the wazoo by Donald Trump because Donald Trump wants Greenland. Yeah, you hate Trump. No, you don't hate Trump, really. If you're considering Trump supporters like this one to be fine, right? And if you're saying you sound stupid comparing the U.S. government to Nazi Germany, then I don't think you hate Trump enough. That's my point. I think he does some bad stuff and some good stuff. Explain one good thing that Donald Trump has done. All right, why am I having a conversation with this guy? All right, let's just get back. This is fucking unproductive. Oh. Yeah. This guy looked at the United States forming a fascist movement from one of the 2 major liberal parties in the country, right? The right-wing liberal party turning into a fascist one, an illiberal one. And he said, don't notice that. You're the problem. From a foreigner perspective, a lot of us criticize the current administration, but not the whole U.S., but not U.S. whole system. Yes, because they're wrong. Also, any system that allows one of the 2 major power centers to turn into a Nazi one is already a fundamentally flawed system. That's it. That's it. That's the problem, because it is the system that is broken. And anyone that refuses to address how fundamentally busted this system is only going to, at best, not offer a real stopgap measure against like Nazism growing in the country, but instead maybe like put a pause on it or maybe slow it down for like a couple years before it comes back harder as it did after 2020. Joe Biden came in, refused to address any of the economic problems, and capitulated to right-wing forces, capitulated to right-wing theories and hysteria that was manufactured over and over again. And now look at Donald Trump. He came back in full force. The system is broken is liberalism. The system is working precisely as intended. No, I don't fully agree with that. I think capitalism is working precisely as it intended, but at times when capitalism is failing, right? When there's mass instability, that's how you have to destroy the liberal order and bring about a fascist order. Capitalism as the economic system is working as intended, but liberalism is failing. Liberalism is a defense of capitalism, and fascism is also a defense of capitalism. It's just a more vulgar version of liberalism in its defense of capitalism. Also, when I say liberalism is failing, right? When I say liberalism is failing, I think what a lot of people don't understand is like I'm saying liberalism is failing for the average person, right? Let's go watch Asmongold. You are too boring. Brother, I'm gonna be real with you. I think the reason why you're in here instead of over there is because you personally find it to be boring. You find that to be boring. That's why you come in here. Like, it's pretty funny. Like, these guys would much rather hate watch and then go, I don't understand. You're using too many words. Instead of just say, yeah, based, please. You're using too many words. Why are you bringing in historical reference points to your analysis? It's much easier if you just say, yeah, based to Jake Lang, or talk about how Jake Lang is actually doing the right thing. Yeah, based. Here's Jake Lang.
Oh my God. Drive. Oh my God. Just drive. Stop. Wait, let them go. Let them go. Hey, pull over.
Jake Lang was doing politics the right way.
Get out of here. No. Y'all just let him leave. It's not working. Hey. We don't know him. Stop it. Let him out.
Only here because Asmin isn't live. I just want to know what's going on, but not here for commentary. I'll use my eyes. Here, I'll give it to you guys. Yeah, these guys are just exercising their free speech rights, which should only be afforded to Nazis. Yeah. Or actually, yeah, it's crazy that they call everybody Nazis. I can't believe it. I mean, these liberals, they called everybody Nazis, and look what happened. Now no one even cares. Now everyone says Sig Heil, and there's no power anymore. Yeah, we've really won. We really won. Also, when I say we really won, I'm talking about the Nazis, but don't ever call me one, because that would be bullshit and hysterical. Yeah, this is an Ouroboros. The argument that I'm presenting is basically a perfectly neatly designed one where, I can say that Nazis are based, but if you call me a Nazi for saying that, well, then you're fucking hysterical liberal that should probably be killed by the federal agents that we're paying $75 billion to at a time when there's unprecedented economic problems, which, by the way, Big Daddy Trump, told me that those economic problems are not that significant. So you shouldn't worry about that. Also, we're going to Venezuela and we're going to get their oil, and everyone's going to get a little barrel of oil in their doorstep. And that's going to be based too. Is that good? Did I get you? Thank you for your reasonable bipartisanship. Yeah, it's just common sense. Guys. It's just common sense. It's just common sense. Yeah, it's just common sense. Yeah. I mean, yeah, yeah, it's so based. Oh, God. I can't wait to kill feminists. Oh, yeah. Oh, all the women that have wronged all of us. Am I right, guys? Come on. All these white feminist women. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we should kill more of them. Yeah, the government should do more of the death and destruction. It's so based. I can't relate to you. Your room is so clean. Yeah. Yeah, guys. Yeah. I don't take a shower, so you guys are stupid enough to think I'm a common man, you know, even though I'm a multimillionaire that owns a talent agency. Yeah. Yeah, but because I don't shower and I live in a moldy house, you think, you know, I haven't lost touch with the everyday guy, even though I quite literally am the most out of touch definitionally because I never go outside. Yeah. Yeah, I own a company, multiple companies, as a matter of fact. Yeah. And I'm a multi-millionaire, one of the wealthiest content creators on the platform. But I keep talking about how all these other content creators, yeah, they're out of touch. They're out of touch billionaires and multi-millionaires. Yeah. I'm based. It's just common sense. He's still tweeting from his safe space. There it is. I just got stabbed by a crazy white commie leftist rider today in Minnesota, all for pointing out the replacement of 70 IQ, 70 IG, burqa wearing pirate Somalians plate carrier blocked that Jesus is. Oh, so you didn't get stabbed. Oh, so you're claiming you got stabbed. But thank God for my plate carrier, bro. It blocked it. Deus Vault. Yeah, just common sense. I mean, this guy, he just needs to tell people what his opinion is. He just wants people to know his opinion, which is that, the Somalis are 70 IQ and wear burqas and are pirates. 70 IG, actually. Based. Yeah, real victim. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, guess what, by the way? If I say fuck around and find out to this, by the way, I'm going to have every dipshit, every right-wing dipshit turn around. Hasan Piker abused Dog Kaya, 7th of October, 2025, live on Twitch. These guys have to be bots. You just sound like an AI chatbot at this point. Hasan, your political takes are good, but you are also such a little shit. All right. Thanks, I guess. That J6 MAGA domestic terrorist Jake Lang was punched in the face today while leading his racist march in Dearborn, Michigan. Yeah, if I hit one RIP bozo towards Jake Lang, okay, or if I said fuck around and find out one time, I get banned. He can literally say that about the government killing someone, though. So as you know, I'm shaking my head. Poor taste. Poor taste, you know, poor taste. Jake Lang was doing Nazism the right way. I didn't think this guy had a point, but when he told me that the Somali lady has 70 Instagram accounts, I realized that's not very base of them, and I think I'm a Nazi now. Yeah, he was very convincing. Yeah. Yeah, let's revitalize that age-old argument. When is it okay to punch a Nazi? When is it okay to punch a Nazi? Why can't he just do free speech? Why can't he just do politics the right way? Why can't he just do politics the right way? Here's why. Okay? If you don't actually show up in force, right, and show up in large numbers when Nazis protest and demonstrate, it creates a false sense of security for these Nazis, right? You have to oppose them. You have to tell them to fuck off. You have to tell them to get the fuck out of your neighborhood. It is your God-given right as an American citizen to do this, okay? And it is actually one of the proudest moments in American history when we did this, okay? When our parents did this. Not mine, obviously. They came to the United States of America after the fact, but still, you know, many of you have grandparents that fought in World War II, right? So, like, this idea that, you know, you just got to let Nazis roam the streets and say, like, you know, whatever the fuck they want to about your Somali neighbors or about liberals or about leftists or whatever the fuck is silly. It's stupid. You leave them unchecked. They think they have numbers. And then they go out and they grow and they organize and they grow their movement even further. And then once it gets to a certain point, they get to join the federal government and become ICE agents, right? So you can't let that happen. You can't let that happen. You always have to oppose them. You have to oppose them. It's the best possible thing you can do. Okay? The best possible thing you could do is tell Nazis to fuck off. Don't you think it's a bit offensive calling these people Nazi? Wait, do you even know what Nazism is? I don't know if you know what Nazism is. And I also personally don't understand why you're still defending this guy who is objectively a neo-Nazi, for the record. Like, the guy that we're talking about here is, you know, straightforwardly a neo-Nazi. I don't know why you are refusing to comprehend that. What would cause you to understand that this guy is a neo-Nazi? Like, what can I show you? What can I show of anyone? Really, like any human being, like what action would cause you to go, you know, this guy is actually, I'm not defending him. I was just asking a question. No, you're not. These are not normal questions. Of course I know what Nazism is. And no, I don't think it's a bit offensive calling this person a fucking Nazi, because they are. Don't do this like I'm just curious bullshit. Answer my question now. I'm against political extremism of any kind. Brother, you're the political extremist. Okay, enough. Oh, God, you're so fucking boring. Jesus Christ. Like, we're watching. I just showed you this dude's argument, okay? His argument is that Somalians are 70 IQ. He can't even fucking type it out correctly. Jake lost his banner, lol. Aw. That was in Dearborn, no? This guy specifically is an agitator, a propagandist, a Nazi propagandist, a Nazi agitator. He goes to areas when there's like instability, or he goes to places specifically with the purpose of getting people riled up. Okay? Like, that's his job. His job is to do exactly this. It's also ironic because he himself, at least at a certain point in his life, was Jewish. Not sure if he still is, but because I've seen him do like anti-Semitic stuff as well, and he might be like one of those guys who was like, I used to be Jewish, but now I'm like a Christian or something. I don't know. He crosses himself all the time. I think he thinks he's Christian. Yeah, you guys have the Jake Lang meta, right? Like, you don't have the former I've covered it before. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of great like documentation on this stuff. Like, back in the day, you had Right Wing Watch and shit like that, or even ADL would actually track these extremists and stuff. They don't do that anymore, so it's like difficult to go to like a specific place. There is no like big glossary of extremism any longer. But Jake Lang's entire purpose is to do stuff like this. It's just to hide in the crowd, make himself seem like he's just a regular old MAGA guy. But does this help explain the Nazi accusation? Oh, yeah. So this is after he was... Oh, this is what I was talking about. So this is after he got outed as being Jewish. So he went to Dearborn. So here's the thing. Here's the thing with Jake Lang. So he was doing all this like, white supremacist protesting and things like that, right? And then people were like, wait a minute, who the fuck is this guy? What's his background? So they looked at his background and they realized, yo, is a 700K likes already? What is this? Okay, we'll look at it. Outed as being Jewish sounds crazy. Yeah, because they're fucking Nazis, man. Of course, that's like the one area where if someone, that's the only time it's appropriate to say outed as being Jewish, when someone is straight up a fucking neo-Nazi and is like presenting himself as like being a Christian, Christ lover, Christ cuck, whatever. And then people look into your background and they're like, wait a minute, like you have photos wearing the tefillin. Like, what the fuck do you mean you're a Christ cuck? Like, how did this happen? There's literally a picture of him at the Wailing Wall, dude. What are you talking about? Like, that juxtaposition, I think, is so severe. That juxtaposition is so severe that, like, yeah, you got to bring it up. It's like when people talk about, like, Lindsey Graham being gay. He's, like, viciously homophobic, but, like, you know, he's also definitely gay. Yeah, Jake Lang's campaign of terror. Minneapolis, Minnesota protesters raged. Shouts out the Unicorn Riot. Still doing the right, still doing the Lord's deed here. Protesters raged at DHS, lining the South driveway. But this is Jake Lang, right? He's appearing at the Whipple Federal Building in Minneapolis on January 9, 2026. But his background. Here's a picture of Jake Lang kissing the Western Wall in Jerusalem, Israel. The paper in his hand is a bar mitzvah certificate from the Western Wall Heritage Foundation. This is him. Last year, an image of Lang wearing a yarmulke and kissing the Western Wall in Jerusalem, wearing the tefillin too, emerged on X, which has led to an outcry on the right that Lang is subverting their movement in bad faith. In an interview with Shirley, published on December 18th, Lang confirmed that his mother is an Ashkenazi Jew, but adds that he was raised Irish Catholic. He also adds that while he has Jewish blood, he has never practiced Judaism. Bitch, what do you mean you never practiced Judaism? I'm going to be honest. I think he's an agent. Like, I think this is like, you know how Tommy Robinson in the UK is a Mossad agent? I think this motherfucker is a Mossad agent. Okay? Straight up. These guys abso-fucking-lutely 100p really get in to these sorts of movements and try to subvert it or try to like really move it in a different direction, right? Yeah, Tommy Robinson is a UAE agent as well, but that's basically another way to say Israel, okay? Come on. We're talking about the United Arab Emirates. They're Israel, but Muslim, okay? Like, they're two peas in a pod, okay? The United Arab Emirates was funding anti-Islam campaigns in Europe, man. They are the most Israel-coded country on the fucking planet outside of Israel. Anyway, yeah, with their own version of the proxy wars and all this shit. So, in any case, when this came out, when this guy was like, "Oh, I'm a Nazi, I'm a Christian fascist, Christian nationalist, whatever," and then all of a sudden, here's some of his background, right? His spree of media magnet hate rallies come in light of his candidacy for the U.S. Senate seat in Florida that was opened by a departure of the current Secretary of State Marco Rubio. This is Jake Lang. Lang first began to gain attention with his anti-Islam rally in November 18th in Dearborn, Michigan, alongside truck driver and gubernatorial candidate Anthony Hudson. Lang appeared on the scene in an RV with Hudson's face plastered on the side alongside right-wing provocateurs. In far-right influencer Nick Shirley's video of events, right-wing media personality Cam Higbee is another PragerU Mossad agent, for the record. Cam Higbee is another one of those guys who went to like Israel, went to Gaza, and was like, there is no famine here, okay? Or, as your rage likes to say, Mossad. Okay? Cam Higbee used the vehicle as shelter on at least one occasion. Hudson said on scene that he was not affiliated with Lang and did not give them permission to use his image on the RV. Lang attempted to incite a crowd of mostly Muslim community members protecting their neighborhood into violence by first attempting to burn a Quran and then slapping a Quran with bacon. Nearly a month later, the bacon stuff is so funny. Anyway, nearly a month later, on December 13th, Lang held a rally in Plano, Texas against the construction of a new mosque in the community. The basis for the rally was a widely shared post on X, beginning with a post from End Wokeness on November 16th, stating that 48 mosques had been built in the Dallas area within the previous 2 years. The evidence for the claim was a video of somebody zooming into Google Maps on their phone with a location of mosques highlighted from the search with Plano. Not how you say Plano. Plano! Calm down. At the start of 2026, Lang appeared in Washington, D.C. to hold a rally against the American-Israel Public Affairs Committee, one that was sparsely attended except for the presence of media. Among his entourage were two who would appear alongside him less than a week later in Minneapolis. So basically what ended up happening is they called him out. Like this story doesn't mention that once they found out that he was doing all these like anti-Islam rallies, but he was Jewish himself, even though he was presenting himself as like a Christian nationalist, a Christian fascist, and this photo came out, he then did the AIPAC rally, okay, the anti-AIPAC rally. And he like chucked a bunch of pennies at like, what he was claiming were Jews or whatever. And I think the reason why he did that is because he wanted to basically show like he's a bona fide neo-Nazi, which he is, right? I mean, you can be Jewish and also be a neo-Nazi. Stephen Miller exists, right? Like, I mean, there's plenty of examples, especially, Jewish Nazis, the damn near entirety of the Israeli Knesset, with the exception of like 2 guys, So, and one of them is Arab anyway. Like, and not Jewish. So there are plenty of Jewish neo-Nazis. They're in Israel for the most part, and I think Jake Lang is a guy that is working at the behest of Israel as an asset. Okay? The only reason why he's doing this, like, oh, I hate AIPAC, I hate Jew shit, I think is to maintain the image.
Their Jewish money and our politicians. They have held us into their forever wars. And we are saying, as American Christians, it's America first, it's America only.
I'm sorry. I mean, come on, dog. Really? 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 Like, I mean, what? What in tarnation? What the heliante? I've seen more believable Batman cosplay. Yeah, it's like, sure, bud, sure. Yeah, you love Christ. You hate Israel for sure. You really hate Israel. Brother, you can't be tongue kissing the wall and then turn around and be like, oh yeah, I fucking hate Israel and the Jews. Like, you're wearing tefillin, man. What the fuck? Like, that's crazy. Like, how do you go from doing this with a bar mitzvah certificate from the Western Wall Heritage Foundation to this in a matter of years?
We will not. There you go. Joe Biden. Beijing.
Also, it's a really oh, that's the other Nazi. That one right here. God, they're such fucking goobers, dude. He's doing Jewish takia. Yeah, he's doing takia. But you can be Jewish and against the Israeli penetration of America. I'm not saying that's what he's doing. Yeah, he's not doing that because I think he's doing Israeli penetration in America. He's not an anti-Zionist, guys. And perhaps the reason why he's not an anti-Zionist is, and you can tell, because I'm noticing that there is one person that's absent from this protest here, and that's Donald Trump. This isn't 2026. Or not 2025. This protest was conducted in 2025. What the fuck do you mean? Joe Biden, you're throwing pennies at Joe Biden. Look at the left side guy. I know. Fucking awesome.
Beijing, CCP, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Mariel Adamson, these people. That was right off the noggin. We know our country can only stand if we unite around America first and America only. We will have no choice but to declare our country a white Christian country. We will have no choice but to push back against the never-ending immigrant takeover that has been brought about by those who have paid off our politicians. They have flooded Europe. They have flooded America with all different types of brown people and Middle Eastern Muslims.
For the record, wait, is this guy Jewish? I mean, that's him. What do you think? What do you think, chatter? What do you think what do you think is happening here? I'm telling you right now, he is 100% the same type of agitator that Tommy Robinson is. Tommy Robinson isn't Jewish, of course, but he is a paid agent of Israel. His entire job is to go into like these Nazi spaces and you know, talk about how he is Mr. Christ cuck, how he loves Christ, and he wants to do Christo-fascism, but then try to move all of their attention and move all of that enmity in the direction of Muslims in the United States of America. Okay? That pic of him is kissing Judaism goodbye. You don't have to be Jewish to kiss the wall. Maybe he's an American politician. Chatter. He's wearing tefillin, okay? With a bar mitzvah certificate from the Western Wall Heritage Foundation. I know you're making a joke. I know. Like this is maximum, okay? This is it. Like, this is... Yeah, how many Gentiles get bar mitzvahed at the wall? Is this like being exposed as a secret Korean in Japan? Yes. He was Jewish maxing right here. Like, this isn't like, oh, I've went to bar mitzvahs. I did, you know, I lit up a menorah and stuff. Like, this is the most, like, this, I don't know how else to explain it. Like, this is, like, he's more Jewish than Tony DeCoppel is, okay? Not only matrilineally, but also just straightforward. Like, he's just Jewish, right? And I think the reason why he's doing this here to be like, oh, I hate AIPAC, isn't, yeah, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, they love AIPAC. I hate AIPAC. I love that AIPAC has become like the fake anti-Israel people's like #1 target, by the way. Because like Democrats like Gavin Newsom will be like, I'll never take a single dollar from AIPAC. And he's kind of doing that here as well, where he's like, yeah, I hate AIPAC. These guys, the Jewish politicians, they took over our country. Not Trump, though. Just Joe Biden, you know? Just Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton. Like, it's just, I think he did this specifically because people were bringing up that photo to protest, to be like, you're not a Christian nationalist, shut the fuck up. Last year, an image of Lang wearing a yarmulke kissing the Western Wall in Jerusalem emerged on X, which has led to an outcry on the right that Lang is subverting their movement in bad faith. In an interview with Shirley published on December 18th, 2025, Lang confirmed that his mother is an Ashkenazi Jew, but adds that he was raised Irish Catholic. He also adds that he has Jewish blood. He has never practiced Judaism. While he contends that the picture of him at the Western Wall was simply a rite of passage for tourists in Israel, he's pictured holding a bar mitzvah certificate from the Western Wall Heritage Foundation addressed to him, his name spelled in Hebrew characters. Additionally, his mother's Instagram also includes another angle of the event with the caption, bar mitzvah / bat mitzvah at the wall in Israel. The photo was taken on May 17th, 2016, when Lang was 21 years old. Okay. His mother's Instagram also is laden with numerous posts celebrating Hanukkah, suggesting she is at least partially an observant Jew. In a counter-protest to Lang in Plano, Texas, protesters unfurled a banner with the enlarged version of the photo with the text, "There are no Muslims on the Epstein list."
Race gang center, that's what that is.
Also, that's not even true, for the record. That statement is objectively untrue. There are a lot of motherfuckers from Dubai on the Epstein list. As a matter of fact, one of Jeffrey Epstein's besties is a very high-ranking guy from the United Arab Emirates. So the notion that there are no Muslims on the Epstein list is completely untrue. Mohammed bin Salman is all over that shit. Plenty of fucking Muslims are all over that shit. These guys just don't know any better. Just wanted to point that out. I don't think there's any Somalis on the Epstein list, but there might be. Who knows? You know, that's just. But there's definitely Muslims on the Epstein list. But yeah, I don't know what these. I don't know what this situation was. Wait.
Jake Lang, is this you? Jake, is this you, or am I mixing people up? Is this Jake, or am I mixing people up? That's Jake.
Like, I can't tell if this is like Nazi infighting or if these guys are actually calling him out. Like, Unicorn Riot is obviously an anti-fascist movement, so I know that for a fact. I don't know what this guy's background is. Like, this could very well be. It could very well be Nazi infighting. It could very well be a bunch of dudes who are like, you're not, you know. It could very well be a bunch of dudes that are just like taking advantage of the Nazi infighting to just really bring the contradictions to the forefront here. You know, they're pulling a diss you.
I want to make sure we care about journalistic integrity and speaking truth. You know.
Nazi infighting, law, right? Wait, what do you mean? Brother, Jake Lang is a self-described Christian nationalist. Hello? Like, yeah, Unicorn Riot is anarchist. They're fantastic. They do fantastic work. Love those guys, okay? Love those guys, gals, and emperors at Unicorn Riot. They're amazing. But he isn't, though. Does anyone actually believe he's Christian? Well, he presented himself as a Christian until they found out that he wasn't, right? So then they say, stop pretending to be Christian, Jake. One of the protesters called out to him. Lang, clearly flustered, continued walking past the protesters. The controversy was further kicked up when Lang announced he was suing several right-wing podcasters who discussed the idea that Lang was Jewish and simply pretending to be Christian to attract bad attention. I have never worked with or aided law enforcement, the Israeli government, Mossad, FBI, or any other official agency, private NGO for any of my events, protests, or on January 6th, Lang wrote in an ex-post. On Lang's arrest in January 2021, his father, Ned Lang, told a local New York newspaper that Lang had the substance abuse issues and had been in and out of trouble with law enforcement for more than a decade prior to being charged with 11 felonies for his actions in the deadly riot in D.C. on January 6, 2021. A still from footage of January 6 showing Jake Lang in a gas mask swinging a baseball bat at Capitol Police. The offense pictured would ultimately result in Lang being charged as a violent offender. Also, this is, in my opinion, this is yet another example of like how diverse, how the DEI rate has hit the neo-Nazi movement, especially in the United States of America. Just as there are 6% of Muslims in Berlin that vote for AfD, I don't know how they poll those things, but from what I understand, like there's some AfD supporters that happen to be Muslim. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how you do things like that, but you can have, I mean, the top neo-Nazi in the United States of America right now is a gay Mexican guy, right? Another prominent far-right fascist who I think is going through an identity crisis right now is Sneeko, and he's Haitian and Filipino, right? Another one is Myron Gaines. I forget where he's from, right? But former Fed Myron Gaines, and he's another fucking Holocaust-denying neo-Nazi as well. So he's from Sudan. Okay. So, you know, it's only a matter of time until you got a Jewish neo-Nazi as well, a Jewish anti-Semitic neo-Nazi as well, right? It's a big tent, guys. It's a big-ass tent nowadays. In the immediate aftermath of January 6th, Lang used his newfound fame to start a militia using a Telegram channel that grew from 12 to 200 members in the span of a week, according to ProPublica. The plan was ultimately put to bed on January 16th, 2021, when Lang was arrested in his New York home. So then he came back, you know, he worked at it tirelessly to rebuild his movement. Myron's real name is Amru Fudl, per Wikipedia. Plus, you have Asian Ross. That's true. Aiden Ross is another one of those boys, you know. Sneeko is leaning left at the moment, just facts. Brother, he is leaning left today. That doesn't mean he's going to be leaning left tomorrow. He just goes whichever way the fucking wind blows, okay? He just swings wildly in every direction. You know, when I need to see like consistent, well thought out leftist positions from him for an extended period of time before I take that shit seriously, okay? Other J6 defendants have not been trustful of Lang. Tim Hale, a defendant who was not charged with violent crimes, claimed in an ex-post shortly after the Dearborn event that Lang never voted for Trump and that he pretends to be a white Christian to incite racial and religious conflict with blacks and Muslims. He's a rat and a fraud, Hale wrote. He is not MAGA, not America first, and he will land you on a watch list. The next stop on Lang's campaign of terror across the United States is Minneapolis, which has been the target of the federal government since Shirley posted his video alleging fraud in Somali-run daycare centers in the city. The video proved none of its allegations, instead showing Shirley driving around the city harassing a Somali residents. Lang's rally will begin in downtown Minneapolis at City Hall, starting with a rally followed by a march to the Cedar Riverside neighborhood, home to a large population of Somalis. Well, that was cut short because only 5 people attended, as I showed you earlier. And also, not only did only 5 people attend the fucking protest. Wait, what the hell is this? Oh, this is the video. Inside the Muslim versus Christian battle growing in America. This is Nick Shitley's other video from Dearborn, Michigan. But, yeah, this is how it ended. I guess you could say this crowd was being quite anti-Semitic to our Jewish agitator who LARPs as a Christian nationalist. Hold up. Don't let Donald Trump catch wind of this, okay? Don't let any of our Democratic politicians catch wind of this. They're going to fucking start their condemnations instantly. They're going to be like, wow, an incredible anti-Semitic incident took place in Minneapolis, at the heart of downtown Minneapolis. We must put an end to hate. Stop. Time out on the hate, please. This is really messed up. I'm going to... ADL's going to write an article about the Minneapolis pogrom that took place. Time out on the hate, guys. This is for every guy that touched Jake Lang, ADL is going to write another anti-Semitic hate crime here, okay? This is really fucked up. Are they even going to defend this guy, you think? I don't know. I can't actually give you a prediction on this because things are so stupid. Things are so fucking dumb nowadays that it's like kind of difficult to figure out where this administration will move. Because like the Nick Shirley video, I was right in my prediction on the Nick Shirley video where I said, like, 1, this is the dumbest video I've ever watched. There's no evidence in this whatsoever. And a lot of people are seemingly getting whipped into a frenzy by it. And this will lead to like people dying. This will lead to like ICE being sent out there. This will lead to people doing this like repeat harassment of like random Somali people. And it did actually turn into a major problem. And obviously Jonathan Ross assassinated Renee Good in broad daylight as an ICE agent. And now there's all these protests taking place. But I don't know if they'll keep pushing in Minneapolis and or instead move to like a different town, a different city, maybe a different state altogether and try to do the same exact thing there as well. Because they're getting far too much pushback here. And it's becoming very difficult to maintain this lawless act of suppression. I already saw a post in r/Jewish Left talking about the anti-Semitic theories regarding Jake Lang. Yeah, the anti-Semitic theories regarding Jake Lang. If you think that this guy, show us what happens to this Mossad agent. Yeah, he got punched and stuff. So even if he's not like directly, Unit 8200 or whatever the fuck, right? And he probably isn't, let's be real. He is in line with Israel's goals. Because Israel's goals in the United States of America and the broader Western world now is not to really heighten the support for Israel, because they know that you can't just like openly say you love Israel and and demand more funds. What you have to do is shift people's attention away from Israel to Muslims, right? And that's precisely what's going on. So Tommy Robinson plays that role as well in the UK, where he just constantly is talking. Instead of like defending Israel openly, he'll just spend most of his time talking about how Islamic Sharia is destroying the country, right? So that's what they're doing. That's what Jake Lang is doing as well. So whether they are directly being paid by the Israeli state or not doesn't change the reality that they are actually operating at the behest of Israel and directly in line with Israel's goals. And the reason why I showed you the whole AIPAC chucking chocolate gold coins at this Deus Vault, make Jerusalem Christian again, all this stuff, register AIPAC as a foreign lobbyist, like this fake ass protest that he put together, I think was to just say he is actually anti-Semitic, to like really bring up his bona fides as a Jew hater, right, in the Nazi movement. Because this came after he was outed as actually being Jewish. People didn't know he was Jewish for the longest time. And then when they found out that he was Jewish and they found out that he has a photo, getting a bar mitzvah certification at the Western Wall, all of a sudden he had to be like, no, you guys don't understand. Like, yeah, sure, I have like a matrilineal Jewish heritage, but I hate the Jews as well. I don't think that, there's two options here, right? Either over the course of this was in 2016, from 2016 until 2026, over the course of the past decade, he grew to be straight up an anti-Semitic version of neo-Nazism, or he is simply trying to present himself as such so that Nazis will accept him. But they will never accept him. Once this photo is out, it's over. You know what I mean? But he is one of my favorite little neo-Nazis for this reason, because he's trying to present himself as a Christ lover, Christ cuck, and doing like smaller and smaller versions of protest, because even the fucking right-wing shitheads that normally would align themselves with him think he's an agent. Part of it is because of January 6th, and the other part is because of the fact that he is Jewish.
Are you running in fear? Did this turn out the way you wanted it to?
No.
There you go. He's already said it did not turn out the way he wanted it to.
Oh, that's awesome. No. Yeah, why do you answer that question, man? You should not have. Oh, this is the thing. This is the placard that he had.
We already heard it from one of the guys himself. He tried to get into this.
Did you say Fresh and Fit are feds? No, one of the Fresh and Fit guys was a fed. Like, he literally was a federal agent. Like, that's not even a joke. Like, he straight up was a federal agent. Like, it's not even a secret. I mean, maybe he still is, but he was previously openly a federal agent. Have you covered the UAE and Saudi power struggle? No, but they're beefing and I like it. In any case, let's get back to the situation on hand. So they did these like dueling protests, if you can even call it that. I mean, this was the amount of people that this dipshit was able to bring together. But on the other side, we have the Department of Justice also, once again, doing the damn thing under Trump's regime. in spite of the lackluster reaction from Minnesota's governor, Tim Walz, and Minneapolis's mayor, Jacob Frey, the government is still coming after them for obstruction charges. Let's fucking go, baby.
On our Saturday
I gotta
session.
pee.
All that and so much more is just ahead. But we begin with this morning's top story, an escalation in the immigration crackdown in Minneapolis. CBS News was the first to report the Justice Department has launched an investigation of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey. The investigation centers on an alleged conspiracy by the two Democratic leaders to feed federal immigration agents to impede their work. It comes as protests have intensified after the fatal shooting last week of Renee Good by an ICE agent. Nearly 3,000 federal immigration agents have been dispatched to Minneapolis to arrest people who are in the United States illegally. Ian Lee is in Minneapolis. Ian, good morning.
Good morning, Adriana. CBS News has learned this investigation focuses on whether Walz or Frey have impeded federal immigration action through public statements they've made.
Armed, masked, undertrained ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live.
In a statewide address Wednesday night, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz criticized the federal immigration crackdown in Minneapolis.
And if you see these ICE agents in your neighborhood, take out that phone and hit record.
On Friday, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey called the operation an invasion.
What we're seeing on our streets is unnecessary abuses of force.
Now both Democrats are under federal investigation. Multiple sources familiar with the matter tell CBS News the probe stems from statements Walz and Frey have made about the immigration action. In response, both men took to social media, with Walz posting, "Weaponizing the justice system against your opponent is an authoritarian tactic," and Frey writing, "I will not be."
God, they're such pussies, bro. I swear to God. Like, I mean, I don't even know what you do in this situation, but it's just like, it just like, it makes me so mad. I wish we had some fucking real ass fighters out here, dude. Like Tim Walz's little, Christmas postcard that he sent to Donald Trump last week was so cowardly. Like, it was so like, come on, man to man, let's stop this. Let's hug and kiss it out. Like, ugh. Like, you're a governor, man. You're basically the president of your state. Like, what are we doing? Do something. I don't know. Also, yeah, I love when people go, don't say these guys are Nazis. When bovine Greg Bovino at 5'4" is always LARPing as a Nazi. Like, he loves looking like a Nazi commander, okay? It's just, everything sucks. Everything sucks so bad.
Intimidated. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche appeared to hint at the investigation.
My mom hasn't understood for years why I said the Dems aren't doing shit, but Tim Walz's response made her finally understand what I've been saying. Yeah. Yo, not even trying to put you on the spot, but deadass, what would you do? I would fuck shit up. I would 100% try to deploy the National Guard, okay? I would deploy the National Guard to protect the citizens of Minnesota and specifically Minneapolis. And I would direct law enforcement at the state level, especially, or even law enforcement at the local level, to make ICE agents' lives a living hell because they're consistently violating the laws, right? They're violating traffic laws. They're harassing fucking local businesses, shit like that. I would tell every Minnesotan, okay, that you can make a call to a police officer if an ICE agent is trying to get into your place of business and harassing you and frustrating you, and we will ensure that members of law enforcement will be there in less than 5 minutes to trespass them, okay? If you tell your population that you have their back and that you will use the local law enforcement to actually trespass people, cops will have to follow through on that. It doesn't matter what the FOP says, right? Because the Fraternal Order of Police in Minneapolis has said, or in the state of Minnesota has said that they back ICE law enforcement operations 100%. But that's not the fucking... That's not the actual mandate. Okay? If the governor and the mayor is telling the public, we have your side. Our cops will actually side with you. They will actually we will use the power that we have as local and state office to make ICE activities as difficult as possible in the state, then they will have too hard of a time. Make them fucking waste money. Restrict their freedom of movement. Do everything you possibly can through the legal avenues and also through the power that you command over your own fucking state. Basically force cops to disobey openly if cross that bridge. No, I'm not even talking about that. You have legal means of making it a lot more difficult for ICE to operate in your state. Okay? If you noticed, I said if ICE agents are coming to your business, you can, as a business owner, say, I'm sorry, I don't want to serve you. Right? And when ICE agents say, fuck off, I'm an ICE agent, I will be served here, you can call the cops. The cops can trespass you. That is legal. That's totally valid. It's totally legal, right? This is a way to coordinate with the population to make things as difficult as possible for these federal agents to operate in your fucking neighborhoods. But they're not doing it. They're not doing it. They lack the imagination and the political will, even though the population is demanding it. Okay? You're overestimating the power politicians have over the police. You're wrong. You're wrong. Because let's say 30% of cops are not going to do that. They're going to say, nah, these guys are just basically cops as well. I don't want to do that. 70% of cops are still going to follow the orders. Many of them have neighbors. Many of them have family members that are working at these fucking restaurants. Many of them have already heard the discontent from their friends and family members as well. You're thinking that all cops are basically fucking, operating in the same like Gestapo mindset, and plenty are, right? Plenty are doing that. Fry said it's not possible and it's illegal. I don't believe that. Made. Mayor of Minneapolis Jacob Frey questions Somalia candidate Omar Fateh if he would stand by arresting federal officers who are trying to enforce immigration laws. Omar Fateh stands by his plan to arrest federal officers and will even arrest ICE for wearing a mask. Jacob Frey said, no, that's illegal and it's not possible. It's bullshit. Omar Fateh was right. You can do that.
To direct Minneapolis police to arrest federal agents. That would be dangerous. That would be irresponsible.
Why? This was before all this shit happened, by the way, just so you understand. This was before all this shit happened. This is all the way in October 27th, 2025.
Responsible. And my simple question is, how would our police officers do that? How would our police officers arrest federal agents when, simply put, they have much bigger guns and it would be illegal?
And that's part of it.
But we should actually dig in on the answer to this question, because this gets to the crux of the issues that we actually deal with. You committed to arresting federal agents. My simple question is how?
Yeah, well, if there's any federal agent that has a mask on, that should not be allowed in our city.
I agree with that, but how? How do you arrest them?
Well, we can work with our state partners, we can work with our attorney general, we can work with it cross-jurisdictionally, we can work as a city.
But specifically, how would you...
What do you mean? Enforce a mask mandate for public servants. If you're a public servant at the federal level or at the local level, you are not allowed to wear a mask anymore while you are engaging in operations. That is a perfectly valid local ordinance that you could push through and then demand the cops follow through on. Maybe not all of them are going to follow through on it, but you absolutely could push a local ordinance such as that one or a statewide ordinance such as that one and then force the ICE agents to follow through on that mandate. What are we doing? What are we fucking doing? I hate the question how, okay? I hate the question how. The only reason why people like Frey say, how would we do this, is because they don't want to do it, okay? They don't want to fucking do it. At Governor Walz's direction, an hour ago, this is the Minnesota Department of Public Safety says, at Governor Walz's direction, Minnesota National Guard have been mobilized and are staging to support local law enforcement and emergency management agencies. They are not deployed to city streets at this time, but are ready to help support public safety, including protection of life, preserving of property, and supporting the rights of all those who assemble peacefully. So they're not even doing this like unconditionally, we will help the Minnesotans here against ICE incursions, which is what Walz should say. And before people say, well, don't you think that would invoke a constitutional crisis? Yes, it would. That's the point. Okay? The point is it should push the federal government so that they can fucking stand down. Because at that point, if the Democrats actually start doing things like this and openly state that they're doing things like this, then you have the federal government, sitting around and saying, hey, what do we do here? Do we just continue pushing? Do we actually lean into the constitutional crisis? Do we actually create an even bigger problem? Will we be able to deal with this much larger problem? Because there's a million different things that you are worried about if you are, running the White House. I know Trump has this like careless attitude in the way that he manages the country, manages the global economy, all this shit. But like ultimately, these are things that he has to fucking worry about. When he says, I'm going to invoke the Insurrection Act, he's just saying that as a posture, right? As this like militant posture. But like, it's not so easy to just like invoke the Insurrection Act and then follow through on it. It might ultimately not be possible for the National Guard to be fully involved because Trump could federalize it and take the command away from the state, but the local PDs could absolutely order their officers to form human walls between ICE and protesters. Yes, they should be doing both. You're not seeing the whole picture. What are you going to do when ICE has 3 times as many agents as the cops? There's no support from state police. They sided with ICE. I think Walz did not deploy the National Guard because he knows they're siding with ICE. If the cops or guard refuse to get to deputize locals, that too. Force a judge to rule against arresting ICE goons when they've broken the law, right? No, they already have. They already have the court side working on this. But my point is, you got to gum up the works, okay? Even if it's going to be fruitless at the end of the day, you have to try your very best to gum up the works to at least instill confidence in your governance that you have your citizens' interests in mind, okay? That's your top priority. If you're the fucking governor, your constituents are the most important thing. The people of Minnesota are your highest priority. The protection of the people of Minnesota are the highest priority, even if it's the fucking federal government trying to duke it out with them. Even if it's the federal government trying to wage war on them, you have to defend those people, okay? And if you don't do anything and if you stand idly by and allow the federal government to roll over and do whatever the fuck they want, okay, and you just expect the people to defend themselves alone, that kind of decentralized movement eventually is going to lead to more chaos. When people realize that there's no one out there that will defend them, they will take matters into their own hands. And I've said this over and over again. I worry about that reality. And that reality is here already because our politicians have left us behind. They are too cowardly to do anything.
Earlier this week with a post saying, Walz and Fry, I'm focused on stopping you from your terrorism by whatever means necessary. This is not a threat, it's a promise.
Open presents, thank you for the 100 gifted subs.
Protests have increasingly turned violent since the killing of Renee Good by an ICE agent.
When the fuck have the people been the priority in the States or Western countries in general? Guys, I know, okay? It's not. The National Guard has never gassed U.S. citizens, you delusional clown. The National Guard has literally killed U.S. citizens. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like shot them and killed them.
Earlier this month, law enforcement breaking up crowds with tear gas and pepper balls, putting some Minnesota residents on edge.
People refusing to come out the house.
The chairman of Minnesota's Republican Party, Alex Plekish, is criticizing Waltz and Fry's handling of the situation.
In the past, where the governor or the mayor have said that they support law enforcement in the performance of their duties, but they don't seem to be enforcing law enforcement when the feds come in and do it. I think it's ironic and hypocritical.
But he's also concerned about reports American citizens have been rounded up by ICE.
I feel for the people that feel fearful that are legitimate citizens. That's not right. If they have fears like that and they're legitimate, they're here legitimately, they shouldn't be made to fear. But if they're feeling that, then we should do something about that.
Yeah? Like what, bitch? The fuck do you mean?
Last night, a federal judge issued...
Oh, well, their fears are legitimate, don't you know? The fears are legitimate, don't you know? And if they have the fears, then they should be feeling the fears, but they shouldn't be feeling the fears, don't you know? Fuck off, dude. On the one hand, he's like, Tim Waltz and Frey are honestly doing nothing, but even when they're doing nothing, just being Democrats, that's still a bridge too far for this fucking asshole. But then also, it's like, we see you, we hear you. But there's not really much we can do. You just have to comply or die. Okay?
Ruling blocking immigration agents deployed in Minnesota from arresting or using tear gas, pepper spray, or other non-lethal munitions against peaceful protesters.
Yeah, so the court injunction came in, right, to put a pause on ICE activities. Not sure how much they're going to follow through on that, but now that that exists, you have another mechanism of law enforcement. You put fucking cops and the National Guard everywhere, okay? You make them form a fucking meat shield around the protesters. If, and only if, ICE agents still try to do some fuck shit, still try to do like illegal arrests, illegal apprehensions, illegal detainments on regular ass Minnesotan civilians and citizens for what they consider to be a crime, then you arrest them. It's that simple. It's that fucking simple. That's it. Because the courts are already on the side of the fucking protesters. You can't just go in. You cannot just go in and start detaining people willy-nilly. They already didn't have this power, by the way. ICE does not have the legal authority to randomly detain American citizens. They are a immigration law enforcement apparatus. Okay? It's that simple.
Shame! 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 Shame!
Brutal cold driving winds.
You're also, this is funny. Yeah. Why are liberals freaking out about this? Don't they love process? This is literally their thing. Exactly. This is why it's very fraudulent when a lot of liberals on the internet will say, Hasan, your ideas are so radical. You're fucking crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. I spent a good deal of time talking about process, about how liberals could utilize process to gum up the works, could utilize lawfare to make things more difficult for these people. Okay? The problem that I have with liberals by and large, like Democratic Party operatives by and large, is that they don't even want to do that because they don't have the will. That's what's so fucking frustrating about it. Because most people just, I guess, encounter me on the internet in 30-second clipped increments, and that's it. They just make up their minds off of that, and they think I'm just like a naysayer that's constantly complaining about the Democrats over and over again. Yeah, bitch, I'm complaining about the Democrats because they're not doing anything when they should be doing things. It's that fucking simple. Here, I'll give you an example of this. This is something that took place last night because I had the time and, you know, I was willing to entertain it, right? This person, Soy Pill, says, initially, or this basket case guy says, Hasan also refused to endorse the candidate that would have prevented all of this, so I'm not sure why he thinks he has much of a moral high ground here. I said, Liv's trying to do this in 2026 can't be serious. I warned the Dems in person at the DNC about the dangers of letting anti-immigrant rhetoric go unchecked. They got cold feet when they saw a couple mass deportation polls and totally conceded to the right. Now here we are. This guy comes in and says, why are people bringing up my election takes 1 year after the election, which led to the current administration? Can you imagine the audacity if they bring it up next year too, or God forbid, up to 4 years after that election? To which I responded with, very funny not to acknowledge the problems with the campaign, same as the harm reduction narrative failure as an election strategy. Luckily, most voters aren't as stupid as you. One day we'll defeat the GOP and you'll act like you were there all along, just like y'all did with Zoran. Okay. Zoran is one of the best examples of this because, like, I work with the Democrats, right? I don't shy away from working with the Democrats, but these people act as though I don't ever work with the Democrats at all. They make it seem as though my arguments are actually silly, right? They make it seem as though I'm not coming at this from a morally consistent position because I see the danger ahead and consistently warn against said danger becoming reality. And then when that reality happens, they go, whoa, how do we get here? Well, it must have been because harm reduction narratives should have worked, but it didn't work. And they should have worked because you're stupid. The voters are stupid. That's the only argument that they have. So then he responds with, I have fully acknowledged the problems of the Democrats in the past and blame them for not picking the right messaging. But this has nothing to do with you failing to mobilize your vast audience to help stop Trump. It's obviously not primarily your fault, but I think you should have done more, and you should next time if some centrist wins the primary. Also, next time, please don't draw false equivalencies between fascists and Democrats who aren't good enough. I said, you fundamentally misunderstand everything I've done for the last decade of my career and are capable of only thinking in terms of 30-second clips if this is your summation of my work. My criticism of Dems on policy and politics is about their concessions to fascist messaging. Maybe I could be misled from people who hate you. I'm not implying you could have won Dems the election, but you could show me something akin to you. One, telling your audience to vote for Kamala Harris to stop Trump. And two, phone banking or door knocking in swing states. I think your audience is the bare minimum people should do to help win. I'll be doing this in the midterms this year and would gladly support an initiative you start with my audience and money. He still doesn't get it. Okay? It's always just do more, forehead, because, and I experienced this, it's never enough. It's never enough for these guys, okay? It's just shut the fuck up and vote for the Democrats. It's never, don't ever offer any valid and viable criticism as to why the Democrats are probably going to lose the election once again, because if they do, then it's your fucking fault. It's never the campaign's fault. It's never the campaign's fault, okay? This is what's so frustrating about this argument. This guy is basically doing holy Reddit brain rot. Yeah, he's doing the vote blue no matter who, and it's not even an election right now. Okay? It's blue MAGA arguments over and over again. Why are you defending the mediocrity of the Democrats that have constantly fucking lost elections to the Republicans over and over again? I don't understand it. I don't understand why you reflexively defend the Democrats no matter what. It is very frustrating because that reflexive defense of the party is precisely the reason why the party can put forward bad candidacies and bad campaigns in general over and over and over again and then lose to the fucking fascists. And then when they lose to the fascists, they turn around and go, you know what? The people didn't actually vote hard enough. It was always the people that was at fault. Bitch, your job, you got billions of dollars. Your job is to make sure that the people think you're a better choice. You failed on that. You failed on that for a litany of different issues. Mamdani is actually smart, so there's 0% chance that Hasan doesn't turn on him. That's awesome. I mean, Hutch is professionally wrong all the time, even though he does it for free. So it's even more pathetic. But the reason why I'm bringing this up over and over again is because these guys literally have to create fan fiction with the Democrats that I do work with, right? People that I have actively tried to get elected. It's never enough. And I'll give you the best example of why this is never enough. 2016, I was a major Bernie booster, okay? Big time Bernie bro, right? And then when Hillary Clinton won, I sucked it the fuck up and I said, you got to go out and you got to vote for Hillary Clinton because Donald Trump presents a tremendous fucking problem for the American future, right? And I was right. These guys still yelled at the Bernie bros, though, including myself, because they moved the fucking goalposts and they said Bernie presented too strong of an opposition in the primaries that ruined Hillary Clinton's brand. Then they said, you didn't fight hard enough for Hillary Clinton, even though Bernie Sanders did more for Hillary Clinton than Hillary Clinton did for herself. It blows my mind. It blows my fucking mind. Was Hutch even pro-Zoran? No, none of these motherfuckers were pro-Zoran until Zoran actually reached a level of popularity that made it so that it was obvious that he was going to fucking win. These people also don't return the favor. See how they reacted by propping up Cuomo against Mamdani? Exactly. Exactly. Here I am, okay, on August 7th, 2024, talking about the flaws in the Democratic Party's messaging around the issue of immigration, okay?
Explain this part to me, though, because Kamala touted that right-wing immigration bill in Atlanta last week, too. Like, why is it that that seems to be the point that both parties can agree on? I mean, the stuff with the deportation, it's a bit crazy.
A bit crazy. I mean, it's very.
Best thing Hasan can do to help Mamdani execute on his agenda is stay the fuck away from him, lol. It appears it didn't really affect him negatively in any way, but go off, King. Yeah. No, thanks, Hutch. No, you were there all along, buddy. You're right. Hutch was bitching about Mamdani's favorability numbers in August. No cheating. Don't look it up. If you guys had to guess what Mamdani's public approval ratings are nationally in the state of New York, not New York City specifically, where do you think he lands? Professionally wrong. Professionally wrong. Okay? Don't listen to these dipshits. I mean, I don't even need to say this because no one actually listens to these dipshits, right? Yeah, it all stems back to this fucking clip. Your words, not mine. When I'm talking about Kamala Harris's policies on Israel, which is identical to which is identical on the issue of Israel, is identical to the Trump administration. It was a part of the reason why she lost. I honestly didn't know that Zoran was part of Uncommitted. That slightly complicates things. Personally, would still adhere to the principle, but I get why folks are salty about it on the spot. You just shaded Mamdani for condemning Hamas, you dumb bitch, lol. He also boosted Mamdani when he was polling single digits while you were crying months later that he was part of the Uncommitted movement. Hutch, I can have reasonable disagreements with people that I communicate with and correspond with on a daily fucking basis, privately, and even sometimes publicly, okay? It's a normal and healthy fucking attitude to have towards your representatives and towards the politicians that are supposed to represent your interests. I know this is a foreign concept for you because you only have one speed, which is just eating the dick of the Democratic Party over and over again, even when they actually fucking steer this goddamn country into a devastating direction by consistently losing to the Republicans over and over again, no matter how fucking bad they are. But it's fine. It's fine to have some disagreements with your politicians, even if you know them personally. Why does Hutch hate you so much if you talk to him? He eats Destiny's dick on a daily basis, and Destiny's only driving motivator is how much he despises me. So even if he actually has an interest in like shitting on the Republicans, which he does, Destiny to his credit still fucking despises Donald Trump and maybe even most of the Republican Party as well, and Elon Musk too. He still hates me more than all of those other people combined. So that's why they don't have any sort of like decipherable real political opinions, or it comes across like they have no real consistent position on anything other than fuck Hasan. Hasan is the biggest issue. Destiny has quite literally said that I'm worse than Adolf Hitler for American politics, that he would rather vote for Adolf Hitler over voting for me. If I was running for office, there was like a couple months prior when the Zoran stuff was heating up, there was a real debate in that side of the fucking liberal content creator sphere where they were sincerely talking about how I would be worse for America than Adolf fucking Hitler. These people have said that I'm worse than Candace Owens. They've said that I'm worse than Nick Fuentes. That's it. You only arrive at that unserious position if you are utterly devoid of serious analysis, and the only thing that guides you Never got the LSF boost because he's too boring for Redditors. Sag. Yeah, you only arrive at that position sincerely if you're just a fucking insane person who is motivated purely by spite. Spite and nothing else. Ben Netanyahu 2025. You are the most hateful live streamer on the platform. The only viewers you get are bigots. Benjamin Netanyahu 2025. Out of all the usernames you could have chosen, you basically went with modern Adolf Hitler. Respect. Yes, I love being considered hateful to people like you. Okay? Straight up. I welcome your hatred. I welcome your hatred. Says you, I welcome your hatred. Give me all of your enmity. Give me all of your hatred. Okay? You are my enemy. If you're a fascist, you're my enemy. You can fucking run around and talk about how much you despise me every day. I welcome it. Okay? I'm being bigoted to Benjamin Netanyahu. Hutch on kids in Gaza?
Dead kids. That's not like a great thing to think about or to see images of. Not a good thing to happen. But what this author said in this paragraph here is just it's completely uncontroversial.
It is possible to kill children legally. That's what Hutch said. Hutch is working on his Reddit mod hair. No, he at least finally gave up on it and now went full bald, I think. These are my haters, man. These are the guys who are still trying to latch on and pull down the stupid ass liberals in the establishment side of the Democratic Party. They speak to an audience of no one, and I don't even know why they still do this dumb shit. Okay? If you're smart enough, you should not entertain these guys at all. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Logs, please. Genuine question. Here we go. HasanAbi Beauty. But wouldn't that compel the federal government to issue an Insurrection Act and cause a civil war between the U.S. Army and National Guard of that state? Logs, genuine question. Yes, it would, which is why you have to posture against the federal government. Because if you don't do that, they're going to roll over anyway. Okay? If you don't do that, they're going to roll over and do whatever the fuck they want regardless. But at least this time you're calling their bluff. Okay? Because not doing anything has only given this government more confidence to continue doing exactly what they want to do. You have to play every card at your disposal. You have to exhaust every other limited option that you have.
For every do-nothing Democrat out there, Jacob Frey, Tim Walz, Sorta AOC, anybody who's silent, voting for funding right now. We will die in the streets before we give you votes for midterms if you keep saying nothing besides mean tweets. It's time for action. Push people to strike. Pass the moratorium. People are struggling. They're not leaving their homes and they can't get evicted because ICE will scoop them up. Start standing for something. You stood down and now you have charges on your head and you haven't declared an emergency. They're coming for you.
It is core to the American psyche that they will care more about what will happen in resistance and the horrors already happening due to lack of action. I know. It's fucking frustrating. Sorry, I was tweeting. Stop tweeting. You're on stream. I know I was. I cracked the joke. I cracked the joke. I had to do one of them. I know it's jokes are reactionary. Jokes are counter-revolutionary. Jokes are bourgeois decadence. And I did one of them. Okay. I apologize to absolutely no one. I wanted to do it. They dragged the Nazi Jake Lang out of the building in Minneapolis. I said, this is anti-Semitism, but y'all are not ready for that conversation, sweaty. End joke.
But the protests continue in Minneapolis.
It's time to move back.
Protesters gathering outside the federal building Friday. ABC News cameras there as federal officials moved in.
So what we're seeing here is a couple dozen officers that have come out of the federal building there in riot gear.
No, I meant to put sweaty on purpose. I said sweaty on purpose.
Pushing the protesters that have been out front of the building all day long back onto the sidewalk. They have threatened people with arrest if they don't comply.
Several protesters eventually arrested. Officers seen here in this video chasing a protester down in a nearby field.
This man claimed he was a protester. Protesters thought he was a part of Jake Lang's crew. DHS came by and scooped him up. Oh, thank God. They're protecting their own, you know? Protect and serve, baby. Protecting the troops. Don't know why they left with the door wide open.
We know. I was with him earlier. Why?
They chased the dude for blocks and he ran.
He's one of us. Is he? He's one of us. Okay, good. I'm one of them. You know what I do? Is he? He's one of us. How do we know? How we know? I was with him earlier. Why he get ran out earlier? I don't know, but he's one of us. I'm with them. Okay. Trust me.
He's been here this entire.
He's been with us the whole time.
For the past hour.
All right, man. Hey, move back.
Extracting the asset. We've tactically ascertained an asset, and we're extracting him.
Are you black in your eyes, pussy? He black. He jumping out.
Oh my God. Ain't no way. So he was a plant and the feds took him out. Because if he was actually a protester, like legit protester, the Department of Homeland Security would have been fucking beating his ass, right? Also, they wouldn't have actually come in to beat his ass if he was an actual protester and other people were like pushing him out of the crowd. And he just strolled into that fucking Nazi van. Look at that. No handcuffs, no zip ties.
That nigga black. Are you black in your eyes, pussy? He black. He jumping out. What happened? That's a black ice agent.
Damn, they did exfil, dude. Oh my God.
Hey, let me see your papers, you black motherfucker.
Okay, chill. This makes me think the flag burner was one of these guys and was waiting for his pickup. Like if he's a protester and there's like a squabble, right? There's like a little fight amongst the protesters. DHS is not going to come in and fucking do an exfiltration, right? Yeah, it's a black person saying it. Don't chill. Okay, I don't know. I don't check the Fed shoes. I mean, there's a lot of people that are wearing Fed ass shoes. It's fucking Minnesota. Everyone's gonna be wearing boots. But I think the real indication that this man who claimed he was a protester and it turns out he wasn't is the fact that the Department of Homeland Security came in with their fucking Gestapo goons and exfiltrated him. So
Where are we supposed to go?
And as ICE continues to expand what they call Operation Metro Surge, Multiple sources tell ABC News Mayor Jacob Fry and Governor Tim Walz now under federal investigation for obstructing law enforcement activity. Walz responding, saying, weaponizing the justice system and threatening political opponents is a dangerous authoritarian tactic. The only person not being investigated for the shooting of Renee Good is the federal agent who shot her. And this morning, new information about the shooting of Renee Good. The first emergency calls coming at 9:38 a.m. One telling dispatchers, there's 15 ICE agents and they shot her, because she wouldn't open her car door.
Can I go check a pulse?
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician!
I don't care. Understand. We got EMS coming.
Paramedics arrived at 9:42 a.m., reporting Good had 2 gunshots to the right chest, 1 gunshot to the left forearm, and an additional wound on the left side of her head, which the report called a possible gunshot wound. Controversy over that shooting not slowing down ICE operations. DHS saying some 2,500 arrests have been made since the operation began, including outside the Minneapolis metro area. Multiple witnesses tell ABC News federal agents ate lunch in a Mexican restaurant in Wilmar, nearly 100 miles outside Minneapolis Thursday, then followed the staff after closing time. This video obtained by ABC News showing officers arresting 3 of them. Now, President Trump had threatened to use the Insurrection Act, which would have allowed him to deploy the U.S. military to the streets here in Minneapolis, but he has walked that back since then, saying, at least for now, Rhiannon, he does not think it's necessary.
All right, Matt Rivers there for us in Minneapolis. Thank you.
Not allowed. This is private property.
CBP agent tells U.S. citizen to show him his paperwork because of his accent. This one is doing numbers on TikTok already.
Why are you asking me for my paperwork?
Because of your accent.
I still... You have an accent too.
I'm sorry, it's disgusting, but you can't. Really, bro? Says you. Motherfucker. You said you have an accent. What are you doing? What are you doing? You are literally doing a bodies and spaces in this moment. You know that you can have an accent and not be fucking undocumented. Fuck is wrong with you?
Where were you born, sir?
Where were you born at? Put your hands behind your back.
Ramon Monero was detained by U.S. Border Patrol agents outside his home in a Minneapolis suburb after an agent questioned whether he was a citizen because of his accent.
I'm from this country.
You know what, sir? Now talking to you, hearing that you have an accent, I have reason to believe that you are not born of this country.
So you just raised an accent?
What country are you from?
He should have done a Uno reversal and be like, I'm putting you under arrest, motherfucker. You are an illegal. The other ICE agents, they go, wait a minute. He's right. That motherfucker does have an accent. They start fighting amongst themselves. They're like, and then the other guy is like, the other guy's name is like Juan Carlito as well. So then the third ICE agent's like, wait a minute, you have an accent too. And then the other guy starts beating on the other guy. And then the third guy realizes the third guy has an accent too. The fourth guy comes in and starts beating on the third guy. It's an endless cycle.
According to Monero, agents took a photo of him and searched a system that indicated he's been a U.S. citizen since 2019. They also checked his U.S. passport card, which he keeps in his wallet, before letting him go. Monero, who was born in Mexico and obtained a U.S. passport in 2021, was detained in front of his 5-year-old daughter.
Well, she was shaking when I got in the home, and she's like, are you okay? That we're going to take you? I don't want to lose you. And I'm like, you're not going to lose me. Even though I'm a citizen, I'm still feel afraid because they don't care if you're a citizen or not. And especially because I know I have a really strong accent speaking English. I know I can be a target because that's who are they targeting, just because our appearance and because of our accent.
CNN has contacted the Department of Homeland Security for comment on the incident and to ask if agents are allowed to temporarily detain people on the street with accents.
Why are you asking me for my paperwork?
It's nutty, man. It's out of control. It's out of control. If only there was someone who was fucking calling this out in the month of August in 2024.
Crazy. And Donald Trump is talking about Eisenhower. He's talking about a word I can't say because it's a slur in the aftermath of the Bracero program, where we deported 1.3 million Mexicans from this country, including Mexican Americans, as a matter of fact. Not just people from, not people whose nation of origin is Mexico. We did that. We did that during World War I. We did that in the aftermath of World War II. And Donald Trump's touting that as a popular policy. And it's got like 60% approval right now. And a big part of the reason is because there's no counter messaging against that from the Democratic front. They have completely been captured by the right-wing framing on the matter. And obviously it's very racist, very fascist. I mean, it's just like straight Nazi Germany stuff. No one is thinking about like what 20 million, let's say there's 20 million migrants in this country that are undocumented. How exactly are you going to do the mass deportation? You're going to start going into brown neighborhoods with BORTAC, with the American Gestapo, Special Weapons and Tactics for the Customs and Border Patrol, in what the ACLU calls Constitution-free zones, and you're going to start doing door-knocking operations and cast a dragnet over brown communities, and then put them in CCOT style, like in El Salvador, like mass detention centers, mass deportation facilities. You're going to put them in front of one judge, 200 at a time, because this 20.
I need you guys to remember, this was before the election, okay? This is in 2024, August of 2024, okay? August of 2024, motherfucker. Called it down to the fucking location, dude.
Million people. That's a lot of people, right? You have to make this process as expedient as possible. So now you're putting 200 people at a time in front of a judge that is declaring them to be illegal. Then you have to put them in concentration camps. I mean, that's just straight Nazi Germany stuff. And I don't think anybody's talking about it on those terms, which I find to be abhorrent. I find it to be morally repugnant.
But to have agreement with like neither one of the parties is being reasonable here. It's just everyone's getting dragged over to a place that, like, I mean, what is that? How is it that we've arrived there? Like that is not anyone's idea of America in principle.
I know. And Americans are actually not of one mind on this. Immigration historically is one issue where Americans are like consistently both very sympathetic to migrants on and also very Hitlerian in the same breath. Like these are, if you look at focus groups on immigration, you'll be shocked. Like a person will unironically say, I want mass deportations of all migrants living on U.S. soil. And in the next breath, we'll say something along the lines of, yeah, we should do amnesty actually for everyone that's been here. And it's like, how can you have these two opinions? That's because the Democratic Party is too scared. They refuse to actually have any sort of counter messaging on this front. And they just capitulate the right-wing framing every single time. They did this with the crime panic too. It's completely born out of hysteria. It's straight Hitlerian on the Republican side. And what's happening in America right now is not dissimilar to the rise of Hitler and Nazi Germany, in the sense that like liberals also capitulated to, in an effort not to adequately put up a strong fight and align with the communists and align with the trade unionists, align with the socialists against the rise of Nazis and the rise of fascism in Germany. They said, no, this guy's working within the confines of German politics. It's fine. And we all know what happened afterwards. It's called the ratchet effect. The Democrats regularly play the role of almost controlled opposition on a lot of issues, this one being one of them. It's the same with the bipartisan consensus on American foreign policy. This is basically, which I would consider to be fascist in general, but no one really cares about that. And this is fascism inward, like bringing fascism back domestically, having concentration camps for people that don't look like you, that people whose immigration status could be quickly and expediently dealt with and turned into documented U.S. citizens who are already participating in the American economy in incredibly meaningful ways. People who statistically are less likely to do crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens. A fact that Democrats should be saying every single day of the week. They should be putting that front and center. It's just completely made up. This hysteria about migrant crime is completely made up. Crime is down. Crime is down in America across the board. Okay. Crime is down. It readjusted back to like the lowest levels that it was at pre-pandemic, right? And it's only going down further and further. So the idea that like
Here's my take from August 2024 on the Dan Le Batard show about the Dems' failure on immigration as they pivoted to the right, what that would look like after a potential Trump victory, and how the ratchet effect works. Because he's still fucking trying to argue with people in the chat, in the replies. Hello, you can literally just type Kamala Harris in his YouTube channel and just find his opinion here. I don't think the accused should have to be the one prove anything if the accuser hasn't even done a modicum of good faith research. This is a video of him saying, I understand the harm reduction argument, but the politician has to earn your vote. Am I missing something? He cites Roe v. Wade overturned as Democrats aren't fixing women's rights. But that would only happen because Hillary didn't win. He's literally describing the Democrats' policy on immigration as the same as the Republicans and displaying a gigantic graphic that says the two-party system is fake. He says, in 2028, Dems will run on mass deportations. The whole video is exactly what my original post was. And he is, I thought maybe this guy was good faith. Okay, but right here, it's very clear that he's not good faith. He's just doing the same thing over and over again. Okay, what I was talking about there is the Democratic Party running on the Trump campaign's 2020 policies, because that's precisely what they were doing in 2024. That's what they were doing. And that is exactly what the problem is. No, that's a D stand. Whatever, dude. I will fucking duke it out with these people until it like, I assume that there's just fucking bad faith. Okay. But maybe they have fans that aren't bad faith and they've just been deluded into thinking that like I represent this like dangerous threat or whatever, and that I'm not making a serious attempt to try and educate people here. But what's best, here's the thing. These guys are bad faith, but they don't actually command a lot of influence over liberal Democrats in general. Okay? They are speaking to an increasingly smaller minority within the base of support amongst liberals. Wait, from the description of Renee Good's wound, did she have two to the chest, one to the head? Was she blocked with her forearm? I hear he did the Mozambique drill. You can hear the longer pause in a second and gunshot. Two pure psycho shit. I don't know. Wait, hold on. Anyway, my point is, I was fucking right down to the goddamn location that they utilized. Okay. Here's the thing. What? Okay, good one, chatter. This is what's so fucking frustrating. What is this? Good one. Kill yourself jokes. Ha 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 brain. I love this. Oh, someone's still on welfare. Okay, dude. You guys don't have to deal with every single dumb fuck in the chat that's saying dumb shit like that. I don't want Republicans to win, okay? I don't want Republicans to win. But I also don't want Democrats to turn into Republicans. It's not only bad policy, but it's bad politics in general. Because Democrats turning into Republicans as they try to moderate for this like reasonable voter in the center is an abject fucking failure. And luckily, I don't even have to make this argument that much anymore. Okay? When did you say this? You cooked? August 7th, 2024. What? Dan, let him speak. Fox News would have interrupted him with short, quippy, but rhetorically effective lies, red herrings, and non sequiturs until the American public is... Okay. I said it before the DNC. I said it during the DNC. I said it over and over and over again. Still obsessed with you setting up the basketball core background in this interview? No, I was at the courts. In any case, I had to take any opportunity I could to try and educate liberals that this kind of messaging was bad. Okay? This kind of messaging was bad and would lead to a failure. But now that failure has come, and therefore a lot of people are also aware that this kind of messaging is bad, and they're looking for something different now. They're looking for something more. So I don't even feel, I feel encouraged. I feel like nowadays, at least liberals recognize that the party lost again, okay? And therefore, they're looking for they're looking for an alternative. They're looking for someone who will actually fight, someone who will actually push back against the Republicans doing all this fuck shit. So these liberals are actually speaking to a much smaller audience every single fucking day that they do this kind of stuff. Okay? That's it. Let's continue.
Oh, stop. Jesus!
Hey! Stop kneeing him in the face! That's his face! Stop it!
Bro, I swear to God, Kaya
Well,
is
many
like,
of the headlines.
She is trying to fucking have me roll over her tail. I swear to God. Even AIPAC recognizes this reality for Dems. AIPAC knows that funding ICE politically toxic for Dems, and they're using that as a wedge to avoid talking about their policy goal, which is lockstep support for Israel's Gaza policy. All Dems should take note of how their savvy support for ICE funding can be weaponized.
The fund.
You might think you're being clever with some horse shit about body cams and a new SOP, but if some group wants to, they're just going to pluck the top line number and say you're enabling Trump's fascism. The subtext is that it shows you aren't fighting and can't be trusted to follow through on the kinds of big changes needed to reclaim our democracy. That seems to me to be not worth whatever imaginary gains you think triangulation might deliver. Head pats from WAPO pundits. Kai is clip farming. I know she is. She's clipbaiting. She's clipbaiting.
Lines have focused on the Twin Cities. Greater Minnesota is feeling the impacts of the immigration crackdown as well.
WCCO's Frankie McClister headed 2 hours west to Wilmer, where arrests have closed restaurants and left a community on edge.
With a diverse population.
Bro, this was one of the more insane stories about ICE that came out yesterday. They go into a fucking Mexican restaurant and then they come back after hours and arrest the people. Like, they should not be allowed to step foot in a single fucking restaurant in any neighborhood, okay? They should not be. If you're a business owner, you should tell ICE to fuck off, get the fuck out of your property, okay? You should call the cops to trespass them. Just trespass them every time, anywhere they go. Run them out. Run them out of town. No quarters.
For 21,000.
People refusing to come out the house.
Streets appearing to operate as normal, but businesses not.
And they detained someone just across the street from where I was working.
Showing they're either closed or taking orders differently.
I've seen with my two eyes, ICE detaining people.
Video here shows ICE activity in the Candy-Ojai County seat. This restaurant, El Tapatío, closed after WCCO confirmed agents visited the Mexican spot for lunch and came back later, detaining its owners in a dishwasher nearby, after they had closed early due to agents' previous appearance.
A 20-year-old who says his parents own the restaurant that are now detained says on Saturday they will reopen under his leadership.
WCCO reached out to DHS for comment on the matter. A visitor who stopped by to show his support says the liquor store he works at has lost about 3/4 of business since agents have appeared in Operation Metro Surge.
Just wanted to make sure everything was okay, and apparently it's not because they're closed now.
And for a man who retired from Genio, one of the town's biggest employers.
What do you want for your community right now? What's the future? What do you think Wilmer's
to get together and vote these people out? We're not scared, man.
In Wilmer, Frankie McClister, WCCO News.
Wilmer's mayor urged residents to stay calm and
Why are they coming at this from the perspective of its effect on business? Okay, first of all, it's local news, so obviously they fucking love small businesses. And secondly, it's still fucked up. Even if you're a small business owner and ICE comes in and arrests you, what are you talking about? What the fuck are we talking about, dude? It is completely ridiculous. Come on now. This is anti-ICE commentary. It's anti-ICE commentary from a perspective that actually, people understand and care about.
Respect one another to keep the community safe.
Like, we was trapped. Anyway, I couldn't go forward, pulling off, couldn't go backwards. Like, it was no.
Oh yeah, this is the dad who ICE brutalized his 6-month-old baby. They gassed this fucking neighborhood, and while he was trying to get his 6-month-old baby, they gassed his baby. Excuse me? No, excuse ICE.
Nothing I could have did to get out that situation at the time.
A family was caught in the crossfire between ICE agents and protesters.
Sick fucks, dude.
In North Minneapolis. Reg Chapman sat down with a couple and their 6 children who were trapped inside their vehicle when tear gas exploded underneath.
Sean and Destiny Jackson, their 11 and 7-year-olds, 4-year-old twins and 6-month-old baby boy were on their way home from basketball practice when they were caught between protesters and ICE agents.
They stopped at my car and they proceeded to yell in it and said, get out of here. Well, they used profanity. And my husband screamed and said, we're trying.
The couple stayed calm. They say ICE agents ramped up their demands.
They said it again and we said, we're trying if you guys will move. And of course, like everybody's seeing what happened with Renee, what I'm saying, we weren't gonna pull off and why they were right there because that's what we were trying to avoid.
Destiny says the agents walked to the back of their vehicle and released a canister of tear gas under their vehicle.
Within seconds, there was a big boom and our car was up in the air and we slammed down and all of our airbags deployed and all of our doors locked. And tear gas just started forming, a ball of gas just started forming around the car.
She says panic set in.
I managed to feel around and open up I unlocked everybody's door and I hopped out and I just started pulling as many kids as I could out.
Bystanders stepped up. Destiny says she was taken inside a house nearby and total strangers began helping her children out of the smoke-filled vehicle.
The last person to get out the car was my infant child. And then when he came in, he was lifeless, it was foam or bubbles coming out of his mouth. I had to give him mouth-to-mouth and CPR. I couldn't even breathe myself. And all I remember is between every breath, I was saying, I'm gonna give you every breath I have until you get yours back.
The couple has been together since their days at North High School. Sean was coached by Minneapolis and Metro Transit police officers, has respect for law enforcement. Now their lives forever changed by ICE agents and a canister of tear gas.
It's like they didn't have no care in the world for us, so.
And the windows was down. You can see my kids in the car. The lights were on in the car.
With photojournalist Tony Peterson, Reg Chapman, WCCO News.
Parents say that the children are traumatized.
Fucking animals, dude. What do you do? What do you do? Why? How do Roach fans defend this one? What do you mean? They don't either cover this kind of shit at all on the Roach side of things, or when they do, they go, yeah, based. Okay? Because they were in opposition. Fuck around and find out. Fuck around and find out. And what they're doing in terms of fucking around is just being in the vicinity of these lawless fucking animals, okay? They want more of this stuff to happen because they feel like it'll never happen to them, okay? And until it happens to them, they will not understand what the fuck is going on. They don't have the capacity to feel empathy for other people. This is a major driver of right-wing policy. As Matt Christman says, the dual sadism of American politics, where it's all about just harming the other, okay? Harming your enemy, your political enemy.
Thing on the Insurrection Act, I have a little bit more of a legal video that's right under this, but I want to talk just a little bit more about conceptual arguments around some of the rhetoric that we're seeing from liberal politicians and commentators about the Insurrection Act. The first is that this is how some of y'all sound. Don't give him what he wants. Just let him do whatever he wants. Yeah. That's how you sound. What he wants is for you to stand up to him. Do not give him what he wants Instead, just don't do anything and let him do whatever he wants.
It makes no sense.
Here's the second thing. If you think that we are at a place where the President of the United States will send in the military to help the secret police that is disappearing people off the streets, disappear more people off the streets, if other people who live in that community and don't want people disappeared off the streets intervene, and so you are saying we must accept these people being disappeared off the streets. People in Minneapolis are being disappeared, taken to the federal building, and moved out of state within 24 hours so that people can't file habeas petitions on their behalf. That is happening incredibly commonly in Minneapolis. People are being moved back and forth in immigration detention across the country so that their lawyers cannot get in contact with them. We are already living in the world in which you fear.
This is also, yeah, this is what Greg Abbott did as well when he was doing the fucking, when he would take the asylum seekers and just like ship them off to Long Island and stuff.
You are just concerned that the consequences of that world and that style of total lack of due process rights and everything else, that might come for you as well. You are encouraging people to accept a reality where huge swaths of their neighbors have no access to basic human rights out of fear that things might get worse, by which we mean that they might get worse and that they might start impacting you in the way that they're impacting other people. I am sick and fucking tired of people coming onto the internet and encouraging calm and non-confrontational protest and staying at home and not, quote unquote, rising to the bait, when the bait that you were describing is the government disappearing people to work camps. And quote unquote rising is people like blocking their cars. If you think the president will invoke the Insurrection Act for that, and you were like so worried about it and you're not sure if the Supreme Court will allow him to do that, you think there's a pretty good chance that he might, like...
Is she not talking about you? Me? Bitch, what makes you think I'm not saying you should fucking oppose this every step of the way? Some of y'all have nothing up here, okay? Nothing. Nothing at all. When the fuck did I say don't oppose ICE every step of the way? Every single fucking day I'm talking about how you should oppose ICE. Lamau? Man, shut your bitch ass up. Fucking take a week off, dude. Jesus Christ. So go out and do it, piece of shit. She's obviously insane. So go out and do it, piece of shit. Bitch, I have been doing it. I've been doing it for a fucking year, as a matter of fact. And I will continue to do it. And when I do it, your fucking roach god turns around and has this moment. Roll the clip. I know one of you has the HasanAbi Productions clip that I'm thinking of here, okay? Come on. Look, ha ha ha, I know, I owned you, I owned you. Watch the fucking roach god. Here it is, me doing exactly that. Last year, June 10th, 2025.
You see Hasan? No, I don't see Hasan. I heard he was out there. I don't know. I think that I saw an image of it, and I think he's on like the side up the top. So he's not actually going to go down there and stand in the in this area, because if he did, he'd get in trouble. Right? Like, he has no problem LARPing as a revolutionary, but actually putting it on.
Your chat is so hard for you right now. Yeah, I'm the mad one, brother. It is 1:56 p.m. Pacific time on a Saturday, and you're in the chat hate watching. Which one of us is actually the mad one? Which one of us is the fucking loser right now, you think? Oh my God, I'm from Sweden. Oh, you didn't even have to say that. 40-year-old IT specialist in Sweden. Holy moly. Yeah. I wonder which of the two is a fucking whole ass loser here. The one who is LARPing as an American right-winger from Sweden? Or the guy talking about all the instability happening in his own fucking backyard that wants to solve it?
On the line, this is going to be very different, which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he should get in trouble. Like, I mean, for sure. He was, though? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'd have to go and double check.
Yeah, he should be arrested then. Oh, he's not there. He's not there. He's like too much of a pussy to be there. Oh, he is there? He should be arrested.
It on the line, this is going to be very different, which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he should get in trouble. Like, I mean, for sure. He was, though? Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go and double check. He already did? Oh, I'd have to double see and see it. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think all these people should just get arrested. That's really how I see it. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how like, there's no other solution to it other than that. Aren't they impeding a highway? They are. They're impeding a highway.
Last week, Asmongold Watch, protesters in Iran throw Molotov cocktails at security forces and said, yeah, based. He cares more, seemingly, about a revolution taking place in Iran than he does in his own fucking backyard. When his backyard and his neighbors are being brutalized by the American regime, he thinks not based, okay? The American regime should kill them. There's not a consistent bone in his fucking body. I guess he's Iran first, you know? Because you're all disgusting commies. American, silver spoon, wannabe revolutionary. American or not? Baroche Ken TV. If you're not American, you're getting banned. Yes? Are you American or are you European? You're all disgusting insurrectionists. American through and through here because Asman isn't. Okay, good. You're a different version of a cuck. At least you're not as cucked as a Swedish American LARPer. Okay? You're still cucked. You're still a fucking moron. You don't have a consistent bone in your fucking body either. You're an American in name only. Okay? You're looking at an Israel first, pedophile first administration and defending it down to the fucking hilt because you think it's actually destroying the enemies that you have concocted in your mind. And those enemies are just your parents, your neighbors, people that might have loved you at a certain point until, you know, your brain got too broken for them, so they started separating themselves from you. Okay? This is us versus them. Them being the fucking government. Okay? Us being regular ass people. Have a little bit of decency and maybe a little bit of self-awareness to recognize that this administration doesn't care about you. This administration will inevitably have you in the crosshairs as well. Or at least one of the remaining loved ones in your life. Okay? You can keep begging, tread on me, please, every fucking day. But eventually, you're going to get fucked over as well. You are already getting fucked over. You're just too stupid to realize it, right? When these guys are getting $150 billion to go and fucking brutalize random American citizens in whichever city or state Trump decides to fuck over on you know, a bad weekend that he's having, okay? That's tax dollars that could have been going back to your infrastructure. That's tax dollars that could have gone back to your healthcare being funded, your schools being funded. But you're too stupid to recognize that. Easy to rage bait? Why the fuck does this chat have such a fucking hate boner for Europeans? We don't have a hate boner for Europeans. There are plenty of fucking Europeans in this chat as well. We have a hate boner for dumbfuck Europeans who LARP as though they're right-wing Americans. I have even less respect for like a Norwegian or a Swedish guy who is hamming up Donald Trump. I have no respect. I have no respect for anybody at this stage, especially that still goes around saying, I love Donald Trump. But Donald Trump has shown that he doesn't have your back at all. Unless you are a pedophilic billionaire financial elite, okay? Donald Trump does not give a shit about you. He's made that very clear. Unless you're the beautiful nation state of Israel, Donald Trump does not give a single shred of a shit about you. He's made that increasingly clear every single fucking day. You're too stupid to realize that if you're an American who voted for Donald Trump, who's still defending him, unfortunately, you're too stupid to realize you're getting fucked. But if you're European, you should at least know better. Because Donald Trump openly says, I'm going to fuck you with my dick. Okay? He says it all the time. So if you come in here and you still try to defend him by going, haha, at least libtards are getting owned, basically what you're failing to comprehend here is you're getting fucked anyway. At least, I guess, you know, you're going to enjoy the show. EU cucks not knowing they will experience this in the next 5 years. They are already experiencing it. They're experiencing it in the hands of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is saying European sovereignty is nothing. You're a bunch of fucking vassals. I'm going to take over a piece of the continent. He's saying it right now. He put tariffs on every fucking European country that actually sent soldiers to Greenland in a show of force, in a demonstration to say we do have sovereignty. Donald Trump said, ha, sovereignty my ass. Greenland is mine. Nothing you can do about it. And there are still Eurocucks in the chat going, nope, that's my president. He's not your president. Every single thing that Europeans were afraid of with respect to Russia, with respect to Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump is literally doing right now, and you don't even realize it. It blows my fucking mind. On the one hand, you got Russia doing it from your fucking eastern flank. On the one hand, you got America doing it on your western flank. You're stuck in the middle, getting destroyed. But I guess it's easier to cope and act as though you wanted this to happen than to recognize that you have no more sovereignty and you should be pushing. Europeans hate Trump, what you're talking about. Oh my God. Dude, what happened? Did public education get defunded in Europe? I'm not talking about the European chatters in here that are community members that fucking despise Trump. I'm talking about the European chatters who come in here and LARP like they're American MAGA supporters. Hello? Hello? What happened? I'm talking about European morons who are fans of Asmongold who come in here to go, oh, Asmongold owns you. Oh, Trump is your daddy and my daddy too. Jesus Christ. I thought y'all had some kind of public education and at least like, crippled social safety nets, but some social safety nets. What the fuck happened? Wake up. EU right-wingers are more hardcore than the American ones. I just don't understand. I don't understand how I could just sit here and be like, obviously, if you're fucking European and you hate Trump, then yeah, you shouldn't take any issue with what I'm saying because you know the same dipshits that I'm talking about. You hate the same dipshits that I'm talking about.
Not sleeping, but are physically okay.
This is the soundtrack to life in Minneapolis. Word has spread of ICE immigration agents patrolling this area, and a community of activists spring into action.
Get his ass! Get his ass!
This black SUV in front is another car that people suspect of being armed.
An old friend of mine literally nonstop talks about how great Trump is for the U.S. When I try to bring back the convo to what's happening here, he doesn't even know what's going on. EU MAGA doesn't care about the EU. I fucking don't understand it, dude. I don't understand how you have just lost your sight on what's happening in your own fucking backyard while Trump is actively fucking you. I don't get it. I will never understand it. At least with Americans, American MAGA has at least deluded themselves into thinking that Donald Trump has their best interest in mind, right? Like, oh, it's patriotism. Oh, we're dominating the bad guys, not me. I'm not one of the bad guys, even if you're being robbed blind, right? EU and MAGA is literally fucking oxymoronic. I know. And yet there are, like, a majority of Asmongold's fans are from Europe. Okay? I need you to understand something. A majority of Asmongold's fans are literally tuning in from Europe. Okay? Yes. That's what's so fucking crazy about it. It's like 60% of his audience is European MAGA LARPers. What's really funny about that, though, is that those guys don't realize that Donald Trump is bringing about the Chinese century of prosperity, for the record. I know they've been taught to fear China or socialism, communism, whatever, right? But what they fail to recognize is Donald Trump is actively on Team China. And for the record, I don't have an issue with being on Team China. Like, I don't think we should be going to war with China anyway. But I don't think we should be going to war with anybody. Okay? I don't think we should be going to war with Europe. I don't think we should be going to war with Latin America. I don't think we should be going to war with China. That's my consistent principle on this. I'm anti-war. Okay? I'm pro stopping wars, and I'm pro not going into new wars for no fucking reason. But Donald Trump right here, reporter asked Prime Minister Carney, because we're going to talk about Canada and Canada loving China. And Prime Minister Carney going to Marks Carney, Chairman Marks Carney going to China, and what kind of new developments that have taken place in terms of the economic relationship between China and Canada. Okay? Chairman Marks Carney visited China to bring about the global Chinese century of prosperity. Let's take a look. This was Donald Trump's response.
Prime Minister Carney is in China. How do you see the deals Canada and China have just signed, trade deals between the two partners?
Well, that's okay. That's what he should be doing. I mean, it's a good thing for him to sign a trade deal. If you can get a deal with China, you should do that.
The only problem with this framing is it makes me like Trump. I mean, it's true. Law global, more like Chinese local prosperity, global misery. True. I shouldn't have said global Chinese prosperity century. Here's the follow-up tweet.
For the new world order.
Never bet against the mandate of heaven. It's true. It's true. This motherfucker was like, all right, bet. All right, fucking bet, dude. Don't bet against the mandate of heaven. Marks Carney went to China, and now the Canadian citizens have visa-free travel to China. And they're shipping EV fleets to Canada. This obviously is going to devastate the American automobile manufacturing industry because they cannot outcompete the Chinese manufacturing. That's the reason why we have tariffs against that sort of thing here in the United States of America. And that's part of the reason why Canada has not moved to allow a BYD takeover to take place in the American continent. I'm about to cop a Xiaomi YU7 Unk. The reality of the matter is we cannot outproduce Chinese manufacturing. Okay, we just can't. They have better cars. They're much cheaper. And on top of that, they've hyper focused on building EV fleets. It is impossible. Okay, they're at the peak of renewable energy. And Donald Trump's belligerent trade strategy has literally forced the hands of countries that want to align with America, countries that have been fearful of communism, fearful of China, and have a very Orientalist, xenophobic framework that they operate off of, to go, you know what? Maybe Chinese bitches are bad. Maybe Chinese weed is louder than American weed. You know what I mean? Maybe I will actually deal with them a little bit differently now going forward. Trump did that. Now, do I have an issue with this? No. Right? I don't. Because I'm a fucking consumer at the end of the day. Okay? And from a consumer perspective, it's good that these guys get to have, a litany of alternatives. Okay? Specifically renewables. Americans need to get their shit in order and get back into the R&D game when it comes to renewables, when it comes to electric vehicles, instead of moving away from EVs. and creating larger and larger gas-guzzling giants and only forcing... No, she's not behind me. It's fine. And only forcing countries by tariff threats to purchase fleets of American vehicles, even if it doesn't actually work in with their own internal safety standards. The Trump administration's posture on electric vehicles is that they suck and nobody wants them, but if North Americans are allowed to buy Chinese electric vehicles, all our auto industry will go bankrupt because they're so good. Could it be that we should have been pushing our industry to make affordable EVs this entire time? No, Americans will drive 55,000 Ford F-250s that cost $100 to fill up every week, and they'll like it. Exactly. It blows my fucking mind where we're like, oh, well, they're not doing trade the right way. They're cheating. They're cheating. They're cheating. I love my friends in Canada, but they will live to regret the day they let the Chinese Communist Party flood the market with their EVs.
I love my brothers and sisters to the north. I'm from northern Wisconsin. I'm not going to accuse them of making the smartest decisions all the time. I think they will live to regret the day they partner.
You think Chairman Mao blows fat clouds aloud on the down low? Yes, and probably not. They're very anti-weed over there. Very ironic outcome for sphere of influence politics. I know. I know for a fact that Canada would never even dare to entertain leaning into the Chinese direction like this, no matter how sweet of a deal it is for the Canadian consumer, if America wasn't doing the most insane trade policy anyone's ever fucking seen. Another thing that I called during Liberation Day. Yeah, Canadians, when they get high-tech EVs from China that cost $10,000, it won't cost $10,000 on Canadian soil, obviously. They have to make the prices competitive, so they'll fucking still slap some entry fees onto that and drive up the cost, but... My favorite are right-wing neolibs who, while China is collecting the bag as everyone is gravitating their way, go Israel good, China bad, and warn about Chinese imperialism in Southeast, in SEA? Southeast Asia. I sent this to my friend from China after Trump pissed him off. I got a text from a random number immediately within 5 seconds after. It just said, observed of all observers with a toast emoji. This showed up earlier after the first Euroid chatter.
Well, at least we can protest when our police kill us. Your police kill you? This meme highlights how Western critiques of China fixate on surveillance and censorship while ignoring that the U.S. has far worse material outcomes. In the meme, there are two categories of concerns being expressed. First is the concern over a material outcome. In this case, that would be civilians being killed by police. Then there's the concern over individual expression. In this case, being able to protest. A society's material outcomes refer to the conditions of life for its citizens, such as physical health, affordability, healthcare, housing, physical things that directly touch people. A country's material outcomes affect the citizens' bodies, bank accounts, and lifespans. A police officer
Only the first 49,000 Chinese EVs per year enjoy the 6% tariff. They also demand that these EVs cannot be sold for under 35K Canadian dollars. The bigger deal is that they will allow Chinese wind power companies to enter the CA market. I mean, look, if we had a normal attitude about human prosperity across the board, we would be taking advantage of the fucking Chinese manufacturing vehicle to focus entirely on renewable energies. Okay? To update and upgrade our infrastructure to bring about a wave of affordable renewable products and focus all of our initiatives in that direction, no matter what America is saying and doing. Okay? That's it. It's better for the future. It's better overall. It's just a good thing. We should be doing it. And I guess Donald Trump's tariff terrorism has forced people's hands into moving in that direction regardless.
And that's why you hear the beeping and the whistles again. A network of volunteers.
Meanwhile, this is what we're up to.
Communicate via a secure messaging platform.
Can I get a plate check on Kilo 77, Florida plate? That one is confirmed. All right.
Modelled on a police dispatch call.
They were both traveling together. The Florida expedition just took a U-turn.
Just right at the lights. We're riding along with one of them. Within half an hour, we're surrounded by a team of ICE officers. This is our first interaction.
Is there a reason you haven't talked about what's happening to Kurds in Syria? No. It's literally something that I talked about initially when HTS took over. Something that I said was going to inevitably happen when HTS took over, and it's been happening. You're deluded when it comes to EVs. Unless they're fillable in the same amount of time as a gas station, as easily as to find a gas station, it will never catch on. Sure, brother. I know. It's bad. It's horrible. It needs to be faster. You're right. You're so right. It will never catch on. I mean, it's caught on in China somehow. The only reason why it won't catch on in the United States of America is because we won't fucking fix our grid. We won't upgrade our grid. That's it. There are plenty of places now where it's, it's already completely evolved in the EV direction.
Those officers just approached the car and they said if we in this car continue to impede them, that they'll break the windows.
We're going to take you out of the vehicle, and we're going to forcefully take you out of the vehicle. We're going to take you out of the vehicle. You're on camera, okay?
A while later, they're back again. Still, no laws have been broken.
Yeah, chatter sounds like cars will never catch on. They're not as efficient or as fast as horses are. Also, we don't have the necessary infrastructure for cars to catch on anyway. Horses are obviously better. Carts and buggies are obviously better. That's what you sound like.
3,000 ICE officers have been sent to Minneapolis, some of them with only a couple of months' training. We're driving when we see a woman at a bus stop.
Help!
ICE agents jump out of their car and pursue her down
God, they're so... Jesus Christ, dude. The Heil Titler Brigade. Oh, my Lord.
middle of a main road.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have a warrant for this lady's arrest? Excuse me, do you have a warrant for this lady's arrest, sir?
So you don't have an ID?
She tells officers she's an American citizen. They ask her to show her ID. When she can't produce one, she's frog-marched to a police vehicle and taken away. The woman was released later that day. Lawsuits accuse ICE of racial profiling. Nearby, in a residential area, ICE officers suddenly stop their car, blocking a main road opposite a community centre.
Sir, have you got quotas that you're trying to meet here? Do you have specific targets in mind, sir? You can see here just what a powder keg atmosphere is in Minneapolis at the moment. These agents pulled up at an intersection. Local residents furious that they're here.
A short drive away, we're in an industrial area where ICE have been arrested.
They have no shame. I mean, honestly, they kind of do have some shame, or at least fear, right? Because if they had no shame whatsoever, they wouldn't feel the need to mask up.
People.
This is an area
It's either
with a lot
shame
of
or fear. I think it's fear, but
businesses, and we've had reports that ICE are surrounding one of these businesses.
When we arrive, officers have just left. Panicked people fleeing the area.
Luckily, we saw them across the street walking over here. Thankfully, we were able to lock our doors and deny them entrance.
They didn't have warrants then?
No warrants. They're
coming here on the off chance?
Yeah, indiscriminately, just your skin tone, your type of job and everything, that's what they're targeting. But yeah, unfortunately, they did get one person.
They took one of your employees?
Yes. I am a U.S. veteran. I'm a citizen. For once in my life, I'm thinking I'm back in Afghanistan. So really think about that implication. It's not a combat zone. This is America. This is not what I fought for. I don't stand for this.
For some here, it feels like ICE is everywhere. This is a community on high alert and ready to resist. Martha Kellner, Sky News, Minneapolis.
Families impacted by ICE arrests are worried about the safety and well-being of those left behind. Uba Ali shares a story of a 2-year-old living in a safe haven thanks to important paperwork.
Nothing is going to happen to you, okay? I make sure, okay?
Those words are calming for this 2-year-old, but reality is anything but.
Oh, tu mami? Oh, tu mami. Muy pronto le vamos a ver a tu mami, ¿sí?
Scarlett is too young to understand why she hasn't seen her mother in 4 days, her father in 3 weeks, both taken by ICE.
The government is separating families and they don't care about what we feel or what we think.
Jessica has been friends with Scarlett's mom for a very long time, and in a short period of time has become everything Scarlett has left. Because her parents signed this DOPA form, a delegation of parental authority, naming Jessica as the person who would step in if the worst happened.
They asked for the form. If she doesn't have, she will be in a different place. I don't know where.
The form gives Jessica the legal right to take her to the doctor, daycare, or even to school. The ability to make decisions. As federal immigration enforcement has intensified, advocates have pushed for families to be prepared.
We knew this was going to happen. I don't think anybody could have predicted it was going to be this bad.
How often are we seeing children being left alone after federal agents take parents?
Right now, probably daily.
Viviana Salazar has been helping families complete DOPA forms since early last year. She says it's a powerful and proactive measure to take.
We have to make sure that these children know what to do.
For this toddler,
Tú eres muy fuerte, okay?
safety is in Jessica's hands.
Okay, you trust me?
Uba Ali, WCCO News.
We have more information about the nonprofit and the DOPA forms on WCCO.com.
A federal judge ordered the government to fix what it admits was a mistake involving the deportation of a college student, Annie Lopez Bellosa, during the Thanksgiving holiday. The 19-year-old freshman.
On the aesthetic front, they're also doing the cosplay for it too. So it's like we're just one step removed from putting on the fucking swastika, you know? Here is Greg Bovine Bovino.
chicken shit fucks!
Yeah, you might have a hard time seeing Greg Bovine Bovino because he's 5'3", but he's in there.
Brown shirts! Brown shirts! Brown shirts!
ICE is just pocketing public funds by transferring the private prisoners / custody, not return or production value. Yes. All of this animosity directed towards ICE officers performing their duty is very disheartening. We can be doing more. True. True. It is disheartening that this is the response is good, but it's still limited, I think, especially when you consider how much more they deserve.
At Babson College, she was arrested by ICE agents at Boston's Logan Airport. She was on her way to Texas to visit her family, but the Department of Homeland Security said there had been an order of removal issued for her since 2015 when she was a child. She was deported to Honduras. Friday night, a judge gave the government 21 days to respond while recommending a student visa be extended to Lopez Bellosa. CBS News national correspondent and weekend news anchor
That's why I get so fucking pissed when dumb fucks come in here and say, like, Hasan, you hate America. Why don't you get out? It's like, bitch, if I hated America, I'd be saying this is based. Okay? I'd be like, hell yeah, collapse the fucking empire. You know, when people say I'm a campist, third worldist who hates America and doesn't actually operate on anything other than hatred for America, it's like, okay, well, I would be a Republican. You know what I mean? If I truly hated America, if I was this terrorist that you claim that I am, I would be a Republican. I'd be a Republican voter. I'd be an advocate for Donald Trump. I'd be telling you every day that Donald Trump is making America great again. I would have left a long time ago, and I would be LARPing from a different country, talking about how great Donald Trump has been. This shit pisses me off to no end. Anyone who, people who hate America should be saying this is what I voted for right now. The fact that the Trump administration has reappropriated $150 billion, even more than that, okay? But $150 billion in the interim, not to social safety nets at a time when Americans need it desperately, but to this shit. These EROs, these like mass removal operations, mass deportation operations, and mass suppression of political dissent operations, that is destroying America. I'd be demanding to do collaborative streams with the Department of Homeland Security. Let me do a ride along, King. It's fucking awesome.
Rika Duncan was the first to report to speak to her attorney last night after
Like, do
receiving.
people still cope about this? Like, HasanAbi's a foreign agent. There is no reason for me to stay here if I am. DHS says budget is $11 billion. No, I'm talking about the fucking $150 billion extra funding that we signed off for in the big beautiful bill, or even larger than that. This is copium. It is those of us who oppose ICE and those of us who oppose the way things are going that care about our fellow man far more than the fucking Republicans that sit afar and think like, oh, sit across the room and think like, no, this is good actually. This is not collapsing the country. This is a good thing. What fucking foreign agent wants stability and prosperity for the American working class? Yeah, before I forget, I'm going to talk about CBS's bullshit too. Dean Obadallah brought to my attention this Guardian article that came out. CBS News report on ICE officers' injuries drew huge internal concern. Just like when the New York Times did the report Screams Without Words, and there was internal concern within the New York Times on why they put forth this propaganda piece that did not meet their editorial standards. Barry Weiss pushed this article through. J.D. Vance covered it, if you remember. And then Republicans did a whole, like, you know, celebration tour being like, see, our guy was actually harmed. Our guy was actually harmed. Our guy Jonathan Ross was defending himself. It was bullshit. It appears Barry Weiss and CBS News were lying that the ICE agent Jonathan Ross suffered internal injuries. Even CBS journals questioned the lie being peddled to help the Trump regime. Here are some choice words from the article from Jasper Nathaniel. Before the original report was published, a medical producer at the network suggested in an email to colleagues that it would be helpful to ask what type of treatment he received and whether the officer received surgery or any type of procedure. In another email, an executive expressed skepticism about the broad nature of the medical diagnosis and what it actually entailed. I'm no doctor, but internal bleeding is a very broad term and can range in severity, wrote CBS News Senior Vice President David Ryder. A bruise is internal bleeding, but it can also be something serious, Ryder continued. We do know that the ICE agent walked away from the incident. We have that on camera. The network's top editor, Barry Weiss, expressed a high level of interest in the story on an editorial call on Wednesday morning, according to staffers who listened. There was big internal dissension about the internal bleeding report here last night, the CBS News staffer, who was not authorized to speak publicly, said. It was viewed as a thinly veiled, anonymous leak by the Trump administration to someone who'd carry it online. Felt to many here like we were carrying water for the admins, justifying of the shooting to keep our access to our sources, said a second network staffer, who was also not authorized to comment. Barry Weiss reportedly expressed a high level of interest in pushing the ICE agent internal injury story, even as a CBS medical producer raised major skepticism, and it was viewed internally as a thinly veiled anonymous leak to someone who'd carry it. Humiliating. He never even dropped this phone. And all of the different angles have shown that he was not even in the trajectory of the car. And the only reason why he even touched the car at all is because he slid behind and used the car for leverage. We know that. It's on tape from numerous angles. His feet positioning, by the time he fired the first shot, showed that he was directly outside of the trajectory of the moving vehicle. Just so you understand. And yet, people are still following up on this lie and presenting it as though it's fucking proof. Caroline Leavitt warned Tony DeKoppel and CBS News team to air their Trump interview in full or we'll sue your ass off. Scoop by New York Times by Ben Mullen. Click to hear yourself. So even when these guys are sucking up to the Trump administration is still demanding more.
Your press office tweeted out that it was
Shapiro grills Newsom was on Fox News, by the way, but I'm not going to get into that right now. I do want to cover this part of the story as well. The Independent reports Barry Weiss and Trump exchanged kisses on the cheek following 60 Minutes interview. One must ask the question, which cheeks? So yeah, that's what's happening in American mainstream news. Also, Bulwark had Jacob Frey on, and they asked him the question, like, what legal avenues can you pursue with local law enforcement? And this was his answer.
You're basically asking, can our cops arrest them?
Yeah. From a legal perspective, yes. From a practical perspective, to state.
That's it. No. Okay, great. Do it, pussy. Do it. Then do it. The fuck are we talking about? Do it. Do it now. Do it yesterday. Don't wait for tomorrow. Do it.
The reality, yeah, it does get kind of hard when they drastically outnumber us and they have bigger guns than we do. It does. And here's the thing. We don't want to.
Yeah, okay, dude. ICE agents are not going to fucking shoot a cop, okay? And if they do, it's over anyway. It's over at that point.
Warfare in the street. We want to keep our communities safe. We're trying our very best to do.
You're not. You're not. You're not. And by the way, this isn't me saying like, oh, Dems, please save us. I need you to understand. This is beyond that, okay? This is beyond that. At this point, it's not even about like, Democrats doing a show of force here. It's more so just like any avenue that you can pursue to put hurdles in front of these guys is good. It's a necessity. It's a necessity for the survival of this country, not just a survival of the Democratic Party or the opposition or anything like that. It's just you have to do it.
So nobody, our police officers, ICE agents, civilians, nobody can act illegally. Nobody can. And so we're trying to find the best way to prevent these ICE agents from acting illegally while not causing a firestorm on the street. Am I saying it won't happen? No, I'm not saying it won't happen. What I'm saying is like, I am in charge of keeping the peace and directing our police officers.
But you failed. You have fucking failed. Keep the peace by doing what must be done. This is the demand.
Officers, and I got to keep everybody safe. And so I can't commit to anything.
It's crazy that you're even there, right? I can't commit one way or the other to deal with how our law enforcement officials should deal with rogue federal law enforcement. And it's like, these are the guys that don't tread on me guys. And they have federal agents coming into your city, menacing your citizens who aren't doing anything illegally. And you've got to.
When he said it's crazy that you're even the mayor, right? I thought he was going in a very different direction.
I have separation of powers discussions in the mayor's office. It's crazy.
The bottom line is we are.
Yeah, the situation is crazy. And you can act in a certain way to push back. Now he's calling for the radical left insurrectionists who illegally ran the Biden administration to be arrested for what they've done to our country. For those who attempted to see this as a bluster or venting, kindly recall the DOJ's investigating Waltz and Frey. Everyone's asking about the auto pen. First of all, no one is asking about that. What was done is totally illegal, and anything signed that is that way is of no further force or effect. The person who worked the auto pen had no idea whether or not Biden approved of what he was doing. There was no order in writing, and it was absolutely a legal act perpetrated by the radical left insurrectionists. Yeah, okay. Maybe if Donald Trump moves to try and arrest like former administration officials, like maybe then they'll fucking wake up. I don't know. Probably not. They'll probably go to prison and say, nothing we can do here, sir. It's out of our fucking hands.
I think
there's also this. Elon Musk is terrified of Jennifer Welsh, our girly pop queens over at the I've Had It side of things. This account posts, weaponization. Democrat activists Jennifer Welsh and Jim Acosta say mass prosecution of Trump and Republicans would be necessary for national reconciliation when the Dems regain power, arguing that expanding the SCOTUS would be required to jail Trump. And Elon Musk says they mean it. Yeah, we do. We do mean it.
Tsunami.
And I hope you remember that.
Means that Congress is going to haul Elon Musk, big balls, and a bunch of other people's ass in front and say, what crimes did you commit? And it's going to get really serious. And the same with Trump, because I believe, and this is just my opinion, that Trump and all of the bottom-feeding morons surrounding him and Elon Musk and all the bottom-feeding Klingeroners that surround him, I think they commit crimes every day. And I think to reconcile all of this is going to take hardcore, not integrity Democrats, fuck you, Democrats. Fuck you for fucking over our country. We are serious about this. We are prosecuting. We're going to uncover every document, every phone call, everything you did. We will be relentless about it. And that's the mindset they've got to have, because I think the electorate is going from, we've got to get him out, but also we want accountability.
There has to be accountability. You have to have a situation where there's accountability. I talked about this the other day with Fanone, the former MPD police officer who almost got killed on January 6th. You know, he said, and I think it's true, that it's more than just the Dems win back the Congress and the White House. We have to change this John Roberts Supreme Court decision that gave the President of the United States a blank check. No man or woman should be above the law in this country. And Donald Trump sure as shit should not be above the law in this country. And I think the Democrats have to talk about it in these terms, that, listen, if we get back.
It's not for you, Kaya. It's for me. It's my food. Little lady. She's so fat.
Back in there, and I'm not saying I'm part of the Democratic Party, but I'm saying that this is the way the Democrats should communicate. They should say when they're back in there, if you guys are going to cling to this idea that Donald Trump is unaccountable, it's just not going to work. And that means adding seats to the Supreme Court so that that immunity decision can be overturned. And so Donald Trump can be held accountable for his crime.
Yeah, keep coping. They have to do this. They have to do this for stability. If they don't do this, we're fucked, okay? They have to hold people criminally liable. I know they won't, and I think most Democrats don't realize that they have to start saying this shit. I don't know. I don't know where we go from here, but this is my demand, and I feel like this is increasingly the demand of a lot of voters too. This kind of, in some instances, literally death and destruction and instability cannot go unpunished. Okay? If there are no penalties for behaving this way, if there are no penalties whatsoever for doing all of this stuff, then we don't have a nation. We don't have any law and order. We have nothing. This is why I'm saying, like, this is not an accelerationist perspective. The accelerationists are those who allow the Republicans to do whatever the fuck they want to do. The same goes for Jacob Frey. If you don't do anything, and you allow these assholes to continue fucking people over, you don't care about preserving this country. You don't care about defending this country. You clearly don't care about defending your constituents, but you care about nothing. It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. I don't think these guys are aware of what the people are demanding. Or they try to stay oblivious. Because they don't want to act. They don't want to say anything. They're worried about the pushback that they'll get. They're worried about what the Republicans will do to them right now. And they would rather remain utterly powerless and hope that people will vote for the Democrats because there's no other options anyway. And they think that that will carry them across the finish line in the midterms. And any Democrat voter that leans into that as a fucking real mechanism for change is a delusional idiot. So if you're one of these guys that's getting ready to say, Hasan, what can the Dems do? They should do nothing and they should just wait and they should win elections, is so unimaginably cucked. You are demanding that your party doesn't represent you right now when they should. And that is precisely why no changes will come when they're in power.
Right away, they call me a communist. They call me a socialist. Like, you're not a conservative. You're not MAGA.
That's what people say.
This is another more perfect union banger about the 10% MAGA to Zoran voters and what they were thinking, you know, what was going on in their heads. So we're going to be watching this.
You cannot be that. Time out. You cannot be MAGA and Mamdani. Why not? Why can't you be? To me, it's the most natural thing in the world.
When Zoran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, met with Donald Trump in the Oval Office, it wasn't supposed to go well.
The president has been repeatedly referring to him as a communist.
But then...
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. The better he does, the happier I am. We're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true.
People started looking at me like I was a fortune teller, like I had somehow told the future, and I started believing it.
Something strange is happening in New York City. A new group of voters is emerging, and they're quietly challenging our most basic assumptions about politics.
What box would you put me in? I wouldn't say really any box at this point.
In 2024, New York shifted to the right, more than it had in decades. Just a year later, the city swung back to the left, electing its first ever socialist mayor. But here's where it gets weird. Some of the same voters were part of both waves.
A lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that.
If politics is all about which team you're on, this kind of thing isn't supposed to happen.
I mean, did you see the guy who has the MAGA from Mamdani hat?
So who are these voters? What are they after? Are they just outliers? Or are they a preview of whatever comes next?
I'm just trying to figure out what's up with these highly weird election results. How you doing?
What's up, man?
You got thoughts on these two?
Let's talk Trump and
Mamdani.
Who the fuck is that?
Finding Trump to Mamdani voters was never going to be easy.
You got thoughts on Trump and Mamdani?
According to exit polls, about 1 in 10 Trump voters in New York also voted for Mamdani.
Hi, guys.
Which may not sound like a lot, but in politics, those kind of margins can swing elections.
Quick question, I got 5 minutes. 1 in 10 New Yorkers who went for Trump also voted for Mamdani. Like, how do you make sense of that?
I have no idea. I definitely did not. It does not make sense.
Time out. Yeah. So basically, you're a hypocrite at that point. Like, I mean, if you did, there's something that you got to screw loose.
So when I go, MAGA for Mamdani makes me cry. My friend who's a Republican goes, that's the line I like. MAGA for Mamdani makes me cry.
Ron Barba is an actor, a stock trader, and the unelected leader of MAGA for Mamdani.
I think a lot of people, right from the jump, they look at MAGA for Mamdani and it's confusing.
That was the most beautiful thing. When I showed up at the rally, is to see the faces.
Oh my God, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the
Boom, a home run right from the get-go.
We had someone come to our Forest Hills rally with a hat that said MAGA Mamdani.
Different news outlets asking me questions about it.
Literally, that's one of those moments where I was like, is this AI or not? Because you never know these days, but he's real, right? Yeah, yes, this is real.
People taking pictures with me immediately, and people started commenting, this guy's sick, this guy can't be MAGA, what am I looking at? I don't know why it was natural to me. That is where you could go do the psychological, analysis of me.
It's easy to dismiss Ron as an outlier. And in a way, he is. Most Trump to Mamdani voters live in working-class immigrant communities across the city. And many belong to a group that the Democratic Party has been losing for years.
What's up, brother?
Young men.
I was not born here. I was from Sri Lanka. I just became a citizen. So
Hey, congratulations. If you were a citizen, would you have voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you voted for Mamdani?
Yeah, Mamdani, yeah, obviously.
What's up with that? Help us understand that.
I mean, they both want the same thing, affordability.
Affordability. Everybody's talking about it. And in New York, it's impossible to ignore.
New York is expensive as fuck. Let's start with that.
My rent right now is like $4,000 for a 3-bedroom.
$4,000 for a 3-bedroom?
Comes to America first and being for the people, I don't think...
Got some work to do?
Yeah, I think we have plenty of work to do, personally.
Christian first crossed paths with Zoran 2 years ago after a heavy storm.
A Democratic Party that puts Medicare for all at the forefront of the conversation wins all of these guys. The Democrats' inability to entertain any fucking what they consider radical agenda items is the reason why people like Trump keep winning.
Flooded his kitchen.
So my roof started leaking. For about 3 months, I would ask my landlord, please fix it. He didn't want to do it because...
He's a landlord?
Yeah, he's just a landlord. Kept calling 311, which is like the city hotline for help. And no one ever responded to me.
But then, Christian called up Zoran's office.
A couple days later, an inspector actually came, cited a couple safety violations, and because of the fines that the landlord received, he was forced to fix my leak and provide me more heat. Whoa. And that was the first time a politician actually did something for me. I would say when that happened, Zoran, he really earned my respect. He just caught my eye in general. He was pulling at like less than 1% when he started running at the beginning.
I need you to understand something. People look to this and go, well, this guy's a fucking idiot. And, you know, there is some inconsistencies in his worldview. Obviously, he's still wearing a fucking freedom shirt. You know, not the smartest guy. But many people aren't. But you know what happened in that situation? He regained confidence in the government. He regained confidence in the government doing what it's supposed to do. And when Democrats are too busy trying to fucking win elections by the slimmest margins possible, when they refuse to do the fucking work necessary to cause people to understand, like, this is why the government's supposed to exist for you, the people, not for the companies, the corporations, or the landlord. You will always gain people's confidence back. Any argument that revolves around dumbass culture war issues that doesn't revolve around this is a losing argument for the Dems. That's it.
Beginning of 2024. And during that first Democratic debate, there was a question that was asked.
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered.
And this is the other side of the story. Medicare for all and fuck Israel. If you're a pro Medicare for all and fuck Israel guy, you will win strategy of the opposition in the election, right? Like for the last week. Like that literally happened. I know, because American politics is a joke, but that did fucking happen. Last month, Brody got mentioned in the fucking debate. I know. His last ditch effort. Andrew Cuomo's last ditch effort for the month leading up to the election was to basically tie him to me and consistently keep saying, like, over and over again, that Hasan is a terrorist. Zohran Mamdani is a terrorist. They love Hamas. They love Hamas. Over and over again. And yes, Andrew Cuomo brought up Zohran Mamdani and his possible connections to 9/11 more than even fucking Curtis Lewa did. And Curtis Lewa was the Republican. Andrew Cuomo did a whole fucking press conference about me on 9/11. Are we forgetting that? Yes, as Chatter says, which is funny because 95% of New Yorkers don't know who the fuck you are. Exactly. It was a perfect example of how extremely online and how stupid the consultants were on Cuomo's corner.
It's more of like a class war, regardless of your political identity, race, religion, gender. The middle class is shrinking, becoming obsolete.
Yeah, maybe Chatter wasn't there.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hamas. The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. The assemblyman just said in his response, well, it depends on occupation. That is code, meaning that Israel does not have a right to exist as a Jewish state, which he has never acknowledged.
This is going to age well, I think. Yeah. Zohran versus landlords. A few days after Zohran announced the rental ripoffs hearings, they repainted my whole building, Lamau. I'll be honest. At first, I thought it was a funny coincidence, but today they replaced our front doors. They've had the same doors for at least 10 years. If you have the means, please consider donating to Dooney and our family. It's awesome. I remember thinking you had such an ego for saying he would mention you. Yeah, I knew he was going to. And so did his team. For the record, we can speak out about it now. They knew that that was coming. We knew that that was coming. You're welcome. I'm shaking you. Someone leaked it? No, they just know they're smart. I mean, I suspected it as well. Entryism doesn't work, Hasan. Mamdani already abandoned what made people like him. When will we say enough is enough? The Democrats are here to stop change. They are the defense for the Republicans to attack. Yeah, I don't really care. I am a liberal, anti-revolutionary dick rider and a fake social democrat. I'm actually a social fascist. I don't fucking care, Chatter. You're based. You're super based. Okay, you got it. I hate having to explain over and over again that you have to work within what is available to you to make people's lives better. If you find that to be defeatist, and, you know, build the vanguard. Build the vanguard now. Don't wait for tomorrow. Build it today. Okay? It is in your hands now, my child. Like, in the first 15 days or 17 days now, Zoran has done a fuck ton. The only time where I thought it was like shitty, and I still am cognizant of the Jessica Tisch police commissioner issue, right? That's like one of the major areas of concern. And also what he said about the protest outside the synagogue was not great. I think it was a misstep in general to even address, like, to ever lean into cynical, silly ass pro-Israel talking points that have you addressing what the protesters are saying and not what they're protesting, right? Having said that, okay, in the first 17 days, he's done a fuck ton. Like, he got childcare through, like, the first week. And it's very obvious that that Albany is trying to play ball with Zoran. He's delivering. That's it. I hope he's a fighter. I think he is. I mean, so far, you know, I definitely have my issues with some of the things that he's doing, but even with like the protesters, even when that was a misstep, to hyper focus on the protesters rather than what they were protesting, right? Making that the conversation, I think, is always a fucking misstep. He literally turned around and with Letitia James, the Attorney General, clapped Beitar. So I'll take it. If that's the give and take, not bad. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, looking ass motherfucker. Beitar is gone. Bye-bye, Beitar. Bye-bye. Little sleight of hand there. 1 week he's like, oh yeah, I can't. 1 week he goes, oh man, Hamas, I can't believe the protesters are saying, that they support Hamas. But isn't that the exact same argument the mayor and all the establishment Dems make all the time? I don't think a lot of you guys understand. I understand that Democrats still have to operate within the confines of permissibility, within the confines of what is acceptable. My argument against the Democrats is that they don't do that. Okay? They don't do shit. Like Jacob Frey, I'm talking about Jacob Frey. He defeated Omar Fateh. Omar Fateh was my guy. I wanted Omar Fateh to win. Okay? But now that Jacob Frey is the mayor, I'm still urging Jacob Frey to do something. Right? Activate local law enforcement to protect his own constituents. My anger is that he's not doing that. My demand isn't Jacob Frey take up arms and start fucking shooting ICE agents or something. I'm just asking him to do something that is well within the confines of acceptability. Okay? My problem with the Democrats is that they don't even do the things that they could do to oppose the Trump administration. Do you get it? You have to work within the system. Don't take the bait. Don't do anything. That's the reason why I gave you an example of a thing that Zoran did that I think was bad, and gave you an example of what Zoran did that was good. Right? But then you seem to make that argument in favor of entryism, don't you? Not trolling genuinely. Yes, I am an advocate for entryism. I've always been an advocate for entryism. I say it all the time. It's not the end all be all, and it's not going to actually, save this country. But in the interim, you have to organize with where the people are at, okay? And unfortunately for us in the United States of America, the closest out of the two-party duopoly is the Democratic Party. And in the absence of any sort of socialist organizing that is viable, okay, that is a viable contender, you have to organize and continue proving your work. Zohran Mamdani calling himself an out and about socialist is good. Okay, it's good because now people think, well, that means it's a different kind of Democrat, right? Kaya, place. I swear to God, she lays down behind me, and then slowly but surely she comes closer and closer to my chair. I don't know why. I don't know why this is, but then why not do literally everything we can to make that option viable? This is how you make that option viable. In a country where most people up until recently thought socialism meant you should be shot and killed, you're basically a Nazi, if not worse. This is how you make that option viable. How many times do I have to fucking explain this? My theory is that large swaths of MAGA voters are deeply pro-socialism. They don't know what socialism means because their only news source is Fox News. Whenever they listen to someone like Bernie or Mamdani, they love it. They just don't seem to identify it as democratic socialism. They see it as what it is, a pursuit of equity in a broken system. He's not listening. Move on, please. Don't tase your dog. You can't stop me. I'm going to keep tasing my dog. Bzz, bzz, bzz. How do you both acknowledge that the Dems uphold empire, the foreign policy is uniparty? How do you justify voting for that? I can't justify it anymore. Then don't fucking vote for the uniparty Democrats, okay? I have spent a good deal of time explaining my mechanism of change, okay? What I believe is the most viable path forward. At best, what the American government, and it's like, you know, in the best scenario going forward, the American government steps out of the way, focuses on its own infrastructure, scales back dramatically on all of its imperial endeavors. Okay? That's it. In the absence of an anti-imperialist third party that is viable, which will most likely never happen because then you arrive at the labor aristocracy argument, this is the best path forward. This doesn't mean it's the end all be all. This doesn't mean that it's going to, it doesn't even mean it's going to happen, but that's the future that I'm trying to move this country in the direction of. Not be a just read theory, Andy, but on this topic is alright. I encourage Chad to read Lenin's pamphlet, Should We Participate in Bourgeois Parliament? The point on this paper, which is 4 pages, is that meeting people where they are. I know, I read it before and people get really mad at me and they say, oh my God, you're basically Vosh. You're saying Lenin would demand you vote for the Democrats. That's not what I'm saying. It will give you context to this chat. I have. I talked about it. I've read it. I've read it on stream. Well, I read the other version of this. Kai reads to his audience more than you, let's be honest. Anyway. Every little, yeah, left-wing communism and infantile disorder is what I read to the chat. Oh, not you, chat. Oh, well, you're right. Chat should read it. J.D. Vance supported U.S. strikes on Iran this week and reasoned that Trump had to enforce his own red line. Per sources, it was a surprise role reversal for a politician who built his identity on opposing Middle East wars with a loose connection to core U.S. interests. Other Trump advisors urged caution, including Steve Witkoff and Susie Wiles. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent argued for waiting and letting economic sanctions on Iran work. But everyone told me that America's economic sanctions on Iran had no part to play in the mass discontent that Iranians are experiencing. So why is it that their assessment internally is that it is actually succeeding? It's so surprising to me. For like the past couple of weeks, that's what everyone has been saying, right? Huh. Why is the Treasury Secretary weighing in? What do you mean? He's responsible for maintaining the sanctions. A key factor driving Trump's reluctance was Israel's reluctance. Israel was vulnerable due to the absence of major U.S. military assets, which Israel has relied on. Dude, everything that I said in my assessment as to why Trump is not striking Iran yet is now being reported on only a couple days after. I said it. I said all of this shit, word for word. I fucking called it. Of course, Israel loves striking Iran. They nut on that. That's what they want. They want it all the time, except for when there aren't enough American troops in the region, American assets in the region that can defend Israel, because they're a bunch of fucking cowards.
State-sponsored terrorism, which, I mean, Governor Ito...
I don't even want to fucking watch this shit. Oh, God. Ben Shapiro versus Gavin Newsom. Oh, let's watch this Greenland video before I forget. Donald Trump wants Greenland.
Yes, I'd like to speak to Congress, please. I'm on hold. But I'm trying to reach Congress on behalf of the Kingdom of Denmark. Now, my first language is Danish, but I figured I'd do this in English since I know how some of you Americans feel about people who speak foreign languages.
You have to speak English.
Anyway, the reason I'm reaching out is the northern part of the kingdom, namely Greenland, the world's largest distraction. The world's largest island. But listen, we here in the Kingdom of Denmark are getting a very Venezuelan vibe about the way the American president is talking about us right now.
We're going to be doing something with Greenland, either the nice way or the more difficult way.
So, what do you do when an employee goes rogue? Well, what I've learned, mainly from watching American TV shows, you ask to speak to the manager. And in Trump's case, that will be
Nope.
Congress. I mean, they can control the budget, they can hold investigations, they can even fire him. But they seem to be sleeping on the job.
Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore.
Hence my phone call. But while I'm on hold, maybe we can talk America? To start, let's look at a map. This is Greenland. Roughly 50,000 Greenlanders live there, and it's not green at all. It's white. It's all white. Maybe that's why that Stephen Miller guy loves it so much. This is Denmark. Almost 2,000 miles away. 6 million Danes live here. We do minimalism, we do Lego, we do hygge, we do the fat shot. That's us. Now, Denmark and Greenland are not the same country, but we are in a relationship. We share a king, but we have individual governments. We are very different, but we make it work. To put it in American terms, we're like Trump and Melania. We're formally together, functionally separate, and both pretending it's very normal. America and Denmark actually go way back. We usually follow blindly whenever you guys feel like invading a country. We did it with the Gulf War, we did it with Afghanistan, we did it with Iraq. Coalition of the willing.
We will lead a coalition of willing nations to disarm him.
We were the willing. But this time, we can't help you. Because you're talking about invading a country that we already invaded. Look, we already know how colonialism ends. We've seen this film before.
India in revolt. Protesters smoked out by the police.
Here's why invading Greenland, the easy way or the hard way, would be bad for America and for the world. I think I need some fresh air. Danish missionaries invaded Greenland in 1721, slowly taking over the country. And for 250 years, we did whatever we wanted to them, basically going full colonial on them. Even in the 20th century, we were inserting IUDs into Greenlandic women to limit the population. We were separating.
This guy's woke as fuck, by the way. Holy shit. I mean, he's not even holding back on what the kingdom did.
Greenlandic children from their families, sending them to Denmark. Horrible stuff. We even let America build military bases in Greenland. During the Cold War, you guys had 10,000 troops based there. You even crashed a B-52 carrying 4 nuclear bombs there in 1968. Remember?
The hunt is on to locate the...
I've seen enough. I'm signing up for the military before siding with a Eurocuck. No, this is not a Eurocuck. My man, this is who I'm talking about when I say there's European HasanAbi heads that have to deal with the fucking Eurocucks. This is a guy who's very open about what his own kingdom has done, what his own country has done, and also a guy that's like warning against further incursions. He's not one of the fucking Asmongold chatters who's like, yes, very good. Papa Trump, I love Mark Rutte. I love Mark Rutte. Trump is daddy, yeah. He's the opposite. This guy's awesome.
Missing nuclear weapons.
So, what did we Danes learn from the past couple of centuries? Well, the obvious. No population is going to be happy with a foreign government ruling over them. The Greenlanders hated us for centuries. Some still do. So Trump invading Greenland is not gonna help America's place on the global stage or at home. And I know he says he's the most popular president in the most popular country since the dawn of time.
I'm a very stable genius.
But trust me, he's not. And going old school colonial on Greenland is not gonna help. Anyway, back to the history lesson. In 1979, Greenland voted for greater autonomy from Denmark and to form its own government. And this is important because Trump keeps talking about buying Greenland.
The fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean that they own the land.
Denmark doesn't own Greenland anymore. Greenland owns Greenland. Us Danes even asked the Greenlanders how they'd feel about being bought.
300,000 kroner.
No, he could never buy us. Ever in my life, I would...
500,000?
No.
You see? We know the Greenlanders. They're a proud indigenous...
You know what's funny about this is that a big part of the reason why a lot of Greenlanders don't want to be under colonial occupation by America, as opposed to being under colonial occupation by Denmark, is because they have robust social safety nets. Now, this doesn't mean that there isn't like issues beyond, right? With, I guess, like the Danish colonial arrangement, but they still have a fuck ton better quality of life despite living in Greenland, which is very cold. Like, imagine how fucking shit your marketing is that these guys who are like, yeah, these other people like stole our children and, you know, forcibly put IUDs on us and just a whole bunch of awful shit that they did to us, and you know we still choose to stay in the current formation that we're in, rather than allow America to come in and just you know, do probably worse things and also take away our health care.
People who are not interested in being Americans. You can't just buy them off. So, Trump is running wild. He's kidnapping presidents, he's invading other countries without congressional approval, and frankly, we don't want that mess spilling into Greenland. Or Europe.
Can you warn your audience about him?
For that matter. So again, that's why we're trying to speak to the manager.
What?
But Congress still isn't picking up the phone. Hello?
What? Warn my audience about what? Midas Touch Network will no longer be producing or carrying the show Political Beatdown or Mea Culpa with Michael Cohen. Wait, why? No, not my Michael. Not my Michael Cohen. All right, in honor of... let me finish this, and then in honor of Michael Cohen, I'll do it. I'll do the thing.
The Americans are determined to retrieve their bombs.
We're still looking.
Hello?
Don't lie to me. If I tell you my story, don't cry for me. I did my time, that's fine by me.
Ladies and gentlemen,
that's fine by me.
One of the greatest goats of all time, Michael Cohen's podcast off of the Midas Touch Network, is gone. I've been on this podcast, by the way, for those of you who don't know.
And if I tell you my story, don't cry for me. Oh, I did my time. And that's
of the devil, baby. Oh, what is this? Michael Cohen admits he was coerced and pressured by Bragg and Letitia James to testify against Trump. The star witness just flipped on the prosecutors. Cohen wrote that from his very first meetings, he felt pressured and coerced to only provide information and testimony that would satisfy the government's desire to convict Trump. He said, James, Kaya, you're so spoiled. Stop trying to reach for the treats. That's crazy. That's crazy. Daddy's working right now, and I know you want the treats, but you can't get them. Stop. No. Stop. She literally thinks if she comes over, tries to reach for the treats, and then quickly go back to her place, that I will give her a treat. Okay? That's what's going on right now. That's literally what just happened. You watched it happen. She walked over, swinging her fat ass tail around like, oh yeah, if I do this. Why does she think that? Because I've done it every single time. I've done it because I am a bad dog dad. Because I have no self-control. I must stop myself from doing it this time around. This song made your reading of that tweet filled with infinitely more aura. Yeah. Let's keep going. He said James' office made clear the testimony they wanted was testimony that would help them go after President Trump. Trump called it a very corrupt investigation. Everyone knew. Now Cohen admits it. Source Daily Wire. Bars, undeniable. Stop denying her aid. You're literally Israel. That's not why. It's to do with Epstein. Lev Parnas, breaking news. The Epstein files just blew a hole in Michael Cohen's story. Has gone on TV, gone under oath, said the same thing. He knows nothing about the Epstein files, never heard them, never discussed them. What? I feel like, I don't know what this is, man. A Rule 35 discussion isn't casual. It implies substance. Michael Cohen needs to come forward and tell the truth, all of it. Not selectively, not through proxies, not with half answers. The country deserves to know what was offered and what was known. And why it never saw the light of day. You made her that way? She's a treatlerite? Okay, that's true. Kaya is a treatlerite. It is true. So Michael Cohen's back to MAGA? Is that what it is? A Rule 35? I'm only familiar with Rule 34. And I definitely don't want to see Michael Cohen Rule 34. Okay, now I got to Google Michael Cohen Rule 34. Let's see if the internet rule is correct. Michael Cohen Rule 34. Should I go to images? Okay. This is the closest. Advocate.com. OnlyFans video to gay adult video star. Okay. It turns out Rule 34 is wrong. Michael Cohen has no pornographic material made of him. We just destroyed a really important internet rule. Until this very moment, the assumption is that. Now try with Grok. Nope. That's why there's a Rule 35, I guess. Oh, this is awesome too, by the way. Third Way is still tweeting. Third Way is still going crazy. Have to look at what Third Way neoliberals are saying recently. The rule is that if there isn't porn, there will be eventually. Okay, after today, we'll check back again. See if they've made porn about Michael Cohen.
Are you ready for a Vance presidency? Because that's exactly what we'll end up with if we nominate a far-left Mamdani-like candidate in 2028. The November elections proved what we've been arguing for months. The Democratic Party has to choose which project is more important, turning blue places bluer or turning red and purple places to blue. We know that focusing on the latter is the only way to defeat Trump and far-right extremism. History has shown that a moderate approach.
These are my biggest ops. These are the people that I have to duke it out with. These are the establishment liberals who say we got to keep moderating. We need more Republican adjacent Democrats. We need more Republicans. They should be treated as infiltrators. Okay. Wait, what? You found it? Not safe for work? What the fuck? Donald Trump fucks Michael Cohen's daughter? What? But that's not Michael Cohen, though. You did it. This is also pedophilic, dude. What the fuck? Still not Michael Cohen, though. Why did they let people write stuff like that? That person should be in jail. That person should be in jail. If you're allowed to write stuff like that, you should go to jail. What the fuck do you mean underage sex as a like specific, it's like a specific tab. That site is the real free speech absolutist. Okay, well, burn it to the ground, you know, burn it with fire. How is that allowed? There are published books worse than what's available at Barnes & Noble and other book retailers. Many academia underage books, man, shaking my head. Anyway, let's get back to third way neoliberalism.
Approach is the way Democrats win. Hear me out. Since 1980, Democrats have only won the White House once without winning a supermajority of moderate voters nationwide. So what does that actually mean for us? Mamdani won just 36% of the moderate vote. Take that and extrapolate it nationwide, and the results are bad. Like, bad. Compare that to moderates like Mikey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger.
It's just real winners, honestly. Real charismatic figures we'll be hearing quite a bit from.
Who won more than 60% of the moderate vote. Just look what happens when you apply those margins of victory nationwide. That's the difference between electoral ruin and renewal. Are you ready?
Hi, it's us, the centrist establishment that's been running the Democratic Party and produced every Dem nominee in recent history. Things are going really great for us, right? So we have some advice for how Dems can keep up our awesome win record in 2028. Yep. It's incredible that these guys still get to chirp and they haven't been like ritualistically humiliated and pushed out of every orifice of polite society, because this is what the donors want. And because it's what the donors want, they keep churning out the same fucking dumbass propaganda. Here is the proof that this kind of shit is stupid.
Income inequality is getting larger and larger by the year. People are going to unite and say, we're done with this.
For too long in our city, freedom has belonged only to those who can afford to buy it. Our city hall will change that.
That, or we're going to need to send a lot more young men to Tokyo.
Japan had changed me in many ways, because if I didn't go there, I don't know how I would be politically, I don't know where I would be in my life. I've always thought like money would buy happiness and all this stuff. And then I realized there's more to life, and how in a country like Japan or some of the Scandinavian countries, they don't have to worry about bills as much. They don't have to worry about medical debt. I got to see this social safety net, and I wish folks could go there and see firsthand and then come back and call me a...
It really is white boy Mecca, bro. This dude went to Hajj. This dude went to Hajj for white men. and came back with a renewed interest in. I mean, he didn't even go to a socialist country. He just went to a country with like modest social safety nets, and that was enough. Because when you're in America and you go to any country, no matter how many issues exist in said country, it's still going to be infinitely better in comparison to the United States of America.
Communist.
Anyway, there's a good video from FD Signifier, Signified B-Sides about how these are not unprecedented times. Is it all just him talking? Okay, maybe I won't watch it then if it's just him talking. We need visual stimulation. The terrifying world of looks maxing. Let's do that instead.
Jimmy here, and today I'll teach you 5
we got to do more fun
tricks
shit
to fill that empty void in your soul. Looks maxing. You've probably heard of it if you've been on the internet lately. Bone smashing, mewing, leg lengthening surgery. These days, in 2025, young lads are not out skateboarding and crushing punaan. Instead, they're staying indoors and making themselves really beautiful. Pumping themselves with testosterone, flying out to Poland to get their legs lengthened, and like hitting their cheekbones with a...
Resolutions, okay, buddy. First of all, Lesbo Leftist, I did do okay, buddy, yesterday. I did it yesterday. And I didn't really do resolutions this year because it's like, who fucking cares, honestly? Like, I'm already following through on my resolutions as I do every fucking year. It's the same shit. Lose weight, get a 6-pack, don't get injured anymore, and read more books. That's the one big resolution that I've been following on is read more.
Hammer. Am I beautiful yet? And I really kind of want to figure out why are they doing this? And for us to answer this question, we need to explore the evolution of male beauty standards, the evolution of masculinity, the effect all of this stuff is having on young men's mental health, and we need to explore the dark politics at the root of all of this. So today, we will explore looks maxing. So this video for me really starts back in summer, where I got an email from a company called Elite Hair who offered to sponsor me a hair transplant. I was kind of offended because I didn't need one. Look at this bad boy, come on. So what I did, I said I would agree to it if I'm allowed to say whatever I want and talk about the dark side of cosmetic surgery, which they agreed to, and if I can give the hair surgery to a friend that really fucking needs it. Amazingly, they agreed. And so here we must introduce my friend, Alex.
Just that I was suffering from like
okay,
hair
that's
loss
pretty
for a
fire.
long time, and I actually made my own TikTok video about it. I was trying to like say, if you have a haircut like this, it can help you look good. And
damn, bro, he's cooking Alex right now. God damn, dude. At least he got a free fucking hair transplant out of it. God damn, though.
I was like, no, it doesn't.
Now, my boy thought he was gonna, give some men inspiration if they're balding. Turned out the post backfired and he just got obliterated in the comments.
Ooh. Bro's barber is a salesman.
Here, they were pretty mild compared to some of the comments that we will go on to see in the Looks Maxing forums. So yeah, me and Alex, we headed out to Turkey. And as soon as you arrive, you see this conveyor belt of men, endless men, coming to Istanbul specifically just to get their hair done. And as soon as I saw the scale of this thing, there was one thought in my head. And that was that when I was growing up, when I was younger, it would have been unimaginable for a man to get a hair transplant back in the 2000s. And I'm not talking about the technology. It would have been unimaginable for the simple reason that if you got a hair transplant, all of your male friends would call you gay. If you grew up in the 90s or the 2000s, you'll remember this period of time where everyone would use the word gay as an insult.
Ian, wake up, fat. Judge rolls in 20, so if you want to ride to work, you better get your poop in a group.
Okay, I'll be right down.
No, now, Clay Aiken.
All right.
No, now, homo.
Just give me a minute.
No, now, sissy.
This is a very important phenomena for us in understanding the current obsession.
Dog, back in the 2000s, like it was forever ago. Okay, you want to hear something that's going to fucking brick you? The year 2000, for us, born in the 90s, is like the year 1970s, okay? The year 2000 is 26 years away from us right now. As in, for us born in the 90s, it would be akin to thinking about the 60s and 70s. Okay? Or the 70s and 80s. So when people who are 26 years old right now think about like the 2000s music, for us born in the 90s, it would be like music that you listen to in the 90s. Like, oh my God, that is, okay, this is incredibly someone is out of control. What is happening? What could be going on right now? You can kind of see her wagging her tail too. She's like, what's that? What? This is what happens when you have a dog that's basically a cat, okay? But is 120 pounds and has the capacity to fucking move you around. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
With looks maxing. So yeah, young boys growing up in the 90s and the 2000s were growing up in a very weird time because there were some major cultural shifts that were happening. Firstly, there was this big moral panic back in the 80s around gay people due to the AIDS epidemic. Gay people were basically being scapegoated for the spread of this disease. And in 1988 in the UK, there was a law that was passed called Section 28.
Now the rest of the news. The government is to ban the promotion of homosexuality in schools.
I obviously don't want children taught that the gay and lesbian lifestyle is natural or normal. It is not, it never has been, and it never will be.
This law made discussing homosexuality in school illegal. So you couldn't learn about it. You couldn't understand why people were gay or anything about it because the schools weren't allowed to tell you. Another shift that happened, back in the 70s and 80s was feminism. Women's participation into the workforce was on the increase. And the old male breadwinner identity of the past had been threatened. As well, the 90s was just after the 80s glam rock, gender bending kind of era, where people like Prince and David Bowie were massive figures. I mean, look, Ricky Gervais used to dress like this. It was completely common in the 80s for men to dress like this. And so, yeah, the 90s and the 2000s became this massive cultural backlash, like the pendulum swinging the other way, and resulted in this like cartoonishly hyper masculine culture.
You son of a bitch. What's the matter? The CIA got you pushing too many pencils?
I'm talking Rambo, I'm talking WWE, football hooliganism, lads mags. All of these things were basically telling men that, emotions are gay, beauty routines were definitely gay, fashion was gay, any deviation from like baggy jeans, skate shoes, and a t-shirt, and you would be scolded by the simple act of someone calling you gay. And what the word gay was doing when it was used as an insult was largely used as kind of a way for men to police other men's behaviors. But then things would take a turn with the introduction of metrosexuality.
The rest of the sofa can just relax because guess who's here? Guess who's here? I'll tell you who's here. Sexiest man alive, ladies and gentlemen. It's official.
All right, so David fucking Beckham, he rocks up wearing a sarong. The boy's skin glowing, moistured to perfection. Groomed stubble, jewellery, blonde highlights in his hair.
I was asked to shave it off when I first did it. I was sat in the changing room and I had a hat on at the time because Sir Alex Ferguson hadn't seen it. So obviously that was interesting when I took my hat off, and we had an hour before the kickoff and he said, go and shave it off.
Really? I have a same story, where I think it might have been literally after he got the mohawk, but I got a mohawk as well. There's a photo of it somewhere out there. Chat has seen it before, but I got a mohawk, and the principal, we would do every Monday morning and every Friday afternoon, we would sing the national anthem in front of the entire school. All of the classes would line up. The principal in front of the entire school said, "Hasan, what the fuck is on top of your head?" I had a mohawk. She told me to get the fuck back to my house and shave it off, which I did. Another experimental thing I did was also when I shaved a racing line to the side of my head. That was another experimental moment that I had. Just No, called you out in front of everyone? Yeah, no, I got called out in front of every single person before the Pledge of Allegiance, not even the Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem was sung. There it is. There's an even worse photo out there with me doing the with the mohawk too. Also, this fit goes kind of hard, huh? Like, that's what I look like. I think this was like 7th grade or 8th grade or something. Is it this pic? No, that's not. That's the man bun era. Also another experimental phase that was bullshit. Made worse by the fact that I was so broke I had to shave my own head until it grew into a man bun. Okay, dude. This is worse. Okay, dude. Okay, yeah. None of you want to experiment. Shut the fuck up.
Like, the boy was pushing boundaries, right? And the thing is, ladies fucking loved him.
Let me just show you this picture. Do you feel shy here?
When mom find the milk bag. Okay, I'm not going to give you a week off. Actually, you know what? I'm going to give you 5 minutes off for that. Because it's not a poop sock, but a milk bag instead.
He was literally married to Posh Spice, a major female celebrity. And for young boys, right, imagine what this was doing to their head. They're being told that they're only allowed to dress like a Tony Hawk's NPC, but increasingly male celebrities were looking more and more feminine. I mean, if you contrast David Beckham, Orlando Bloom, Jared Leto against fucking Sylvester Stallone, Vin Diesel, Arnold Schwarzenegger, clearly a contradiction was emerging. Next thing you know, it's 2010s, and if you're not wearing skinny jeans, squeezing your muscles into a tight Fred Perry, or you weren't getting your weekly skin fade or your nice tight top knot, all of a sudden, now you are the weird one. And like, I think that's interesting, right? How quickly, you know, traditional masculine roles changed in such a period of time. And maybe it's good that men were allowed to explore this stuff, but there was definitely one group of people that this was particularly good for: the beauty industry.
Men are getting prettier. The era of highlighting masculine macho beauty has faded, and now porninan, or pretty-faced men, are at center of the new fad for makeup.
The male beauty industry has exploded in recent years. I couldn't even find data on it back in like the 90s and the 2000s. That's how small it was. It went from being valued at 17.5 billion in 2015 to 202.6 billion in 2022. And that was the big thing I noticed at the Elite Hair Clinic, was that honestly, from what I saw, it was like 90% men. And it's not that they don't offer stuff for women like they did, and you do see women there, but clearly men getting hair transplants has become like a core demographic. And that shocked me, because if you travel back 20 to 25 years ago, the beauty industry was entirely aimed at women. You know, women were the ones being tortured by the magazines, you know, Cosmo, Glamour, Heat. Like, the stuff they would say to women was cruel. Like, they were being forced to be like super thin, to be like a size 0. For a period of time, they were being told that they need to chase the heroin chic and try and lose so much weight that you get like a thigh gap. And that's what the magazines did, right? They would shame women and force them to pursue like an unrealistic beauty standard. Why? So that they could sell them shit.
If you scroll through the hashtag self-care on TikTok, you'll see countless videos of women hoarding skincare products and indulging in beauty maintenance services. In the age of social media,
Hot dog diet socialism is thank you message. Mods, thank you for making my kids' year via socialism. It was priceless. I was thrilled by the first few packages and shocked when they kept on arriving. We had second Christmas and it was perfect. A massive surprise seeing them make the best of our first Christmas. They homemade gifts and I wrapped groceries. Made me so proud. I'm late with this. They had an extra long break and I don't use Twitch, etc. when they're home, but needed to say it. Thank you. Hell yeah, hot dog diet. Let's go.
Consumerism has hijacked the concept of self-care, reducing it to products and services geared towards external validation.
But now, right, from like the mid-2010s onward, for the first time in like modern history, we were seeing these same marketing strategies being used on men.
To answer the question, which is why is it that, you know, young men and women continue to sacrifice parts of their lives in order to get more and more and more and more, I think it's because aside of the immediate financial relief, consumerism is built. I mean, you've spoken about this. Consumerism is built on a sense of inadequacy.
But look, it wasn't just the potential to sell beauty products to men that would give rise to what has now become looks maxim. There were other things that were happening in the background that was creating a deeper insecurity in young men. According to a 2024 UK report, fewer and fewer young people are having sex or having relationships compared to past decades. Almost half of American Gen Z men report having zero romantic experience in their teens. And a lot of this can really directly be tied to the post-2010s decrease in what is called third places. Third places being just, you know, communal places outside of your home and your work. Places that you can just hang out, socialize. They have been shutting down at an alarming rate, and you can see it in the data. And like, it's kind of obvious, right? If it costs you like £100 to leave your house to get some food, some beer, and do some activity, well, if you have a generation of young people that are making less and less money as prices are going up to do activities, doom scrolling TikTok looks maxim videos and swiping on Tinder, well, that's for free. Increasingly, the online world becomes the new third place. And like, there's a lot to blame about the dating apps, but really the dating apps are a solution to the material problem of a shrinking social life, a lack of free time and a lack of disposable income. But the thing is about the apps is basically everyone fucking hates them. Most dating app users report feeling emotionally exhausted from them. And that's because when romance becomes algorithmic and placed on a platform, that platform becomes a hyper-competitive marketplace. And in this new modern marketplace, there would of course be a new form of currency: sexual capital.
Knew I wasn't a bad-looking guy, but I hadn't been on a date in 1,042 days. I sought to find the blueprint for dating apps. I got so many matches that I started scheduling dates every single day and ended up going on 30 dates in 30 days.
Now look, online dating is very different to dating in real life. Real world feedback from, you know, trying to talk to someone you like, it works out sometimes, it doesn't sometimes. That feedback is quite literally the thing that shapes one's personality and one's confidence. You know, perhaps you're an average looking guy and you go to a house party and you're a bit nervous, you're a bit awkward, and then you have a couple of beers, you relax, you crack a fucking banger of a joke, you make some cute girl laugh, and you score a little kiss on the cheek. You might have been a nervous wreck when you entered that house party, but now you're walking home like fucking Billy Big Bollocks. But when that real life experience disappears, but you still live in a society that the magazines, the films, the television endlessly glorify celebrity men and which beautiful woman they're with, in a culture that is deeply obsessed with your status, with wealth, with power. Young men continuously get fed a message that unless you are attractive to beautiful women, then you're a loser, a virgin. And what's more, on top of that, and arguably more important to young men, is that if you are a loser, other men won't consider you a real man. So yeah, think about it, right? What if you are one of these young, awkward, nerdy boys, which is kind of most boys, and maybe you haven't found yourself yet, or you might not have found people that are similar to you? Well, these young lads increasingly start finding solace in online communities. Communities that create entire ideologies and theories around why a girl hasn't spoken to you yet.
They're mostly young men, usually virgins, who blame women and attractive guys for why they aren't in a relationship or having sex.
And if your only experience of talking to women is on Tinder, where your entire personality is compressed into a few images, measured by an algorithm, and ranked amongst millions of other men, in that environment, a new kind of pseudo-scientific religious cult built around facial structures, height, jawlines, and evolutionary biology is formed. And the umbrella term for this world is, of course, the manosphere.
Lately, I've been hitting the old doom swipies over here, and my mangorithm has introduced me to all sorts of new alpha friends, a wide world of podcasters and social media influencers and roided out man cubes that comprise the media landscape that has been dubbed the manosphere.
The manosphere is a broad term that covers different philosophies, some of them much more extreme than others. But there is a increasingly popular theory in the manosphere, and that is this belief that women are naturally hypergamous, meaning that they are biologically hardwired to only want the top men. And they come up with like rules.
He's in the pocket on this issue. This is an issue that I talk about all the time as well. Partially because just like Jimmy, I have extensive experience with this, being a young man back in the day. Now, a long time ago. Now, at least 2 fucking decades ago, Almost. But, basically 3,000 years ago by internet standards. But yeah, that's, he's dialed in. This is a great video.
Right, they call it the 80-20 rule.
Dog, you were a douche fat, bro. You're not one of us. /sarcasm. I mean, that was when I was in my early 20s too. Like, I'm talking even before that, even younger.
Idea that 80% of women only want the top 20% of men.
Also, look, I can still be one. Are you ready? What's up? What's up? Here, let me take these off too. I have to squint like this because I can't see. Now you're Nick Merckx? Yeah.
In looks, status, and money. And they believe that women are biologically incapable of loving average-looking men.
As a high-value woman, before you say to that man you can have a day off and you're allowed to be sad today, you will only even acknowledge he exists if he's ignored how he feels 99% of the time before that. Because if he was sad most of the time before that, he never would have got to a place where he could attract a woman like you.
So where the fuck did they get this idea from, right? Well, there was some data that came from dating apps where it showed roughly 80% of women selected only 20% of the men. And this is one of those things where if you read that, it might sound scientific until you actually look at it. On apps like Tinder, right, men massively outnumber women. According to a 2025 summary of app usage data, globally, around about 75% of Tinder users identify as being men, whilst 25% identify as female. And if you were to maybe ask a woman, why don't you use Tinder as much as men do? Well, they might tell you that there's some very creepy men on those platforms.
Terry, 73. I'm old, ugly, and horny, and I love eating smooth young. My favorite is 69, although I also love Cowgirl because I get to maul those gorgeous melons. Also, I love Doggy.
So, most women go on Tinder and very quickly get overwhelmed. Most leave. And it might surprise you, right? Because in this environment, women have the pick of the litter and they might swipe and pick the best looking men more. But shockingly, this doesn't result in better quality relationships that they report being more satisfied with. Quite the opposite. According to data, relationships that are formed online tend to report less satisfaction than those relationships that are made in real life. It's almost as if women value things more than just good looks. But of course, that would require talking to a real life woman. And in the world of the manosphere, that's a big no-no.
Females who have been emotionally manipulated try and manipulate the men won't listen. That will make the female have more respect for the man. The frame will change. The female's mind will start to naturally align with the worldview of the male.
And man, I cannot explain how untrue hypergamy is in women, there is endless data showing that 81% of men and 86% of women will marry by the age of 40. If it's 80-20, the maths ain't working. And increasingly, women are actually dating down. More women are dating men with lower levels of education than them. As well, increasingly, men and women are earning similar-ish wages. But you know, data aside, that hasn't stopped a whole world of Looksmax creators, from people like Face IQ, Wheat Waffles, Austin Wayne, Clavicular, amassing big audiences in which a lot of their content focuses around hyper-analyzing men's faces, showing how much attention they get as a good-looking white tall guy in an Asian country, and then selling height growth pills in the description. Clavicular talking about taking testosterone since the age of 14, as well as taking meth to suppress his diet.
What drugs do you take in a day? I'm taking testosterone every single day. Take 7.5 milligrams of Accutane a day. I use crystal for hollow cheeks. I'm not a huge longevity guy.
Now, look.
That hat backwards is Loki sending me. Can I get a whiff, sir? Wait, do people get turned on by the backwards hat? I thought I looked like a clown. Should I be backwards hatting it more often? Like, some of you just want. I'm 34, man. It's crazy. Where's the dog? She's dead. This is turning into the same thing that happens when I eat, when people come in and go, oh, every time I tune in, you're eating. It's like, yeah, dude, because you tune in every day at the same time. Motherfuckers tune in when Kaya's on a walk and go, where the fuck is the dog, bro? She's dead. E trying to make Kaya gay too. Good luck to Ethan on his endeavors. This is surely going to make people love him and love Israel and turn around and go, oh my God, we were so wrong about you. You were actually the correct way. You were actually defending Palestinians' rights the only appropriate way that you could, the only appropriate way that anyone should. Everyone else should go to prison. That's what's going to happen.
Maxing, to some degree or another has kind of always been around. However, it has been massively boosted lately, and there is a reason why. The red pill.
Right? When a nerd comes to me and goes, I'm a total nerd, I want to learn game. I'm like, bro, you need to learn more than game. Because you look like a bitch. My girlfriend will beat the fuck out of you.
The red pill shit really popped off around 2021, 2022 with the rise of Andrew Tate. And you had their sort of lackeys, Fresh and Fit, Sneeko. And their whole, kind of general sales pitch was that you need to be an alpha man. An alpha man is someone who wears tight-fitted, muscular t-shirts, who poses in pictures looking tough, buying fast cars to impress other men online, whilst treating women like shit and talking down on them like they're children. Now, these lot, they were massive for a period of time, but they have heavily fallen off lately. And the whole thing didn't just disappear. God. Instead, they got replaced by people like Clavicular.
I use crystal.
So yeah, the red pill's messaging was kind of things like eat healthy, go to the gym, become rich, and obviously treat women like inferiors. And actually, this form itself was also an evolution of the very original pickup artist. The really early lot used to teach guys that it was all about psychological tricks and clever lines that you have to say to trick women into thinking that you were not a loser. So yeah, looks maxing is the current evolution of the previous Andrew Tate red pill ideology. And it makes sense, right? Because presumably, young, nerdy, awkward guys.
Our daily Bowden socialist update. Oh shit. Why are there Hasan Piker quotes on here? Hasan Piker, January 7th. I like that you guys rep Zohran Mamdani when the school very clearly does not. By the way, have you guys noticed that? Even though he's the fucking mayor now, I feel like at least now they can honestly rep him, right? Also, what is this website design, dude? God damn, this shit is stuck in a time when most of you motherfuckers were not even alive. Yeah, 1995 Socialist Club looking ass website, dude. HTML4, it's under construction. That's crazy. This is crazy. This shit looks like GeoCities. CSS is bourgeoisie decadence. Ha 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 ha. Oh, This is like an old school schizophrenic trot unk would put this together. Okay, like on its own. Hasan Piker, January 8th, 2026. Look at how ass this website was yesterday. It's still ass. Oh my God. I fucking, okay, listen. I love you guys, okay? Respect to the Bowden socialists. Yeah, this website is serving Y2K realness the old-fashioned way still. Respect.
After going to the gym a few times, probably realized that they weren't going to get a Bugatti anytime soon. And just wearing sunglasses indoors and doing this thing with your hands, it's probably not going to score like a Minecraft kid some super...
You have the same PSL score as Tom
Pete,
Wilson.
how come you didn't tell me
Superman actor and new Looks Max
how you felt
icon.
about Chloe?
I'm her daddy. I don't even
It's
know.
not like I ever had a chance with her. What would make you say that? Because I'm always standing next to you.
She called me daddy. I don't even know her mama.
There is 0% chance my PSL score is almost this high. That's crazy.
Dolce, Gabbana, Louis, Gucci, Fendi, Prada, design with no strings attached like.
He's so much hotter than me. That's not even a question. I linked you a Looks Max quiz. You didn't want to do it. Yeah, I don't want to like take photos of my face and shit. Aren't you taller? Probably, but that doesn't mean shit. Don't worry, it's all fake. I mean, I don't worry about this stuff at all.
So Looks Max...
You want to know why I don't worry about this stuff at all? Because I'm 34 years old and I already have confidence, which can only come from within. If you don't have confidence, then you lean into this kind of stuff. You lean into like the way people perceive you. And that's kind of what I always try to explain to people. Like, self-reliance and confidence is the key. Okay. And you can achieve it by improving yourself. You can achieve it by improving the way you look, grooming yourself better, figuring out what kind of haircut works, figuring out what kind of beard works in your face, like figuring out what kind of clothes work with your body. All this stuff will be helpful, but ultimately, if it just stays at external validation, you won't actually have any confidence. But the process in which you transform yourself into the 7 that I know you can be is the process where you will develop confidence, because once you start achieving the goals that you set for yourself, you start believing in yourself. Yes, you need the shower.
Probably spawned somewhere in like the early 2010s. There was a website called PUAHate.com. Surprisingly, PUA Hate, which stands for Pickup Artistry Hate, was not in fact a website created by feminists to critique the objectification of women, but instead it was created by men critiquing the effectiveness of pickup artistry. These lot, right, who were going on PUA Hate, they considered pickup artistry a scam. They didn't buy the whole advice that you could just be more confident and that will get you women. They started to believe that attractiveness was biologically hardwired into you.
I think that every woman who encounters me on the street is inherently disgusted by me. I'm physically unattractive, I'm visibly autistic, and I have no experience speaking to females. There is most likely not a single female on the planet that would be willing to date me.
So yeah, it was somewhere around the 2010s where we start to see the rise of incels, involuntary celibates. Guys who believed that they were so biologically unattractive that they were destined to be celibate for their entire life. This is often referred to as the black pill. The black pill accepted that there was no such thing as self-improvement. You are born as you are, and nothing can be done to improve your dating outcomes. But looks maxers, right? They were like a slight deviation of that style of thinking. Because whilst they believed the general premise of the black pill, that looks matter more than anything else, and that women are hypergamous pieces of shit, they, however, believed you could make improvements, but not to your personality, friend. No, to your face.
By looking good, they're going to assume that you get paid better, you're cooler, you're funnier. I was teased for certain things like my skin, my eye bags. Was I able to improve these things? Yes. Did it help my life? Yes. There are other things that you could do that are quite effective, that you could do today, tomorrow, this week, to get remedial.
Well, oh yeah, I saw this. It's so funny that no one can apparently write a hit piece on Hasan the Hun without also calling him handsome along the way. Jewish Insider asked podcasters to comment on the comments of another podcaster and wrote an article about them not commenting. From Jewish Insider, Johnson also pointed to an issue with what he termed the Democratic staffer class, where the media and Democratic staffer is so progressive they have no punching left rule, especially when someone like Hasan is attractive and has a large audience. As Piker's ideology remains largely unchecked by progressive lawmakers and activists, other critics warned that the left's acquiescence to his troubling views has already hurt its ability to meaningfully counter growing hostility to Jews in Israel from the far right. Hasan Piker is a Tucker Carlson of the progressive left, just dumber and better looking. Jamie Kirchick, an author and commentator who frequently writes about Israel and Jewish issues, told Jewish Insider, as long as figures like Kana, Sanders, Ocasio-Cortez, and Markey pal around with him, they forfeit any credibility attacking the new right's vile anti-Semitism. Sure. Rude Lamafea, I mean, I don't give a fuck what any Israel dick rider says about my level of intellect. And for the record, I would rather be the dumbest person on the fucking planet than be someone who defends Israel, okay? I'd rather be dumb with a heart than present an intelligent person on camera and lack consciousness. These motherfuckers done unfang anti-Semitism by themselves. Yeah. Makes you look like Dennis the Menace. Are they somehow dissuading them from attacking the new right anti-Semitism? No. Acquiescence. Acquiescence. I said it right. No? That's a trap. You can't be dumber than them. I'm not, but it doesn't matter. Like I said, I love when my enemies hate me, okay? You are my enemy. If you are pro-Israel, you are my fucking op. You are my enemy. You are nothing to me. So you can say whatever the fuck you want. Anyway, what? You have to check out this TikTok from one of those guys real quick.
So 5'8", this not gonna work. It's not gonna work. You know, you like my little sister.
Nobody wants to say it, but heightism might actually be worse than racism. You see,
oh, hell no. Yeah, bro, who can forget? Who can forget when people under 5'6", men under 5'6" were not allowed to drink from the same water fountains as men over 5'6"? God damn. God damn, bro. That is crazy. This has 273,000 likes, bro. Holy fuck. Wait, that's why they have 2 drinking fountains. That's why they have the shorter drinking fountain. Oh my God, I didn't realize. Heightism. Roller coaster rides and 2 separate heights for 2 separate drinking fountains. That's what it was. Is height segregation. Of course, I'm a tall, so I don't even fucking know. Common Syrian L. This guy, I want to like this guy, but he's just so fucking insane.
racism is socially condemned. You say something racist, you lose your job, your reputation, your platform, etc.
Yeah, except no. You say something racist, you fundraise $1.5 million. Okay? So I wish this was still the meta. It's no longer the meta. You say something racist, they give you your job back as a government prosecutor. Okay? One of the immigration prosecutors the government has literally posted Adolf Hitler in a positive manner, and they quietly brought his job back. They quietly were like, yeah, we'll investigate this. And then now he's a government prosecutor again. One of the largest content creators on this platform just spews bile on a daily basis and has a legion of toxic ass fans.
Society punishes you, but mock someone for their height, that's not condemned. It's actually normalized. It's entertainment.
Yeah. I wonder why. Like, here, I'll flip the script, okay? This guy would probably never make this argument, even though you can make the exact same argument about fat shaming. Okay? Can you imagine if someone were to make a video about fat shaming being just as bad as racism, or if not worse than racism? What do you think this guy would say? Okay? What do you think? You lack the credibility to talk on this issue, Tolly. Fatism is worse than racism. If you made a video about fat shaming, this dude would fucking lose his mind. And no, I know that people can lose weight, but they can't add inches to their fucking height. I know. The point is not whether or not there is a change, whether or not this is a factor that is in your control. The point is, making fun of someone being fat or making fun of someone being short is just making you a bully, but it doesn't have any sort of attachment to systemic forms of oppression. Okay? It does not. Because your height or your weight can change the way people perceive you, but it doesn't actually genuinely cause real systemic discrimination in the way that racism did and still does to this day. Ain't no fucking cop is pulling you over and being like, oh, you're fat, you're going to prison, okay? Oh, you're short, jail for you, shorty. Like, there are so many. You didn't get redlined on the basis of being fat or on the basis of being short, okay? Fuck. Come on, guys. Wake the fuck up. Yeah, doctors are like, hey, sorry, we can't. I don't want to. I don't want to treat you because you're too short. Yes, fat phobia has its own systemic oppression, though. I know. Okay. Yes, there are different points of discrimination on the basis of being short and on the basis of being fat, and there's validity to these arguments. But comparing it to racism is fucking insane. Hello. Ain't nobody was enslaved for being short for 400 fucking years. And if their kids were also short, because, you know, that carries on genetically, then they were slaves too? Really? That's the argument that we're making here? Fuck. Yeah, I'm enslaving the fatties is not a principle that ever existed. Bro hasn't heard of Oompa Loompas. You're a tall. Your opinion is invalid, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, they should ask a question to a fat black person. Like, what do you think is a worse form of discrimination in society in modern day and age? Being fat or being black? Exactly. It's what is was it Baldwin? Who there's like a famous quote about this. You know, you can be queer presenting and you can be black. There is definitely levels to this in terms of discrimination, systemic discrimination. Or a short black person, ask them that too. A mix of both, not gonna lie. Come on, man. Yeah, the American government. Who could forget when the American government did the move bombing on a fat family for being short and fat, when they dropped C4 out of a fucking helicopter. And then the fucking police chief said, nah, keep the block burning. And then they took the bones of the short and fat people that they killed and they distributed amongst different college campuses until like literally fucking 5 years ago when they returned the bones of the short and the fat people. Who can forget that? Like even in terms of you know, skin color, who could forget that we have an entire brigade called ICE that is basically stopping people on the basis of being short and also on the basis of being fat. Do you understand how fucking stupid this argument is? I'm really stressing it to the best of my ability. I'm trying to make people really understand how stupid this is. Okay? Same argument applies when you shouted for 2 hours about Nazi people in modern time, dear. Wait, what? I don't know, Hasan, I'm 6'3", 240 pounds and black. And I remember working security a couple years back at high school in LA. There was this kid that was 6'7", and I would have to respect his height when he was around. There are rules. Okay. Yeah, they're stopping Mexicans for being short, dude. That's what they were doing this whole time. Yeah. Sorry, we have to deport you because you're fat. Or sorry, we have to deport you because you're short. No more shorties. We need tallies only. What the fuck?
Payment, it's a preference.
Liar.
How am I a liar?
6'5" is a lie.
You gotta round up.
Round it up heavy.
No, I didn't.
6'5". I'm 6'4". Exactly.
And the irony is, height is 95% genetic. You can't train it, manifest it, or grind for it. No amount of effort is going to change your bone length. Only about 15% of men are 6 feet or taller, yet somehow that becomes the baseline nowadays. It's so bad that even talking about someone's weight is considered more offensive than mentioning their height, especially when it comes to women, right? And that's something that you can control. I just find it hilarious that this double, actually triple standard still exists till this day.
Heightism might be actually worse than racism. Our brains are shrinking. Yeah, I'm gonna have Joe on the broadcast soon too. We've been working on doing a collabo. You both make good arguments. Man, shut the fuck up. No, we don't both make good arguments. I am standing directly in opposition to this argument. There is no world where both of us are making good arguments. You basically just said, hey, I see you, I hear you, you're being very reasonable, but also I'm fucking 5'6". That's all you said to me with that statement, okay? Shut the fuck up. Listen, guys. I'm not one of these people that's going to be a silly Billy and tell you, like, oh, it doesn't matter at all. Women don't look at that stuff at all. Of course they do. It's a fucking hurdle, but it's one that you can climb, okay? It just gives you a worse starting position overall. And there are still plenty of people who don't give a shit about it regardless, okay? But ultimately, it's absolutely something that does not lock you in to lock you into a different category unless you make it the number one factor in your fucking personality. Okay? It's that simple. Yes. For all the shorties. That's why I always say you can be a manlet or you can be a short king. But it's entirely up to you to choose which path you might take. That's it. Ugh. Where's the equity, Hasan? Oh my God. Motherfuckers being like, yo, motherfuckers making the argument, yo, you said you claim to be a socialist and here you are hoarding all the height for yourself. The dating pool is smaller for sure. No. You want to know why that doesn't even matter? Because we're talking about such a ginormous dating pool that, like, even if you shave a little bit off the top, it doesn't, you haven't even gotten anywhere close to penetrating this ginormous sea of possible suitors. I usually agree with you, Hasan, but fucking long girls have no right in these discussions. I really don't know why you high tops like to dig into your vertically limited lives. Dig into our vertically limited lives. The only thing bean poles like you are good for is opening covers and giving uppies to us on the ground down here fighting the real fight. I heard Mao was 5'5". No, Mao was tall as fuck. He's like my height. Mao was actually like 6'3" or 6'4" or some shit. I mean, he might have even been taller. Deng Xiaoping, on the other hand, now he was a shorty, okay? That's the Hunanese you're talking about, okay? A Hunan man. A real fighter. All right, anyway. We must put the shorties to work in the chocolate factory. You fail to realize that all the world leaders are tall and oppress the short. Brother, Vladimir Putin is like 5'3", okay? What's up? I actually don't know how tall. I don't know how tall Xi Jinping is. Is he tall? Now is 5'11", Lamau? Okay, then his statue gave him a bunch of inches. Height difference of different dictators. These measurements are not completely accurate. Dictators, and then it's fucking Fidel Castro, Mao Zedong, Xi Jinping, Raul Castro, Kim Il Sung. Like the first, dude, come on, dude. Come on. Oh, when I think of dictators, I think Fidel Castro. What the fuck are you saying? Adolf Hitler, 5'7". Tito? Tito? They put Tito in there? I'm noticing a pattern here where there's very few right-wing dictators on this list. Lenin was 5'4". That's my fucking goat of all goats. Look at that. It's by height, you idiot. Yeah, really? So Pinochet was 5'2", and that's why he didn't make the cut? Is that the argument you're making? Or is this a fucking idiotic subreddit that thinks like every fucking leftist leader was a dictator and perhaps way worse than anyone on the right ever could have been? Motherfucker said Lenin was a dictator, bro. What are we doing here? Are you fucking serious? He said Fidel Castro's a dictator. Lenin's a dictator. Mao Zedong, once again, you know, compelling figure overall. What was it? What's the fucking quote? If Mao Zedong had passed away in like 1964, or not 1964, what was the fucking quote? But it's like, if he had passed away right before the Cultural Revolution, he would have been known as an incredible legend. If he passed away 1 year into the Cultural Revolution, he would have still been seen as like a profoundly positive force. But he unfortunately passed away after. Something like that. Had Mao died in 1956, his achievements would have been immortal. Had he died in 1966, he would have still been a great man but flawed. But he died in 1976. Alas, what can one say? Imagine if Lenin lived just another 10 years. Yeah. Why does this guy keep saying gay fart fucking? Take a day off. Yeah, bro. I was talking about how cool is it that Canadians can go to Canada or can go to China without a visa. My coworker immediately said, yeah, well, she's a dictator. Also, Tiananmen Square. Liberals are so turbo fucked in the head everywhere. Yeah, Xi Jinping, the man who did Tiananmen Square. Bro, it's like saying you want to go to America. George Washington owned slaves. Sure, the timeline is different, but you get what I'm saying, right? I can't believe you'd go to America. The move bombing happened around the same time that the Tiananmen Square happened. Hello? Ay, ay, ay. CBP commander getting mogged.
Hey fam, I was in Minneapolis and look, we just stumbled upon Greg Bovino at a fucking Speedway for a pre-Hague photo shoot. So good for him, I guess. For those following along at home, I have nothing against short men, but I do just have to report back there is about a 4-inch height difference. Do you want to get closer so they can see?
Oh no, a little higher there for you.
Still not the same. So Greg, you're standing right there in front of me, but to everyone following along at home, I hope you fucking eat shit. I hope this keeps you up at night for the rest of your life, and no one fucking wants you here. Oh, fantastic language. There's children in here, and your fucking vehicle, asshole. Choke.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is, people are saying this might be the perfect video. She got him on his tippy toes, bro. She got him on his tippy toes, talked mad shit directly to his face, cooked his ass. Oh my Lord. Oh my God. What the fuck? Oh my God, he heard her talking big shit and walked
Height
over.
difference? Do you want to get closer so they...
You think he tries to find the tiniest agents he can to surround himself so that he doesn't look ridiculous in comparison? You know what I mean? He's like, you can be 5'7" max.
Inch height difference? Do you want to get closer so they can see?
I like that she's not even remotely fucking intimidated, too. He's like slowly posturing over there, like walking up to be like, yeah, I see you. And then jumps up and down. Minnesota girls are built different. Dude, I see that, dude. My favorite Gregory Bovino fact is that he seems to travel everywhere with a Praetorian Guard handpicked to be even shorter than he is. Yeah. Yeah. You see this? Oh my God. She's from Chicago and a lawyer. Well, she's my queen now. Respect. Oh my God, he's got a manlet brigade, bro. What the fuck? And he's got lifts on too. He really does. I mean, he is giving fucking one battle after another. Sean Penn. Careful, you're being worse than racist. Oh my God, yeah, actually, by the standards set forth by that one looks maxing TikToker, I'm technically being insanely inappropriate here because, like, I'm making fun of an omega racist for being short. Therefore, I'm actually discriminating against ICE agents in ways that they could never discriminate against others, right?
Results. Now, yeah, looks maxing, it gets pretty extreme. And while some lads might take it with a pinch of salt, just, you know, get a good skincare routine and go to the gym and get a haircut, others might find themselves going deeper into this online world where they surround themselves with fellow looks max.
Yeah, she's dope. I just followed her back. That's fire.
Who become increasingly obsessive, increasingly nihilistic, and increasingly harsh and abusive to each other. And I do really want to be clear here. Not every single layer of men's self-help is the extreme toxic form. The simple advice of go to the gym, be healthy, dress well, join social groups of people with similar interests, get a hobby, develop your personality, and importantly, speak to women. No, God! No! It's pretty good advice. But that's the thing, there's this old expression which is, once you get the message, hang up the phone. Because the problem, right, with that very simple message is, you know, it's all nice and all, that's great, yeah, do all the things, but my name's GigaChad Jimmy69 and I want to sell you some shit. And so we see this really interesting thing, right, that is referred to, like in general business, as market incentive escalation and differentiation pressure. So what you see, right, is as those original self-help guys that tell you to go to gym and, you know, get a hobby, as that market of, you know, creators get saturated over time.
I don't mind you talking mad shit on that dude, but stop going after height, dude. I'm 5'2.5". Not all short dudes are pieces of shit. Wait, what? I never said that, dude. That's why I said there's short kings and there's manlets. And it's entirely up here and entirely in here. that makes that difference. That's what matters, okay? You have the option to be a short king, or you have the option to live your life as a manlet. And for a lot of people, it does unironically stem from how much they let this stuff bother them, how much they let this stuff be a major hurdle for them that they can't clear. And no, I'm not making a pun about height, okay? I'm not. I know everybody always says, this is, you know, you're doing a height pun. I'm not.
There is a market pressure to become more extreme in order to differentiate yourselves from your competitors.
Also, here's one thing you have on me all day, every day. Weightlifting. If you are under 6 foot, you can walk into a gym, sneeze on a bench press, and you'll have pecs. Okay? I can spend my whole life lifting like a motherfucker with my tall ass. And unless I get medical enhancements, it is going to be very difficult for me to fill this frame. Okay? And I have been. I'm saying this as someone who has been lifting for years and years and years and years and years. You get a major stat boost. Being under 6 foot at the gym is like steroids. It's like having steroids. I swear to fucking God. Old ass senior talking. I mean, this is a common gym trope. Everybody knows if being 5'6" is the best you can be in the gym. Is the best height for gym. Straight up. Straight up.
And to sell new products. So if in the early days the obvious products was to make, I don't know, video courses and maybe even teach people, go coaching people to talk to women, well, the potential market for that is small and eventually will become saturated. But if you think about it, the customer base for maybe height growth pills, jaw strengthening machines, where you can live stream this on TikTok and have a shop running, that market is way, way bigger. And
bro, you know what I get on TikTok too that's crazy? Drones that they're selling to Ukrainians. Like, Chinese e-commerce has exploded on TikTok. I mean, it probably always did, but like, I see hella fucking anti-drone tech that they're just selling. And also on top of that, they're out here selling like, you know, grenade dropping mechanisms and stuff that you can attach to your drones.
Less saturated. And eventually you find yourself in Poland getting leg lengthening surgery.
New at 6, people all over the world are enamored by a Riverdale man. He just returned from Turkey.
This is one of the craziest things, by the way, the leg strengthening. It's like, there are very, very few people that get this fucking surgery and actually can like continue walking without a crutch for the rest of their lives. It is one of the dumbest things you can do.
Where he had surgery to grow from 5'5" to 6 feet tall.
Wow. I wanted to become the best version of myself, mentally, physically, and spiritually. And for me, that included height.
So in order to bamboozle young men into doing insanely stupid shit to make themselves better looking, these looks maxers have to create a comprehensive sales pitch, complete with pseudoscience and jargon. And so they created something called...
This is a myth. It's not about height. It's about testosterone inhibiting growth. A lot of dudes over 6 foot have lower T levels than short men on average. This isn't a meme. There's even treatments where taller men will take large doses of testosterone to keep them from growing. Wait, what? Why would you want to be fucking not taller? I'm so confused. High testosterone stunts your height growth? As a short woman, I can't even tell if guys are short or tall because they're all taller than me. Yeah, there's also that. You mean like gigantism or something? Bro, your heightism is insane. Okay, shut up. Only tall people are obsessed with height IRL. I have actually had the exact opposite experience where I don't recognize how tall I am until we're talking about height and then everyone yells at me. Or even like, I don't know how tall I am because I'm just taller than everybody else usually. So whenever the only time I ever fucking realize what I look like is when I get photographed. When I get photographed around others, and then I look back at the photo, I'm like, that's gross. I look like that? That's disgusting. That's how I feel, at least. I know people won't believe me. Nice sob story, taller. I know. I know.
The PSL scale. PSL stands for PUA hate, slut hate, and lookism, which is like racism for looks. The PSL ranks men from...
Yes, I've had body consciousness issues in the past due to not just height, but due to being fat for the most part, but height as well. I mean, look, the answer to this is simple. Would I rather be shorter or the same height? And my answer is I would rather be my height. Like, I'm happy with my height. Would I be shorter or taller? I think ultimately I'm still happy with my height. Like, it doesn't matter if I'm taller or not. But ultimately, I mean, that in and of itself proves the argument, right? Like, at least from my perspective, which is that I am fortunate. Like, I get it. I'm fortunate. I understand that. Stop virtue signaling, shaking my head. If I was virtue signaling, I would say I would rather be shorter than taller. My point is, there are, I guess, issues that you don't really consider when you're taller, like higher likelihood of getting cancer, shorter lifespans in general. Okay, not being able to fit into places, a society that's not designed for your height. But none of that matters. It's not bad enough to want to be shorter. Okay. You're also perceived differently. Bro, you're reading off Google right now. What? Google? Problems with being tall. Yeah, I got Google. I needed Google to fucking highlight issues about being tall and not the 34 years that I've lived on this planet. Performative beanpole. Reverse heightism doesn't exist. No, I'm not saying it does. Heightism doesn't exist. Shut the fuck up. Like, there's people perceive you differently if you're shorter, for sure. I'm not gonna say that's not the case, I guess, but it's a hurdle that you can clear. Okay, remember, just like it's not bad with wanting a smaller dick. I've never met a man that said, I wish I had a smaller dick, okay?
Subhuman at the bottom, all the way to Giga Chad at the top. Yeah, the Giga Chad is a mythical being whose jawline is so sharp that he could make a woman faint just at the mere sight of it. And these lot, with their PSL scale, they have this hyper obsession over a very specific type of male beauty. I mean, they fucking rate Ryan Gosling 5.5 out of 10. I mean, what the fuck?
Damn.
And this right here is...
Damn, AdSense came after my boy's ass, dude. He had to mute the shit out of that.
What they believe Ryan Gosling should look like.
And while facial edits often do look uncanny...
Bro, he looks like shit. That's so awesome. God, the fucking lookism guys are so funny, dude. Oh my God.
Here's a concept of what Gosling might look like at an 8 out of 10. We can see his jaw gets more proportionate.
Yeah, he looks so much better. Thank you, dude. Thank you. He looks so much hotter, bro. You got it.
And robust. His chin shape is fixed. His eyebrows are fixed. His eye positioning is improved. His canthal tilt's improved.
He's fixed.
and all these factors contribute to a more harmonious face.
And the presentation and delivery of this message is as if this is objective science. And as I say, you're a young man, you hear all this scientific jargon with diagrams, arrows, ratio charts, face grids, and weird little measurements with names like your canthal tilt, your mandibular plane angle, your bisgmatic width. And so yeah, once you've accepted this religion and the belief that every single detail of your face determines your entire worth as a human, the next step is obvious. Fix it, you ugly prick. Now you're mewing, right? Tongue posture, where your tongue sits in the roof of your mouth. If it's there, it will remodel your skull and make you beautiful. Mewing was invented by this insane guy and is obviously completely rejected by established science. There's no evidence that this works for adults or teenagers.
Yeah, you know what the fucking funniest thing is? The reason why those looks maxing things, I guess, like the success stories work, is because so many of them are like 14 years old and then they get to 16. Or if they're 16 years old and they get to 18. Half of the fucking people that think that this looks maxing shit works on them are just going through puberty. Okay? That's literally what it is. They're just going through fucking puberty. They're growing up. That's genuinely a big part of it, especially because the target audience is like very insecure and very hormonal teenage men. And there's good stuff in there too, obviously. Like the good stuff is, you know, doing things like figuring out what kind of skincare products work for your face and work for your composition, all the stuff. Like that stuff is good, but it can very quickly turn into an unhealthy thing. And it often does for many people. Self-improvement is something that I am firmly committed to, something that I believe, something that I urge others to engage in. Okay? Teenage boys, not men. They're not adults. Please correct it. What? Okay, whatever, dude. Calm down. You know. Yes, teenage boys, not teenage men. My bad. Okay? Jesus Christ.
Obviously, that's what big feminism wants you to think. But
my
whatever.
man said, please correct it. Like, you've made a grave mistake. Correct it now.
You know, mewing, it's fine, mostly harmless. But then, yeah, you do end up getting lads who go and get their faces cut up because some random mod on Discord told them that their maxilla is negatively rotated. And the thing is, man, these people in the forums kind of sound like experts. They have very hyper-specific knowledge on surgeries and parts of the face, knowing the names of procedures and where you can get it done, what medicines you need. And it's this, the very invasive, you know, forms of surgery, etc., that would be called hard maxing.
By the end of this lecture, you're going to have a completely new understanding of which hard maxing surgeries are actually worth considering and which ones are better left alone.
No.
That is the medical intervention. And in a sense, Alex getting his hair done is arguably a form of hard maxing. It kind of depends on the context, really. If you consider yourself a looks maxer trying to improve your PSL score by 2, what the fuck am I saying? What is my job? And I can't lie, when I was at the Elite Hair Clinic, I didn't think that people looked like looks maxers. Maybe some of them were, but mainly they were in their like 30s to 40s. And I would say a looks maxer is probably someone very young or in their early 20s. And I think this also helps reiterate that this obviously all lies on a spectrum, similar to self-improvement. There are some truths. Obviously, good-looking people probably find life a bit easier.
Explain yourself. Why did you send this to me? The Kirker surfer. No, he has a point. Okay.
but there is also a ton of bullshit mixed in. And like, you know, yeah, myself, I go to the gym. I try and dress okay when I wanna. I get haircuts. But I guess, in a way, I have also done some hard maxing myself. Like, I got my teeth whitened. I kind of always wanted to get them whitened. I don't know why, I just did. And partly, maybe it was to improve my confidence. And also, dare I say it, I've even done the thing, the Botox, where you try and get rid of wrinkles in your head to keep your skin young as you get older. And I can't lie, if I was balding, I probably would get a hair transplant. And when I saw Alex getting it and him sort of explaining why he wanted it, it kind of made sense, you know? It would make him feel more confident. I get it. If you could afford it, if it's safe, why not? But I do notice, and I do believe that this stuff can really be a slippery slope.
Never hard max in public. What about Kirk maxing? For hair transplants, it's highly recommended you wait till 25 the earliest, and you are recommended to try minoxidil and or finasteride first before doing it. So it makes sense that most people at a hair clinic would be 30s and 40s. Yeah, I mean, I did minoxidil and finasteride, and I still do, obviously. And if it wasn't for minoxidil and finasteride, I probably would have needed a hair transplant, I suspect, because my hair was thinning out in the front. And I'm fine now, even though people constantly say, "Oh, dude, you're balding," or whatever, every now and then. But yeah, I mean, I have a more mature hairline. When I was younger, this part that is like no longer there was connected, right? And even younger than that, I had a fucking 3-head. I basically had like a 2-head or a 3-head. But, you know, I've done some looks maxing as well.
You have to have your head in a relatively healthy place. And that is what, in my opinion, a lot of these looks maxers are doing. They are pursuing improving themselves aesthetically in an obsessive, unhealthy manner. They are hinging their entire self-worth on improving their face. That is insane. So yeah, to do my part of the brand deal, link in description. Contractually, I'm allowed to say whatever I want. I could slag them off if I want to. So that is my honest opinion on them. So yeah, if you were looking to get a hair transplant, I would thoroughly recommend Elite Hair Clinic. Professional, they're safe, reputable. Drop the links below. And Alex seems to be quite happy that he got it.
Surgery completed. It was great.
In the past, we have seen many, you know, Hollywood actresses and actors, singers as well, who have completely ruined their face pursuing obsessive cosmetic surgery. So really, this isn't a new phenomenon. It has been around a while. But what does seem to be new is the fact that young men who in the past rarely gave a fuck how they looked are increasingly getting into.
What a dumb video. I bet people were saying the same things about hair transplants when that came out. Brother, I don't think you can compare hair transplants to like jaw-breaking surgeries and stuff like that. Like there's definitely levels to this. Like here, one example, a surgery that's like very commonplace is rhinoplasty, right? And a lot of people do it and it makes them very happy and they're super fond of it, okay? But just because rhinoplasty has like a very high success rate doesn't mean that like you can look like a Bogdanov twin after doing a whole bunch of different surgeries. Like there are less invasive and much more successful surgeries, and there's levels to it. And that's the reason why I'm saying like there's a difference between like doing a hair transplant surgery versus whatever the fuck half of these dudes do, which is straight up breaking their fucking jaw, cutting it up, and then like pushing them apart so you have a wider jawline. Please logs for reading the question. Dude, what is MJ's rating? Okay.
Do this stuff. And it was weird, I can't lie, seeing Alex's hair follicles being attached to his skull. But at least it seems safe and professional. These looks maxers are going on Reddit and getting pseudo-scientific advice, just literally inventing shit with no medical evidence, such as bone smashing. Bone smashing, as the name suggests, implies hitting your face with a blunt metal object, you know, like a hammer, in order to create...
Yeah, like, do you think this is chatter? Do you think that we will be looking at this gay fart fucking logs? I have personal experience in this. Okay, take a day off. Like, you're comparing like a hair transplant surgery to like bone smashing and shit.
Micro fractures in like your cheekbones, where supposedly they will heal back together bigger. And it's probably obvious there is zero scientific evidence that this works, but there is evidence that this risks fracturing your face and causing permanent damage.
The face and the facial skeleton is covered with a lot of blood vessels. So if you get a bleed in a particular area, it could cause airway obstruction, suffocation, and blindness if you hit particular arteries and veins in certain areas, nerve damage.
Hormone maxing, you know, this is taking testosterone, TRT, DHT derivatives, peptides, often without medical supervision, just buying it online from some dodgy, unrated...
Why are young men T-maxing testosterone? Do they need it? And what are the risks? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Regulated lab abroad. And again, like I keep saying, if you have low testosterone or you're aging or something, there might be a valid reason to take testosterone, but there is no reason for a 14-year-old boy with regular testosterone levels to be taking testosterone.
If I go blind from look maxing my face, tell me it worked. Okay, you got it.
Such as Clavicular, who, if you look at his face, have a guess how old he is. That boy's 19. He was doing testosterone since 14. And for him...
That's the other thing about T is testosterone fucking rapidly ages you. Okay? For those of you who don't know, if you take testosterone, if you take steroids, it will accelerate your aging dramatically. And this is pseudoscientific, what I'm about to tell you, is that if you have any sort of conditions that are supposed to come out later in life, you also have the capacity to accelerate, you know, those medical illnesses, medical conditions as well. Who gave him testosterone at 14? He did. All of this stuff is like readily available and accessible on the internet. No, only if you abuse. Come on, man. No. Unless you have. No, it's DIY. That motherfucker can get TRT at 14, but trans people can't get hormone blockers at 14. You think that motherfucker got TRT from the doctor? He's doing DIY. The fuck? What you should be saying is everybody was yelling at DIY when trans people were talking about doing DIY hormones and stuff over the, like, trying to get it with like Chinese peptides or whatever. Meanwhile, these guys are doing it to themselves. They're doing DIY, but that's it. So stupid.
Why he's particularly a case study is because when he talks about why he's doing this, he says that it's an investment into being better looking because good looking people have better outcomes in their life. He's basically selling young kids like a neoliberal economic ideology, applying it to their faces. For fuck's sake, is there anything capitalism will keep its grubby hands off? He claims that 35 grand he's spent on this shit is a worthwhile financial investment into his future because it will give him more opportunities. And he openly admits not caring about longevity and his health.
I'm not a huge longevity guy.
And like, I would say probably the most extreme of all this stuff is height maxing, where again these guys have convinced themselves that women only date 6 foot men, despite the average man being like 5'9" or 5'10". Why 6 foot? Well, because they've never spoke to a woman, and 6 is a nice round number. So some of these lot have taken to getting on a plane, flying out to Russia, Turkey, or Poland to have both of their femurs broken and then lengthened with metal magnetic rods. Some of these guys stay in the hospitals for 6 months on crutches, and it can take like a year to relearn how to walk, all for an extra 5 centimeters of height. And obviously, I don't need to say it, this surgery is highly controversial, it's widely illegal, and the pain is unimaginable. This surgery, it's gone wrong a bunch of times, leaving people in severe pain. And the most tragic part of all of this is, at the end of the day, users who go on these forums, these discords, in the eyes of their community, they will never be enough.
How long do you think it'll be before you're maxed? Do you think that's like a destination or is it a process?
I think it's more of a destination. There's really no end to it. Like,
there's no destination. There is no, it's body dysmorphia. He has tremendous body dysmorphia. Okay, that's it. So he will forever do different cosmetic procedures and like a whole bunch of different things unless he fixes what's going on up here. He is never going to be perfect. There's never going to be an end to it. And the end is the Bogdanov twins. Okay, I keep going back to the same thing, but there's a reason why people look like this. Okay, there is a reason why people end up looking like this. Okay. Moshi moshi. They look perfectly healthy and normal. Yeah, totally.
because you can get overly obsessive and like there's the whole never enough type of deal. I don't think that would ever be problematic for me because I'm very like logical with, you know, risk versus reward in terms of like.
That's crazy. He literally does meth. He is microdosing meth. You are not very logical with anything, okay? You started abusing steroids at the age of 14. What the fuck is logical about that?
Like the hard maxing and stuff like that, I'll be like, okay, I'm at a place where I don't really need to do this shit anymore.
In the academic work that has been done on looks maxing and like male body image, there's a term that often pops up, which is masculine demoralization. In this paper, which is called When Help is Harm, Health, Lookism and Self-Improvement in the Manosphere, they describe masculine demoralization where they say men are told that they deviate.
Yeah, and you take Zins? Yeah, exactly. I also drink a lot of coffee and do a lot of caffeine, which is the same as doing methamphetamines. Thank you. Microdosing meth isn't really any different than using Adderall. Yes, it is. What the fuck are you talking about? It absolutely is. That's like saying taking Adderall is no different than drinking coffee. You're smoking crack, chatter. What the fuck? What is happening in this chat? What is happening in this community? What the fuck? He said crystal meth. You don't get crystal from an MD, you get it from a dealer. I know. I thought you didn't wear your hat backwards. I am for this episode. Just a bit, man. Everything in moderation. No, not everything in moderation. No crystal meth in moderation.
From accepted male beauty standards, that they have no hope for having a romantic or sexual relationship, and that they are failures as...
Yeah, the amphetamine salts, 4 different kinds, are not meth. Soda. Yeah, is meth... Meth has tremendous adverse effects, dude. Like the meth that we're talking about as the street level drug. Crystal meth. It's called Desoxin. I'm being responsible. You're being responsible with your meth? An Adderall vape would go crazy. Hey, so this is just called smoking meth.
Men. Looks maxers have created their own archetype, their model of masculinity. A specific, objective model that they claim is objective beauty of what women...
Okay, I looked it up. Desoxin, methamphetamine hydrochloride, is a powerful central nervous system stimulant available by prescription for specific medical conditions, though it is not a common treatment for option due to its high potential for abuse and dependence. Desoxin is available only through a doctor's prescription, which cannot be refilled. It's typically a last resort medication used when other safer treatments have been unsuccessful. How fucking cracked out on ADHD do you have to be that they literally give you like a controlled version of methamphetamine? Man, shut the fuck up. I'm not doing a free trial. I'm not doing beyond a free trial, okay? Your whole chat is taking stimulants? Yeah, I feel like pharmaceutical grade methamphetamine is probably still like isolated to a certain degree as opposed to whatever you're getting on the street. It's like saying, hey, you get fentanyl at the hospital versus, oh, I'm just microdosing fent that I got from the street dealer. You know what I mean? But even then, I suspect that this is like an incredibly fucking, incredibly specific scenario, I guess.
Find attractive based on what they, men, think is attractive. And obviously you might hear that and think, well, there's a tension there where these men who fear looking feminine, that's a big problem. They don't.
Street meth includes both chiral structures of meth and causes massive side effects. Yeah, you lose your teeth, okay? It rots your teeth, for example. I'm a chemist. Chirality is basically like the inverse structure of a chemical. I think your generation is just anti-meth because of Breaking Bad. What? No, because it's really fucking bad. What is happening? Okay, I'm realizing that 90% of the time when I'm arguing with chat, I'm just arguing with people not because they have like a significant ideological disagreement or I've offended their worldview in some way. It's just because they love to argue. Because there's motherfuckers in here trying to be contrarian about methamphetamine usage. Like, that is, you must be on meth to be advocating for smoking meth. Okay? I am realizing now that most of the time I'm arguing with derailers because they just want to fucking argue. It's crazy. This is madness. Just popped the Vyvanse, don't try me. Yeah, notice how you didn't say, just smoked some crystal meth, don't try me. Because you'd be tweaking too hard to even type in the chat.
Don't want to look feminine. They don't want to be feminine. They want to be masculine. But there's this tension between idealizing masculinity, being subservient, obsessive over it, entirely rejecting one's own femininity, doing all of this whilst trying not to come across slightly homoerotic and slightly feminine themselves. Take the term skin maxing, right? Skin maxing. What is that? Skincare, right? That's what women do. They look after their skin.
Yeah, there's also this like incredible insecurity surrounding like coming across as like not masculine, that you have to talk about everything in like video game terminology. A lot of these young men, I think, young boys, are autistic to a certain degree, alienated, isolated, and basically have to treat everything like a fucking video game.
Is skincare. But obviously they need it to sound manly, so they call it skin maxing. Cosmetic surgery is referred to as hard maxing. Calm down, tough guy. The entire community has to code everything in like a male sounding way in order to make them feel okay about doing it. And even in these communities, they will admit,
yeah, it's like baking. Baking is not gay, bro. Baking is not gay. It's like chemistry. I'm actually chem maxing, dude, when I'm baking. It's like, dude, just bake. Who gives a fuck, dude? The hell's wrong with you? Dude wipes. Dude wipes. It's for my pussy, but it's dude wipes. It's cool. It's fucking. I'm oven maxing, dude. Yeah. I'm not baking. I'm oven maxing.
That if you get too much surgery and it becomes obvious that you're getting surgery and people can recognize it, then you risk looking like you care too much about your looks And that means you might come across feminine. The entire thing is just an obsession with their perception from other people. And it's ironic because if you're meant to be the Giga Chad tough guy, the whole point is you shouldn't care about what other people think of you. What masculine demoralization is the continuous denying of masculinity for other men. So if you're on one of these discords, right, and you rate someone's PSL as subhuman, you are saying,
my boyfriend says he does bitch's hair because he doesn't want to call himself a hairdresser. Let me find out. That's so funny. You're a hairdresser. Why are you worried about appearing like a certain type of way, man? Just be confident in what you're doing.
To them that man is unattractive to women.
Unironically, that comes across like he's a diva. Okay? Tell your boyfriend that makes him sound, if that's his fear is coming across as feminine or, you know, gay or something, right? Oh, I'm doing bitch's hair. I'm doing my bitch's hair today. Okay. Just lean into it. Just say you're doing girly pop hair time, okay? Just lean into it fully. You sound sassier when you say you're doing bitch's hair. I do bitch's nails instead of I work at the mat counter. You can't say the B word and have the backwards hat. Pick one. True. I just realized dropping the hard B while wearing a backwards cap is basically going to cause like 25 TikTok videos from people being like, you see? I knew it. I knew it. Look at him. He's wearing the same hat that all of the disgusting pig men that ruined my life, that treated me in the worst ways possible. He is reminding me of those men right now. This guy fucking sucks. I knew it. I'm bro-maxing.
And being unattractive to women will make you a virgin for the rest of your life. And if you're a virgin for the rest of your life, you're not a real man. And that's like the darker psychology of this, right? Is that in a weird way, these people on these forums who are dishing out abuse, and my God, if you see some of the comments, it really is abusive, the shit they say to each other. The person dishing out the abuse feels some kind of power because they position themselves as the arbiter of what is masculine. By simply calling someone a subhuman, they're able to deny someone else's masculinity. And then if you dish out some advice, what they should do to improve their face, you feel a little power trip because you're making them conform to what you think they should do. Often users of these forums talk about how negative it is on their mental health, but they get addicted to these forums, spending hours and hours every day, despite the irony that the whole point is so that young men can quote unquote ascend and raise themselves up as men to have better lives, be healthier, make more money, meet women, etc. In reality, these forums only really have a negative effect on the users. At the very extreme end, it pushes users to do self-harm, whether it's things like bone smashing or literally using the euphemism to rope, which means that if someone is so ugly and they have no hope in life, that they should use a rope. You know, you can figure out what that means. Ultimately, that's the thing, right? This ideology doesn't want you to feel better. It wants to put you on a treadmill, trying to grasp at what anti-feminoid 14 thinks is beautiful. And it might all sound confusing. You might be like, why do they put themselves through this? But that right there touches on the deeper psychological trap that gets people.
The question is, do you want a guy, like, do you want to fuck this guy? Okay. The question is, do you want to fuck this guy that we saw yesterday, Stale 2000? Because the guy on the other side of that anonymous account, he looks like that, okay? He looks like this. This is what that guy looks like. The guy who's fucking talking big shit looks like this, okay? So unless you want to fuck this guy, or unless you want to appear fuckable to that guy, you shouldn't worry about what that guy has to say, okay? That's the most turked up version of you? True. I was Turk maxing.
Addicted to this, which is the need for control.
It is pro and a Tumblr.
There's a
for
reason
men.
that the types of lads that are drawn to these forums often have like very analytical, almost engineering style of thinking. Because looks maxing, what it offers that type of person is a simple premise.
It's so funny. He's trying to do the polite way of saying everyone on these forums are autistic as hell. Okay? Analytical. Yeah, buddy. We know what you're trying to say. Because it's true. Like, straight up. That's what it is. Too much Tylenol. Too much mommy Tylenol consumption, okay?
Dating feels unpredictable, but it's not. It's based entirely on looks. And looks are objective. And through looks maxing, you can improve your looks. This is really appealing to people who, you know, if they feel uncomfortable in certain social situations, which is most people at some time. And also appeals to those who maybe are a bit different and maybe don't fit in to the groups of people they see in their schools or workplaces. And I notice when you watch a lot of these looks maxing documentaries and the interviews, it does just seem like some of these kids are maybe on the spectrum, like autistic or Asperger's or something like that. There was this one guy in one of these interviews that was talking about getting leg lengthening surgery. He really had convinced himself that all of life's problems were the fact that he
Never mind, he said it.
wasn't 6 foot.
Also, what is the did he was that like a British way of saying Asperger's? I'm so confused by what that term was. Spurgers. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, what is... We got to make sure looks maxing doesn't become a school shooter pipeline? Brother, it already is. What do you mean we got to make sure it doesn't? It already has been there.
Or something.
This is interesting. I had a relatively long torso, so my torso is longer than my legs. When I was sitting down, I noticed that there was a different attitudes compared to when I was standing up.
It's like people assumed you were taller when you were sitting down.
Yes.
And then when you kind of revealed your actual height, they acted differently.
Yes. They started just ignoring you, they stopped cutting your conversation.
But the thing is, when you heard him speak, he just sounded
crazy. Like, I'm short as fuck when I'm sitting down, okay? I have long-ass legs. I do not have a very long torso. This has never changed the way people interact with me, okay? That is crazy. That's just your perception. Who cares? Oh.
Someone who maybe struggles a little bit socially and might find it hard at first to connect with people. And that's a really sad thing.
High-waisted trousers that will make you look taller. Are you telling me that? I don't think I need to look taller.
Is that there's loads of people just like him. And had this guy found his group of people that he clicked with, had he found his hobbies, his interests, he might have eventually found a group of people that made him feel valued and that he belongs. And like, you know, that's the beauty of being in your 30s is you've grown through this phase. You know, when I was younger, I was never really like the football lad, but luckily I kind of found my tribe of people in the parkour world. They're all hippies, they're all very creative, very expressive types of people. And from there, I felt like I belonged and I was able to develop my personality and my confidence, which then gave me more opportunities when it come to meeting my wife. And I think that's the real thing that we have to do. Like with young kids, young people, we have to help them find where they belong so they can find themselves, who they are, become confident in themselves. But sadly, instead, a lot of these lot being attracted to role models online who ultimately, like at the end of the day, whatever advice they give them, are kind of just trying to build their own brand, build their own business, and sell shit.
Now there are two ways to do this, and that is the rich and poor person version. And when literally needling your face, to be honest, I prefer to go with the more expensive option. But if you don't really care, you can simply just pick up a $15 one from Jeff Bezos.
A lot of these people offer very concrete sounding answers, simple explanations for very complicated social problems. That can be very appealing. It tells people that they don't need to deal with the uncertainty of dating. They don't have to worry about, you know, the chaotic nature of chemistry or the vibe. They don't have to worry about the element of luck that comes into it.
Wait, I kind of want to watch this video from this guy as well.
The vibe. They don't have to
HTN.
Worry about.
You're a regular good-looking guy. This is where sexual attraction starts. And HTN will have had a few sexual partners and some LTRs. What is it? Low tier. What is a LTR? Will probably be the best looking guy in an average social circle, may struggle to slay quality girls from a club, occasionally gets lucky, long-term relationship.
The element of luck that comes into it. All these scary variables that can't be controlled. And it's this type of thinking, this controlling, hyper-analytical, and biologically determinist way of seeing the world that not only ruins their attitude to dating, but can also destroy your entire worldview.
With 6 of its students dead, the University of California, Santa Barbara community is in mourning. The gunman who methodically planned the attack
this is Elliot Rodgers.
chronicled his descent into a deranged rage. How did this young man, who seemed to have everything, become a mass murderer?
The incel shooter.
I'm at the hospital not getting staples in my skull, nearly ripped limb from limb in Minneapolis. Jacob Fry took the officers of Minneapolis police to stand down so they could watch me eaten alive on national television. President Trump sent in the National Guard. They are lynching white Christians on the streets. Please go help support my hospital bill and future security at Give, Send, Go. Come get your vest back, pussy. Oh my God. Jake Lang, the January 6er, came to Minneapolis to cause a problem, but ended up getting his ass beat and got his vest snatched.
Hey, I got a souvenir. Why the fuck I get his, man? What the fuck? I got the nigga vest.
Oh my God, that's fucking hilarious. I was just literally lynched by an anti-white mob of liberals and illegal immigrants. Yeah, I heard bro got loot. I heard somebody looted his watch too. This is like rapper chain snatching, but for white supremacists. Tarkov's getting a new season in America. I'm sorry, I just cannot sympathize with this motherfucker, okay?
Who I won't name, you're probably aware of him, spoke frequently of
Wild feed,
visiting
it continues. He walks out with a full SS
He was
later.
completely indoctrinated into this world. Ultimately, at an incredibly young age, deciding that he had no hope with women for the rest of his life, becoming deeply filled with hate and going on a killing spree. This nihilistic worldview is radicalizing people, young people, and it's also creating a direct funnel from incels to Nazism. Because like, think about it, if you're told that the entire dating world is determined by your biology, then is it really that much of a big leap to say that the entire world is determined by biology? That there's
that's the connective tissue right there to right-wing politics, right-wing worldviews, by the way. That's how you turn into a fucking Nazi, because it's like genetic predeterminism. There's like a biological underpinning to the entire argument, eugenics, all of that. That's how you get on the pipeline.
Defected, weak, impure genetics, which are causing all of the world's problems. Is it any surprise that people like Nick Fuentes come from the world of incels? And oh, look who we did a live stream with. Oh, that's surprising, isn't it? What a massive surprise. Lots of the looks-maxing theories have their roots in the pseudoscience of eugenics.
In Europe, eugenics wasn't just some science experiment in a lab. First of all, in America is where it started. And secondly, it was created to offer some kind of pseudoscientific justification for chattel slavery. And last but not least, it's bullshit. You're ascribing real social stigma and real social rules to basically aesthetic traits. You're deciding that there is a far more consequential outcomes for you off of very marginal and utterly irrelevant genetic differences. Like, the whole point is, yeah, some people have different color skin. It's not that consequential. It's not that big. It's not like that. It's not a massive. It's not a massive difference in what your life is going to look like. until you socially construct a different value system off of it. It was how society evolved. Attractive women were more likely to be chosen by powerful men. Yes, Europe wasn't the only place, but they were the harshest. Less attractive women often got pushed out socially and quietly over time. This meant only certain traits kept getting passed on. Yeah, that's why every European is super hot. This guy. Men were judged too, but women faced it harder because they were selected by appearance way more often. This pressure has existed for hundreds of years. That's why today you often see a higher ratio of physically attractive women in European populations. Mixed eugenics with mixing with other European ethnicities. Most Europeans you see today. What? Excuse me? Why that tone? Because attractive people exist everywhere. There are attractive... First of all, attraction or attractive traits are also socially assigned. It's not like this design is unchanging. It's totally fucking subjective. It changes throughout culture, and it changes throughout time, even in the same place that you exist in. It's so fucking stupid. Europeans are hot. Boris has to go. Tweets emerge showing PM's new advisor urging him to resign. Okay, to be fair, Boris Johnson is Turkish, so I guess that proves that other person's argument, you know? He is an Ottoman son, if we're being real. Even though he looks so goddamn British, it's crazy. Other places like India has had its own version of eugenics, but it looked different. Instead of filtering through looks, it was filtered through caste and through arranged marriage. The system wasn't based on raw attraction. It was about social order, family honor, religion. That means even if someone wasn't considered physically attractive, they still had a chance to marry and have kids. So yes, eugenics was there, but it was light eugenics. It wasn't obsessed with beauty or performance the way the West became later on. Now fast forward to today. The West is doing eugenics again, but this time it's not government policy. It's happening through dating culture. Apps like Tinder, social media filters. Bro, this is crazy.
Eugenics. Hitler used the term subhumans. He also had his whole worldview around the perfect archetypal Aryan man. This is a structure of thinking that can be sold to people who feel their position in society is insecure and that they want to feel in control. And as our world is in an increasingly insecure economic and geopolitical time, where you as a young man have always been told you need to grow up and be a real man, and you're told historically that real men dominated and ruled the entire world, but there you are, a little wage cuck at Amazon who hasn't spoken to a woman or even another person in the last 2 weeks. You feel small, and so the draw to feel like a strong, powerful man is alluring. The idea of returning humanity into like a Darwinistic natural order where men are in charge by birthright. I will not be surprised if the next evolution of looks maxing will be to far-right political ideology.
So we got Nick Fuentes here. We're going to be discussing the disenfranchised young men.
20, 30 years. The people that are the most persistent, that want it the most, the highest IQ, the truest believers, if they keep their views and they ascend up the ladder, in 20 or 30 years, it's all people that were influenced by me that are running the GOP.
Now look, man, I don't think that we can solve this stuff by just telling people and explaining why concepts like masculinity are very complicated. Even if you can demonstrate how gender roles shift massively throughout history, how Prince was a sex symbol, and how powerful, wealthy aristocrats were putting on makeup, wearing wigs and wearing tights. Even if you explain all that stuff, and even how very rigid ideas on how a man should be might be the thing that holds you back from actually finding love, doesn't matter if you tell people this. It doesn't matter if it's true, because you are trying to tell young men who can see with their own two eyes that the world that they live in constantly rewards brutal, cruel, strong and powerful men. And at the heart of it, people want to feel like they matter. So personally, I think the only solution is rebuilding society from the ground up. Building a society that values every single member of it, that gives each person,
No, I think the answer is get a fucking job. That's what I think. Government mandated jobs, okay? Government jobs program, everybody gets a job. You can just like go around and pick leaves or something on the sidewalk if you can't find anything else that you feel comfortable doing. You get paid well. You got something. You got something going on for you. Yes, 0% unemployment. Everybody gets a fucking job. Everybody feels fulfilled. Everybody has a role to play in society. So they can't do this shit. Okay, this is joblessness. This is joblessness. Okay, that's what it is. As the chatter brings up, this is one of my. I'm a big fan of your military becomes construction workers take. Yep. I talked about this quite a bit. We already have a jobs program. It's called the military. But instead of killing people, okay, we're just building shit. We're building all the fucking time. We're building Chinese style. We're building so much that it's basically China up in this bitch. Okay? That's what we're doing. We're build maxing. Okay? No more do we have any infrastructure issues. We're building. We're building shit all the goddamn time. That's it. Sounding like a liberal law. Wait, what? Sounding like a liberal? Fuck you mean? Fuck you mean sounding like a liberal? How is that liberal? Everything's a liberal to you, I guess. Yeah, fill all the potholes, call it pothole maxing, okay? Oh no, there's not enough houses. Guess what, bitch? We're building more houses, okay? We're building houses. I don't think you appreciate how hard construction is. No, it is hard. You know what would make it easier? If the job site, instead of having 10 people, had 25 people, okay? Then you can share the burden, okay? Building everything but rail? No, we're building rail. We're putting rail down like crazy. We're maxing out on the rail too. We're rail maxing. As a carpenter, please. Forcing people into labor? What could possibly go wrong? Weird take, dude. Wait, what? Dog, the military already exists. What the fuck are you talking about? The same mechanisms of coercion that cause people to go and fucking sign their life away to the goddamn Department of Defense, now called Department of War, okay, could work to do something much more reasonable, something much more beneficial for everybody. The fuck? Many hands make light work. Yup. Unc said idle hands are the devil's plaything. It's true. It's true. All these motherfuckers are jobless as hell. And it's not like they don't want jobs. Okay. Everybody wants some meaning in their life. And there is a lot of meaning in work. There's a lot of value in labor. There's a lot of good that can come of it, you know? Military doesn't force anyone, last I checked. Yes, brother, it's called coercion under capitalism, okay? Because coercion under capitalism implies that if you don't have a job, then you're fucking dead. You don't have a house. If you don't have a house, you become homeless. And if you're homeless for an extended period of time, you go a little crazy. I can't believe we got to go back to the drawing board every time. Like, I have to explain to you every single minutia, every single detail. Just pick up on the things that I'm putting down here, okay? Last time I checked, you weren't forced into joining the military. First of all, there is a concept such as the draft, but we're not even talking about that, okay? The military already exists. Hire even more people to the military and then change the structure of the military. No more murdering. No more murdering 14-year-olds overseas, but instead building shit.
Regardless of how sick they are, gives every single one of them a dignified existence and some position in society with some responsibilities. We need to build sociable places and give people the time and the money to be sociable. We need to encourage young boys and young girls to mix at an early age, doing activities together, sports, art, dancing, all this sort of stuff. As a culture, we love to always do men things.
Yeah, what sucks is that we already have a jobs program right now that the government has created. It's called fucking being a Nazi. An ICE agent. Assistant Chief Counsel for ICE is a guy who posts literal Hitler praise content, not like the exaggerated, oh my God, literally Hitler trope, but like literally in the literal sense of the word. This is what I was talking about earlier. James Rodden, an ICE prosecutor who the Observer identified last year as an operator of an X account, posted America is a white nation, migrants are all criminals, and an apparent praise of Adolf Hitler appeared to be back at work today. Based, Gott mit uns, he wrote, when talking about his username is Glomar Responder. We tolerate no one in our ranks who attacks the ideas of Christianity. Our movement is Christian. Adolf Hitler, 1928. That guy was quietly taken off of his duties, and now he's back. Yeah, also, look at my shirt. Motherfuckers are talking about how there is no coercion under capitalism. It's all voluntary. Look, yeah, see? Capitalism is voluntary. Get bread or get dead. That's the whole point. Thank you for pointing out that I'm wearing my own merch that actually is directly about this faulty notion.
Things and women things, but you are alienating people from each other, and then they fail to understand each other. The way we stop young men falling into this shit is by working together to rebuild a society that is connected, that values each other, and that doesn't turn every single part of life into a hyper competitive market. But yeah, while we continue to create jobs that pay shit, and we continue to pay the people who actively help society shit,
nurses are going in, they're going in hungry, having to use food banks themselves, not being able to turn the heating on. They're going to care for their patients, but nobody's caring for them.
whilst rewarding.
Does Amazon Prime not work anymore? No, you haven't been subscribed to me via Twitch Prime, I don't think. That's why. But you can for free, by the way, to the Piker Broadcasting Service. You can do that.
And aggrandizing criminals, abusers, and clout chasers, we will continue to make a culture that drives young people into darker and darker corners. If you enjoy this video, consider supporting me on Patreon. Just want to give another thanks to Elite Hair for sponsoring this.
Yeah, Hitler was a PSL 1. He was not a looks maxer. Hitler was PSL 1 for sure. He was not a Chad. He wasn't even like a low tier normie. He was totally, what's the lowest of the low you can be? He was subhuman. You shouldn't follow Adolf Hitler because he was ugly as sin. Gentleman's Gazette put out a video on the last century's worth of hats. That's a very cute suggestion for a video that you want me to watch. Last century's worth of hats. Hitler got mocked by Stalin. It's true. It's true. Lenin was hot too. Lenin was like at least a 7 on the PSL. They also have decade by decade EDC vids. Okay, I'm good, man. Thank you. Both Clavicular and Hitler did meth. Okay, they were both meth maxing. I do sometimes like to look at like younger versions of people who obviously we only know as like at the peak of their infamy or fame. And it is kind of strange, but when you look at like young Trotsky, young Stalin, like they were fucking hot, dude. Mao Zedong too. Young Mao, he was hot. Obviously, Tito has the classic photo. Ultimate Chad. Like, I'm sure you've seen this photo before. I mean, he was literally like Chad jawline. Look at this. Look at that, dude. Come on. Did he chew gum 24/7? Yeah. Yeah, he was mewing. He was mewing like crazy. The classic one is obviously Fidel and Che. Everybody knows both Fidel and Che were sexy as hell. But young Tito, a lot of people don't know, was also was also hot. Young Mao also was sexy. Was decent looking. At least the way that people describe him as I mean, the statue is obviously they base boosted it a little bit, but he was sexy by Chinese standards at the time, like, or at least that's the way they report on it. Trotsky was lights out hot. Yeah, Trotsky was hot too. Young Trotsky. They glaze in low key. Young Trotsky does kind of look like Adam. A little bit. Those glasses aren't helping. Those glasses are so crazy. Look at young Zhou Enlai. Pince nez, literally pinch nose. Uncle Ho's Rizzy too. Oh, Uncle Ho Chi Minh. Yeah, I think he was attractive. I mean, we're getting to a point where it's like young Xi. Young Xi Jinping. Look at that. Look at that. He was a fine shit, dude. This is my favorite photo because he just loves infrastructure, man. He just fucking loves infrastructure. Hottest dude in the chemical engineering and Marxism class. Top G, stop doing this. Shut the fuck up, Top G. Top G, you haven't been around. You have not been around as much. Is it because you've decided? Is it because you realize that I am actually Chinese? You used to talk mad shit. He watches Asmongold now. Talk about Xi's love for Iowa. He did love Iowa. Look at his chat on 1126. This guy overall mid. When are you starting Road to Empress? There is nothing to be thankful for from watching this stream. I love this Alex Jones guy. He makes China sound even cooler than it already is. You cannot be seditious or advocate for the overthrow of the government and the system. You can bitch about your local CCP branch for not fixing potholes. You value the ability to openly criticize so much that you've forgotten the value, the ability to actually make changes. Our people ask and they receive. Your people ask and they proud, and you're proud. You can keep asking. Okay, bro, chill. But you have no motion. Like your ball game, you are motionless. All right, that'll be all for today. I'm tired, and I got stuff to do later. But tomorrow I will have Arky. I'm doing an Arky collab. Fill your guts or spill your guts. Okay. I'm doing an Arky collab. Fill your guts or spill your guts, and we're gonna have a shock collar trivia, shocking trivia section as well. And that's it. Love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace. And I'll see you tomorrow. That's all there is to say. Bye-bye.
The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS REACTLORD frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning